Between love and danger.
Summary. Jade Edwards, a 22-year-old lingerie model from California, is being stalked and goes to the police for help. Zane Warner, a 26-year-old police officer, believed she was making up the story to advance her career. They took an instant dislike to one another, but after seeing some of the evidence began thinking she might be right about the stalker. Even though he didn't want to be involved in her case, he ended up being assigned to her case. It didn't take long for the mystery and danger to start as the two got to know each other better. There were so many suspects, from her ex right down to her manager and co-workers. Could it be her ex or even a fan? Will Zane be able to find who is behind the threats and be able to protect her? Will the two learn to get along, or will they always be at each other's throats? Chapter 1. When Jade Edwards walked into the police station and up to the front desk, she could feel eyes watching her. This was something she was used to. Being a lingerie model, people were always staring, so she had long ago learned to ignore them and the whispers behind her back. "Can I help you, miss?" the older officers behind the desk asked, raising an eyebrow when he looked up. "Yes," she said and glanced around nervously. "I want to report a stalker." "Who's being stalked?" "I am," she replied. "Your name, please?" he asked, giving her a smile. "Edwards, Jade Edwards." "Just take a seat over there, miss, and an officer's will be right with you." He pointed to the seats that were lined up against the wall. A man in cuffs was seated on one of the chairs, so she sat several seats away from him. She could feel his eyes on her, but she didn't look his way. Jade looked up when a voice spoke to her. "Miss Edwards, my name is Officer Joe Brown. Will you follow me, please?" He reached out to shake her hand. His eyes did a quick sweep over her. She was a real beauty, he thought to himself as he led the way into a back room. Jade followed him and sat down in the seat he pulled out for her. Another officer joined them. He was tall, his skin a dark shade, probably tanned from the California sun. He was attractive. His body filled out his uniform nicely, but his eyes were dark and menacing. There was an aura of arrogance about him. "Miss Edwards, this is Officer Zane Warner. We'll both be taking on your case. Now would you like to start from the beginning?" Jade liked Officer Brown. He was nice and a real gentleman. But the other one, she instantly took a disliking to, when he sat her down without so much as a hey, tapping his fingers lightly on the arm of his chair. So she turned her attention to Brown. "I think someone has been stalking me." "You think?" Officer Warner scoffed. "You expect us to take you seriously with you just thinking it? We need proof." Turning her eyes to glare at him, she snapped back. "I don't just think it. I get these calls from someone who doesn't speak or hang up. I hear them breathing on the other end. I also sense someone is watching me." Zane looked her over from top to bottom. She wore a black dress with heels. She had blonde hair, her makeup applied perfectly, and he couldn't help but notice she had a great rack. Being a breast man, he felt a stirring in his lower region. "What do you do for a living?" he asked. "What has that got to do with anything?" she asked, wondering what he was getting at. You must know I'm a lingerie model for Victoria's Secret." "So you take your clothes off in front of people?" Zane added sarcastically. "No, I model bras, panties, and nightwear for their magazine. I do not remove my clothes, so I'll thank you not to imply that I'm some kind of stripper." She stared into his eyes, her temper starting to flare up till Officer Brown broke the tension. "Show some respect, Warner." Zane got up, folded his arms across his chest and leaned against the wall. "All I'm saying is a woman should expect the attention when she exposes her body for the world to see." Brown shook his head at Zane and turned to Jade. "Officer Warner does have a point, though he could have worded it better. There will always be people out there that for whatever reason give you some problems. I'm afraid you've not given us much to go on. Maybe this will convince you I'm not crazy." Opening her purse, she pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Officer Brown. "This was slipped under my door sometime during the night." He read it out loud so that Zane could hear. "You belong to me and soon we'll be together, and you'll no longer have to degrade yourself by showing off your body. I love you and look forward to the day when our bodies join as one, so stay pure for me. I will kill anyone who touches you." Letters from newspapers were cut out and pasted onto a sheet of white paper and placed in a white envelope. Zane took the letter, looking at it. "This could just be a prank to scare you. Do you have any enemies or an ex-boyfriend that might be holding a grudge against you?" Jade was a little surprised at the change in the tone of his voice. The modeling business can be very competitive. Every girl strives to be on top, so there is a lot of jealousy between them. Right now I'm their top model, so some of the women resent me. but not enough to harm me. As for a boyfriend, I haven't had one for over a year. Did it end badly? Officer Brown asked. Sort of. He wanted me to quit. I wouldn't, so he walked. We'll have to talk to the girls you work with and anyone else you know. Also, we need the name and address of this ex-boyfriend of yours. Officer Brown handed her a pen and paper, asking her to write down the names of her coworkers, their phone numbers, and anyone else who might want to stare her. While she was doing that, the two officers walked over to the coffee machine and started talking amongst themselves. What do you think, Zane? Is she being honest with us, or could this be a ploy to get some free publicity? It could be, Zane replied. There really isn't much we can do with just the information we have. Well, it won't hurt to talk to some people, and see what he has to say. Damn, Zane, she's really hot. I've got to see if my wife has any of those magazines. They went back over to Jade. Officer Warner will give you a lift home and check out your apartment to make sure it's secured. Zane shook his head at Joe Brown. I don't have time. I've got to get ready for a date. Jade got to her feet. Perhaps another officers could take me home. After all, we wouldn't want Officer Warner to be late for his date. She smiled at Zane, one that didn't reach her eyes. It's okay, miss. It's on his way. Officer Brown turned to Zane. Take her home, check out the apartment, and bring in your report tomorrow. Fine, let's go, he said snarkily. He opened the door and waited for Jade. They walked in silence to his car, which was a black Mustang. He opened the passenger door, shutting it once she was inside. Going around to the other side, got in, removing his tie and undoing the top 3 buttons on his shirt. His eyes momentarily glanced over and down at her legs. As the seats were lowered to the floor, it pushed her legs up. Her dress rose up, showing off her upper thighs. Clearing his throat, tore his eyes away and concentrated on the road. When they reached her apartment complex, he parked in the visitor's spot. A doorman opened the door for them to enter, and they stepped onto the elevator. Fancy place, Zane commented. He looked up and made a note that it had a security camera in it. I like it, she said as she took her keys from her purse. I live on the top floor. Reaching the 10th floor and stepping off the elevator, they walked down the hall and stopped at the last door at the end. Putting the key in, turned it, and entered. Zane right behind her. She flipped a switch, lighting the apartment up. He looked around the room. It was enormous. I have to check out every room, he said as he started walking around. He checked the kitchen first. It was clean, not a thing out of place. He then entered the living room, which held a white sofa and 2 matching chairs and all the usual stuff, lamps, TV, and so on. He went into the bathroom and checked out her medicine cabinet. Nothing unusual in it, just the kind of stuff women used, creams, shampoo, and so on. Jade went and poured herself a glass of red wine. She shouted out, asking if he wanted a drink. He told her no, so she stood looking out her patio window, waiting for him to finish. She wanted him gone. He was rude and arrogant, and she could never tolerate people like that. Zane then walked into her bedroom. A white cat lay on the bed and hissed when he went to pat it, so he pulled his hand back before he got scratched. He opened the closet and looked through her things. Nothing seemed out of place. He was beginning to think this was all a waste of valuable time. Time he could be spending getting ready for his date with the hot little waitress from the diner. Going back into the living, Jade was sitting on the sofa, patting the cat from Hal, who ran from the bedroom into the living room. Nice place you got here. Must cost you a lot. Ignoring his question, she asked one of her own. Are you almost done? Not yet, he said as he opened the door leading out onto the patio. He went out and looked around, checking out the building across from this one. Their windows faced each other, and going back inside closed the door. Do you close the blinds at night? No, I turn on all the lights and leave the drapes open, while I strip down naked in front of the window. I usually walk around naked, she said, rolling her eyes. God, what a jackass. Zane realized she was putting him on. Everything seems to be in order, so I'll leave now. Officer Brown and I will talk to the ones on the list you gave us tomorrow. In the meantime, keep your door locked, and if anything comes up, call the station and they'll send someone over. Pulling out his notepad, started writing in it. She knew from the look on his face and the way he spoke, he didn't believe her that someone was stalking her. You don't believe me, do you? What? He asked, looking annoyed when he looked up at her. You think I'm making all this up, she said angrily. Letting out a sigh, he put his notepad back inside his pocket. The publicity would boost your career, wouldn't it? Might even get you noticed by Playboy. Jade could feel her blood boiling with rage. If he wasn't a cop, and she could possibly be charged with assault. She would have slapped him across that smug face of his. Instead, she walked over to the door and opened it. "I think you can leave now." She felt her face turning red when he walked over and stood so close. She could feel his breath on her face when he spoke. His eyes traveled down her face and stared at her lips for a brief moment. He was close enough to kiss her, and she thought that's what he was going to do. She breathed a sigh of relief when he put some distance between them. "Good night, Miss Edwards," he said, his eyes going to her mouth. For a brief moment, he wondered what it would be like to kiss her lips. Backing away, he walked out and chuckled when she slammed the door hard behind him. He looked at his watch and swore. He was already half an hour late for his date. He still had to go home to shower and change. Chapter 2. Zane Saturday at his desk drinking coffee, trying to clear his head. He stayed out way till late last night, and after leaving the waitress' apartment at 3 in the morning had only a few hours till he had to be at work. He would have been home sooner, but the girl he was with was insatiable, and wanted more, which he gladly obliged. She was cute but not really his type, and knew he wouldn't be seeing her again, though he said he'd call. "Rough night, partner?" Joe asked, sitting across from Zane. "You could say that. Wouldn't she put out?" Joe smirked. Looking at his partner, he laughed. "Put out, man. She was like an animal, all over me." "You going to see her again?" Joe asked, pushing another coffee towards him. "No, she was cute but not my type." "Every woman is your type, you horn dog." Zane smiled. It was true that there wasn't a woman out there he didn't want to sleep with or wanted to sleep with him. Women seemed to get turned on by a man in uniform, but lately, they started to bore him. There was barely any conversation, just sex, and he wanted to be with someone who wanted more. "Maybe I'm growing up." "Yeah, right," Joe said, giving him a swat on the back. "Get your shit together. We have to go to Victoria's Secret and interview Miss Edwards' co-workers and her manager." "I don't know why we're wasting our time," Zane snapped. "Maybe we are, but damn man, do you really want to pass up the chance to see all those beautiful women wearing nothing but their underwear? I bet you would love to see Miss Edwards in her bra and panties." "That woman doesn't interest me in the least," Zane growled. Joe gave a hearty laugh. "If she has a vagina, you're interested." They arrived at Victoria's Secret just as the photo shoot was starting. Zane glanced around looking for Jade, but kept getting distracted by the models. They were all beautiful and from different nationalities. They walked around looking for Jade or her manager, stopping to ask one of the models where they could be found. The one woman with dark hair and skin, wearing a see-through nightie and was super hot, got up close to Zane, her hand touching his chest. "Why, your chest feels so hard and muscular. Have you ever thought of doing some modeling?" "Only in private," he said, his eyes going to her breasts. "Well then," she purred and handed him a piece of paper. "Here's my number. Call me when you want to set something up." Smiling, he tucked the paper into his pocket. "Right now we need to find Miss Edwards or her manager. Do you know where we can find them, beautiful?" God, she was so hot, and he couldn't wait for a private show with her. "They're both over at the other set, just around the corner," she said and sashayed away. Zane's eyes glued to her bum until Joe poked him in the ribs. "Down, tiger. We have work to do. Let's go." Joe chuckled. "What is it with you and the ladies?" Zane grinned. "Can you blame them? Just look at me." Then he spotted Jade. She was posing for the camera in a black-ass side bra and matching panties. He couldn't help but stare. She was so hot-looking and her body was perfect. They walked over and spoke to a man wearing a tailored suit, figuring he was her manager. "Mr. Curtis," Joe said as they approached him. He turned to the officers. "Yes, I'm Reggie Curtis. Can I help you?" "I'm Officer Brown and my partner Officer Warner. We'd like to ask you a few questions concerning Miss Edwards." "Is there somewhere we can talk in private?" Joe asked. "Yeah, let's go to my office." He turned to Jade. "I'll be right back, babe." Zane's eyes locked briefly with hers before they followed Reggie to his office. "Babe, they must be involved with each other." There was something about this Reggie guy that didn't sit right with him. The man was of average height, had brown hair, and was in great shape for a man in his 40s. They followed him into his office and Saturday down while he went and Saturday behind his desk. "Okay, gentlemen, what can I do for you?" "We're investigating a possible stalking. Has Miss Edwards mentioned anything to you about someone following her?" Officer Brown asked as he started taking notes. "Of course she has. I'm her manager, and it was I who suggested she inform the police." He looked at his watch. "Will this take much longer?" I'm a very busy man and I'm late for a meeting, so if that's all. He stood up to leave, but the two officers held their hands up. No, we're not done here. Officer Brown pointed for Reggie to sit back down. Reggie picked up his phone. Julie, cancel my appointment and reschedule it. Well then, gentlemen, continue. What can I do to help you? You can start by telling us your involvement with Miss Edwards, Zane said, his eyes fixed on the man, and thought he saw his body stiffen. He saw that Reggie wore a wedding band and a picture of a brunette Saturday on his desk. She was average looking and didn't fit the profile of a model, so Zane guessed it was Reggie's wife. Reggie's eyes narrowed when he looked at Zane, his index finger tapping on his desk. I am her manager, nothing more. But you wish there was, don't you? Zane asked. He saw the man's eyes blink rapidly before looking down at his wedding band. Officer Warner, I am a married man. I work with many beautiful and SI women, and though I find them attractive, I remain faithful to my wife. I have no interest in Jade besides her being my client. Okay, I think we are getting off the subject here, Joe said. Can you tell us of anyone who might be obsessed with her or wish her harm? You could talk to her ex, Trevor Frost. I thought they broke up over a year ago, Zane said, eyeing Reggie. That's true, but the man is a psychopath and an alcoholic. 4 months after they broke up, he would send her flowers, sneak in here and watch her. He was always calling her, begging her to take him back, and when she refused he would yell, call her names. One time he slapped her in front of everyone. We had to get to security guards to drag him away. We'll need his home address. Is there anyone else you can think of who has a grudge against Miss Edwards, or anyone who might be jealous of her? One of the other models perhaps, Zane asked, making notes in his black book. This is a cutthroat business, officers. Every girl wants to be on top, so, of course, they all have some form of jealousy towards her. Now, whether it's enough to try and scare her, well, you'd have to ask them about that. I have nothing more to say, so if you'll excuse me, I must get back to business. Feel free to stick around and talk to the models. Okay, let's separate. That way we can talk to all the models, Joe said as they left the office. We're on duty, Zane, so no more phone numbers. They spent the next 2 hours questioning the models. Zane headed into the back room when he spotted Jade going into it. He wasn't aware that it was where the models were changing, and he walked in. The women were half naked, some topless. They didn't seem to mind him being there as they went on with what they were doing. He may be a cop, but he was also a man, and of course, he looked. Spotting Jade, he went over to where she was. Her back was to him. Miss Edwards. Startled, she turned to him, covering her front with a towel. Christ, you scared the shit out of me. You shouldn't be in here. This is our dressing room. I never noticed, he said with a smirk on his face. His eyes went to the area she was trying to cover, but he still saw more of her than she knew. I need to ask you a few questions. The cameraman was talking to you? What was that about? I really don't think that's any of your business, she snapped. Realizing her towel had slipped, she pulled it up higher. We were just discussing different poses. Which ones I should do? Are you satisfied? She asked, rolling her eyes at him. Is there anything else? Yes, I have another question for you. Do you have to ask now? I do. Letting out a sigh, making it known she was pissed. Fine, but turn around so that I can get dressed. Zane wondered why he had to turn around. The woman made a living parading in front of the world, in only skimpy underwear, and she was worried about dressing in front of him. But he did what she asked, only to see women walking around only in their panties, their breasts uncovered. Not that he was complaining. Why didn't you tell us Trevor Frost slapped you when he showed up here? That was a long time ago. I didn't think it was important. It is important. Was he abusive towards you when you were together? Figuring she was dressed, he turned back around. She was wearing a dress, one with a zipper in the back, and when it was obvious she was having trouble doing it up, he went up behind her. Here, let me do that for you. With his hands on the zipper, he slowly pulled it up. His fingers lingered for a brief moment before backing up. He usually was the one undoing a female's clothing, never being the one to dress them. Jade felt the heat from his fingers through the fabric of her dress. His breath on her neck was warm. Moving away, turned to face him. Trevor has always had a bad temper, but he had never hit me before that day. He was hurt over our breakup and had been drinking. So that makes it okay for him to hit you? Zane asked bitterly. This cop was really getting on her nerves. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying he didn't mean it and felt terrible afterward. Is there anything else? It's been a long day and I want to go home. We'll need a list from you of everyone you've been in contact with in the last couple of months or so. If there's anything you can think of, we'll need the two along with addresses and phone numbers. Okay, I'll make out a list and give it to you tomorrow. Now if that's it, I'm leaving. He watched her walk away, admiring the way her bum looked in the dress she wore. She had long, slender legs that had his mouth watering just thinking how they would feel wrapped around him. He didn't notice the other models as he made his way out and went looking for his partner. Joe was just finishing up when Zane went over, asking if he was ready to leave. They headed back to the station, and after writing up their report, each headed home. He had another date that night but phoned and canceled it. His mind kept drifting back to Jade and her stalker. He and Joe were gathering a few suspects, and he now for some reason believed her. At first, he thought it was a publicity stunt, but his gut was telling him there was more going on and she could be in danger. Or maybe it was because he found her attractive and it was clouding his judgment. He found her to be a strong and independent woman, not one to call wolf, but was also SI as hell. Chapter 3. Zane was off duty the next day, so after he put on a pair of jeans and a black t-shirt, he decided to go over to Jade's place. Using the excuse he was there to get the list from her, standing at her door he knocked twice. A husky man whom he guessed was in his mid-30s. He wore thick-rimmed glasses and walked with a limp, was busy washing the floors. When Jade opened the door, he had to smile at her appearance. She had on a sweatsuit, no makeup, and her hair was done up in a ponytail. Even without all the glamour, she looked smoking hot. "Officer Warner, what are you doing here?" "I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd drop by and get that list from you. I hope I hadn't come at a bad time," he said, and he noticed that the man with the mop was watching them. "No, I just wasn't expecting company. I'm almost done with the list. Do you want to come in and wait? It won't take me long." She stepped aside to let him enter when he nodded his head. "I was just making some coffee. Would you like a cup?" she asked him as she led him into the living room. "Sure, if it's not too much trouble." "It's no trouble. Please sit and I'll be right back. How do you like it?" A smile crossed his face. If only she knew. "Pardon." "Your coffee. How do you like it?" "Black," he answered back. A few minutes later, she returned with 2 cups of the steaming beverage. "You're not in uniform, Officer Warner." "It's my day off. I'm not on duty, so you can call me Zane." "Why would you come on your day off?" "I had nothing better to do." He couldn't very well tell her it was because he wanted to see her again. "That man in the hallway, who is he?" "That's Kenny, the building's janitor." "Does he always sneak around watching people?" "It's his job to clean and do any small repairs whenever needed. He's perfectly innocent and kind of sweet. I hope you aren't suspecting him of stalking me." "Everyone's a suspect until we find the guilty party," he said, watching as she wrote on the paper with names, addresses, and phone numbers. He jumped, taken by surprise when her cat jumped on his lap. Going to pet it, the cat called Muffin, hissed, and leaped off his lap. Jade let out a small laugh. "I don't think she likes you." "Yeah, I get that feeling too." He took the list from her hand, their fingers touching briefly. He looked at the paper. "This will be a big help. Thanks." Just then the phone rang and she got up to answer it. She frowned, her eyebrows rising. "Stop calling me, you sick bastard." Slamming the phone down, looked over at Zane, who had risen to his feet. "That's twice today. The same thing. Calls but doesn't speak. But I can hear him breathing. I think it's time to have your number changed. I'll just make a few calls and have it done in no time." She sat her day down and he noticed how her hands were shaking. Making the call, he went and sat her day next to her. "It's going to be okay. We'll find who's doing this." "I know," she said, nodding her head. "It's just a little unnerving." "Have you eaten yet?" he asked her. "I just thought you look a bit pale, and since it's close to dinner, we could go out for Chinese food. That is if you like Chinese." "I love it, and no, I haven't eaten today, but I don't feel like going out." "Sorry." "No problem. We can order takeout. You go ahead and order whatever you like. I'm going to have a talk with this Kenny fellow." He tossed some money on the table. "In case I'm not back when the food gets here." He wandered down the hall. No sign of Kenny, so he got on the elevator and went to the main floor. There he went in search of the janitor's room. Finding it, he found the door open, so he walked in. Kenny's back was to him. He was rinsing out a mop in the sink. "Kenny," he called out, and the man dropped the mop and turned around. "Yeah. Can I have a word with you? I'm Officer Warner and I'd like to ask you a few questions about Miss Edwards." He pointed to a couple of chairs in the corner. "Can we sit?" Kenny shrugged his shoulders and limped over and Saturday down. Zane followed him, pulling out his badge and showing it to him before sitting down. Have you heard about Miss Edwards being harassed? No. A man of few words, Zane thought to himself. Have you seen anyone suspicious hanging around her apartment? No. Have you noticed any strangers, people who don't live here? No. Zane was slowly losing patience. Look, Kenny, I need your help. Miss Edwards is being stalked, and I understand you work a lot of hours and you must see just about everything. So if there's anything you know, won't you help me find the person? When Kenny said nothing, Zane snapped. I guess you don't like her very much. Kenny's head started bobbing and his arm began jerking. It was obvious the man had Tourette syndrome, and he was a couple of bricks short of a load. I like her. I like her a lot. She is a nice lady, nicer than the other people in this building. She always smiles and says hi to me. So you do like her? Yes, she's nice and very pretty. So will you help me? Have you seen any strange men hanging around her place? No, she never has men over, just that manager of hers, Kenny said. His jerking settled down and he seemed more relaxed. He's a creep, always touching her. Zane found what he said a little strange. How would he know if she had men over or not? How long have you worked here, Kenny? Long time. Don't remember how long though. Zane's hands reach into his pocket and he pulls out a card, handing it to Kenny. If you see or hear anything suspicious, call me at this number. Her life could be in danger. Who would want to hurt her? She is an angel, Kenny said almost dreamlike. That's what we want to find out. Leaving the janitor's room, headed back to Jade. The door was unlocked, so he would have to remind her to keep it locked at all times. She was in the small kitchen setting dishes out, and the Chinese food in their containers Saturday on the table. Would you like beer or wine? She asked as she poured herself a glass. Wine is fine. So you talked to Kenny? You were gone so long I thought maybe you had left. She sat her day down and taking the containers dished out her food, handing him the rest. Yeah, he's a bit of an eyeball and he has a crush on you. She laughed. What? No, he doesn't. He's just a sweet man who's lonely. Surely you don't suspect him. I think he's worth keeping an eye on. So how long have you been a model? About 4 years now. Started when I turned 18. Do you like what you're doing? It's okay. It pays the bills, but I don't plan on doing it much longer. My plans are to move to Kansas and take over my aunt's tea shop. As soon as I have enough money saved up to buy it, I'm out of here. That's a far cry from the big city. Won't you be bored? I grew up there when my parents died in an accident. My aunt took me in and raised me. I actually love it there. The small town with its beautiful country, and the people are so friendly, down to earth. What about you? How long have you been a cop? He had taken off his jacket and his shirt was tight-fitting, showing off his muscular shape. I've wanted to be a cop since I was a small child. My father and his father were also cops. I've been with the force 6 years now and I'm up for detective this month. My mother died 2 years ago of cancer. I'm so sorry, Zane, she said, placing her hand on his arm briefly. Would you like another glass of wine? No, I better not. I'm driving. It's getting late. I should get going, he said, carrying his empty plate over to the sink. Your phone number has been changed, and remember to keep your door locked, and if you need anything, call me. She walked him to the door and opened it. Thanks for dinner. I enjoyed this evening. The talk and getting to know you. When I first met you, I thought you were a pompous jerk, but you actually turned out to be a half-decent man. He chuckled. And I thought you were a snob, who was only trying to further your career. I'm making up a story about someone stalking you. Placing his hand on the doorframe, his body inches from hers as he looked down at her. It just shows that you can't judge a book by its cover. He had the urge to kiss her. Even in her sweats she was gorgeous. He leaned down to kiss her, but she put her hand between his mouth and hers. Don't, she said, backing up. I'm sorry, that was unprofessional of me. I promise it won't happen again, he said as he turned to leave, but stopped to look back at her. Any problems, give me a call. She closed the door behind her and leaned against it. It would have been so easy for her to have given in when he was about to kiss her. He was handsome and his body made her mouth water, but she knew men like that, players, men who thought they could have any woman they wanted and after getting them into bed lost interest and moved on to the next female who crossed their path. It was clear to her that he was a womanizer. He knew he was good-looking and used it to his advantage. Even though she felt the sparks between them, she vowed not to get involved with him. He would only end up breaking her heart. Zane stopped at the bar before going home, and no sooner did he sit down and order a beer when a brunette approached him. She was cute, and when she smiled at him, she sat on the stool next to him. He bought her a drink and they started talking. After a couple of drinks, they left the bar together and he gave her a ride home. They never made it inside. She straddled him inside the car, telling him to hurry while he unwrapped a condom and put it on. As she rode him, he regretted it. His mind was on Jade, so closing his eyes, he tried to pretend it was her, but it didn't work. So he stopped the woman whose name he didn't even know and moved her from his lap. He removed the condom and threw it in the garbage bag that was under the seat. "What's wrong?" she snapped as she pulled her dress down. "Sorry, doll. I'm not in the mood." She boldly placed her hand on his crotch, feeling his hard snake. "Your snake says otherwise. Would you rather go inside?" He leaned over her and opened the passenger door. "No, now get out." Getting out, she called him in bumhole before slamming the door and walking away. Turning back around, she gave him the finger. Rubbing his chin, he grinned. This was the first time he left a woman unsatisfied. Chapter 4. Zane was dressed and ready to start his shift the following morning when he got a call from his partner, telling him to stop by Jade's apartment on his way to work. Joe wouldn't say what it was about over the phone, just told him to hurry. His throat felt like it was on fire, his pulse racing. Did something happen to her after he left her place? When he got to Jade's place, there were several officers already busy dusting for fingerprints. On the door, written in red paint, was the word whore. Walking inside, he saw Jade sitting with Joe. Her cat Muffin was sitting on her lap. She had on a black skirt, black knee-length boots, and a white blouse. He went right over to her, and when he got close, the cat hissed and took off, going into the other room. She looked up at him and he saw fear in her eyes. "When did this happen?" "I was leaving for work, and when I opened the door, I found it there. I didn't hear anything." "Why would anyone do this?" she asked, her eyes tearing up. "I have to get to work. I'll give you a ride. In the meantime, we'll have someone come and clean it up. It'll be gone by the time you get home," Zane said as he helped her to her feet. Turning to Joe, "You got all the information you need, right?" "Yes, and we already talked to the janitor. He doesn't know anything." "I'll meet you down at the station," Joe answered. "Are you okay?" he asked once they got settled in his car. "I will be. I just don't understand why this is happening to me. All my life I tried to be nice to everyone. I live a decent and clean life. I work hard and don't sleep around. It's nothing that you've done, but being in the spotlight, you're bound to attract some weird and sick people. They mostly want to scare you." It angered him to think that some prick out there was hurting someone as sweet as her. "We're here. Do you want me to walk you in?" "No, I'll be okay. Thanks for the ride, Zane. I mean Officer Warner. We're alone, so you can call me Zane." He then went and met his partner, Joe. They were going to talk to Jade's ex, Trevor Frost. After knocking, Trevor let them in, and it was clear that the man was hungover. He was blonde and had the body of a weightlifter. His muscles were bulging. Turned out he was a wrestler. "We want to ask you about Miss Edwards." "What about her?" he snapped, reaching for a bottle of scotch. Both Zane and Joe looked at one another, both thinking the same thing, that it was kind of early for drinking. "When was the last time you saw her?" Zane asked. He took an instant dislike to the man. "I don't remember. Maybe 5 or 6 months ago." "Why? Has something happened to her?" Joe cleared away some papers from the couch and sat her down, taking out his pad and pen. "Someone has been stalking and harassing her." "Where were you between midnight and 7 this morning?" "I was here, passed out on my bed, and before you ask, I was alone." He took a swallow of his drink, not looking at them, asked, "Is she all right?" "For now," Zane snapped. "Why do you care? We heard how you struck her and called her names in front of the other models. Does it make you feel like a big man striking a woman?" Trevor turned to glare angrily at Zane. "I was wasted and angry at her for breaking up with me. I had never hit her before, and I regretted it the moment it happened. I was in love with her. Hell, I still am, and I would never hurt her." He sat her down and rubbed his face with both hands. "Even after I heard she had a one-night stand with Mike O'Brien, I was willing to overlook it." Zane's head snapped up from his pad, tapping his pen against it. "Mike O'Brien, the cameraman?" No, he didn't believe it. Jade didn't seem like the type to cheat. "Yeah, that's right. If there's anyone you should be talking to, it's him. He's obsessed with her." "Will you do that?" Joe said. After asking him a few more questions, they left. It was decided they would go now and talk to Mike. Zane also wanted to check on Jade. Mike O'Brien, we'd like a word with you, Joe said, showing him his badge. Mike was of average build, red hair. Make it quick, I've got pictures to take. They asked him the usual questions: where he was on the night Jade's door was vandalized, how well he knew her. Is it true you had a one-night stand with Miss Edwards, and that you're obsessed with her? Zane asked, watching the man closely. Hell no, you've been talking to Trevor, haven't you? That man is sick in the head. He thinks everyone was sleeping with her. I asked her out once but she turned me down. Guess I wasn't her type. She's a bit of a snob, like the rest of the bitches here. If you don't have a lot of money or a big snake, they won't give you the time of day. Zane wanted to haul out and punch the man, but he kept his cool. Has anyone been harassing her that you know of? Lily, one of the models, is always giving her a hard time. Once she loosened the heel on one of Jade's shoes. Luckily she didn't suffer any injuries, just a sprained ankle. Why would she do that? Zane barked. Jade was the main feature of Victoria's Secrets magazine. With Jade out of the way, Lily was next in line. I'm telling you, some of these women are brutal. They'll do just about anything to get ahead. Walking away, Joe turned to Zane. Well, that makes 5 suspects now. Christ, this case is getting more complicated. So what's next? We talked to this Lily person, Zane answered. Seeing Jade, he told Joe to get started and he'd be there in a few minutes. Walking over, he saw her smile when she saw him. Miss Edwards, how's everything going? Are you feeling better now? He watched as her tongue swept over her bottom lip. Whether it was on purpose or not, he wasn't sure. Office Warner, keeping busy helps me to take my mind off things. Are you here on official business or just checking out the models? She asked, a small smile appearing. Official business. What time are you done work? It'll be late, probably around 8. Why? I'll drop by and give you a lift home. You don't have to do that. I can take a cab. I want to. I'll see you later, he said and walked away. He had to find his partner and Lily. Lily was indeed a very beautiful woman. Her hair was raven black, her breasts were large and she had long legs, high cheekbones, eyes were dark blue. She surely turned a lot of heads, but there was an ugliness about her that Zane spotted right away. Lily didn't even try to hide her hatred for Jade. I don't care what you heard. I did not do anything to her damn shoe. Can I help it if she is clumsy? She walked up to Zane, her fingers touching his chest. You work out. Your body is very toned. You could be a model. Removing her hand, he backed away. If there's nothing else you can tell us, that will be all. Good day, Miss Siegel. Joe followed him out to the car. She likes you, partner. So why didn't you get her number? Thought you told me not to. Besides, I'm not interested. Would that be because you have a thing for Miss Edwards? Joe stood in front of him, pointing a finger at him. Don't get involved with her, Zane. Keep your mind on the job at hand and your pecker in your pants. Shut up, he said with a grin on his face. Joe was one who did things by the book, and getting emotionally involved was strictly forbidden when on a case. Going back to the station, they spent the rest of the day writing reports and discussing the case. Joe was sure it was the ex, where Zane was leaning towards Jade's manager, but they had no solid proof. Going home, he showered and changed, then headed back to the agency to pick up Jade. She was coming out of Reggie Curtis' office. His arm was around her waist and for some reason, it irked him. I'll see you in a couple of days, sweetheart, Reggie said and kissed her cheek. Zane walked over to her, his eyes on Reggie as he disappeared back into his office. I'm starving. How about you? He asked as they went to his car. I could eat. Great. I know this cute little burger joint. Wait, do you like burgers and fries? I love them, she said, sliding into the passenger seat. Jade looked around the quaint little restaurant. It was one of those mom-and-pop places. Checkered tablecloths and a single flower in a little white vase on each table. With a jukebox in the corner, Zane ordered them cheeseburgers, fries and milkshakes. He was still astonished at how much she ate and remained slender. During their meal, she held out her hand. Lend me some quarters for the jukebox, please? Smiling, he placed several quarters in her hand, and watched as she went over and searched for something to play. Getting up, he went over and looked over her shoulder. Have you not decided which one to play yet? You pick, she said, looking back at him. He pushed some buttons and a slow romantic song came on. Turning her around, took her in his arms. Dance with me? I don't think it's allowed, she replied. Her heart started racing when she felt his arms around her waist, holding her firmly. I doubt they will mind, he said, pulling her close. He could feel her heart beating against his chest. When she laid her head on his shoulder, her feminine scent was intoxicating. This is nice. I've never danced with a woman in here before. Everyone is staring at us, Jade said as she looked around. They aren't staring at us. They're staring at you because you are so beautiful. Stop saying that. It's making me uncomfortable. She looked up at him. It's getting late. Can you take me home now? She was so tired of men telling her how beautiful she was. It was at the point where it meant nothing to her. Why couldn't they say she was smart or had a good sense of humor? But no, it always had to be about her looks. That's all men cared about, and she was hoping Zane would be different, but he wasn't. As they drove through the streets back to her place, he wondered why she was so quiet. Have I done something to upset you? He asked, turning to look at her. I'm just sick of men telling me I'm beautiful. There's more to me than that. I thought women liked being told they're beautiful. Sure, but not all the time. I have a brain, but no one wants to know about that. She shook her head, looking out the window. Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. Arriving at her apartment complex, he insisted on walking her to her door. Her face turned white and her lips trembled when they saw that the door was open ajar. Wait right here, he ordered, pulling the gun out from behind his back. He quietly pushed the door open wider and heard her gasp. Chapter 5. Jade's hands went to her mouth and she let out a gasp. Her place had been broken into. Everything was turned upside down. Furniture was tipped over. Lamps smashed and pictures littered the floor. Zane turned sharply to her in anger. I thought I told you to wait by the door. Why would anyone do this? She cried out. Stay here. I'm going to check the other rooms, he ordered her. He checked the kitchen, the bathroom, and finally the bedroom. Coming from the bedroom, he shut the door behind him. He didn't want her to see what was in there. I'll call the police. He made the call and told her a squad car would be right over. When he saw her heading to the bedroom, he grabbed her arm before she could open the door. No, don't go in there. Frowning, she raised an eyebrow. Why not? Trust me, you don't want to go in there. He hadn't known her for that long, but he sensed that she was not one to be told what to do or not do. Let go of my arm now, she snapped. When he released her, she opened the door and went inside. She screamed at the sight in front of her. Muffin, her beloved cat, lay dead, covered in blood. The letters UN were written in its blood on the white carpet next to the body. She became lightheaded and her legs gave out, but Zane was there, lifting her up and carrying her back to the living room. He placed her on the sofa, and then went and got her a glass of water. Here, drink this, he said, handing her the water. Closing her eyes, she tilted her head back. Tears filled her eyes and ran down her face. A moment passed when she opened them and drank the water. Why would anyone kill an innocent animal so brutally? She asked, looking him in the eyes. I don't know. I'm so sorry, Jade. Sitting next to her wiped her tears away. Those letters, UN, what does that mean? When he didn't answer, she swatted his hands away. Tell me, Zane. I want to know. You're next, he said, hating the look of fear in her eyes. Oh my God, someone wants me dead. How did they even get in here? She stood up and went to the window and looked out. With all the bright lights from the sea shining, it looked so lovely. But inside her apartment there was ugliness. A place she once felt safe in now held fear. A chill raced through her veins and she shivered. Going over, he put his arms around her from behind. I won't let anyone hurt you. When she turned around and buried her head in his chest, he held her in his arms, stroking her hair when she broke down and sobbed. He only released her when he heard the other officers coming in. She hadn't shut the door. Helping Jade back over to the sofa, he went through the scene with the others. Men were brought in to dust for fingerprints as she was being questioned. And older officers asked her the questions, and when he was finished asked if she had somewhere she could stay for a few days until the place was cleaned up. Zane showed the officers his badge and told him he and Joe Brown were working on her case. He saw her body go rigid when the cat's body, wrapped in a plastic bag, was carried out, along with the brass candlestick holder which was used as the murder weapon. Go pack a few things. You're coming with me, Zane said, taking her hand and helping her up. Where to? You'll stay at my place until things are cleared up here. I can stay at a hotel, she answered. Look, Jade, it's best that you stay with someone. You shouldn't be alone. Once everyone had left, he carried her back out to the car and opened the door for her. Then going around got into the driver's side. His heart ached for her. She looked so sad. her eyes swollen, and she was holding back more tears. He reached out and took her hand in his and held it. She didn't pull away. He pulled out his keys to his apartment. Opened the door. He stepped aside, letting her enter first. Jade looked around the dimly lit room. It was a mess, with clothes lying everywhere, and dirty dishes sitting on the coffee table in the living room. It was in dire need of a good cleaning. "You live here alone?" she asked, already knowing the answer. No woman in her right mind would put up with this mess, she thought as she ran a finger over the dust covering the end table. "Yup, just me." He started picking up the dirty clothes off the floor. "Sorry about the mess. I wasn't expecting company. The kitchen's over there, the bathroom down the hall next to the bedroom." "You only have one bedroom?" "Yes, you can take the bedroom and I'll sleep on the couch. Would you like anything? A glass of wine or coffee?" "I could use some wine. Would you mind if I slip into something more comfortable before going to bed?" "Not at all." Turning, he went into the kitchen and poured the glasses of red wine, wiping the glasses first. Shit, why hadn't he cleaned up before now? He cursed to himself. Smiling, he went and Saturday waiting for her to come out. A smile crossed his face at the thought of her coming out in a slinky nightgown, but it disappeared when she returned wearing cotton pajama bottoms and a sweatshirt, her hair done up in a bun. Taking the glass he offered her. "Thank you." She looked down, her fingers playing with the bottom of the sweatshirt. "I'm glad you were there with me. I wish I knew who was doing this to me." "We'll find him, and I'm sorry about your cat." She looked up at him. "You didn't like my cat, Muffin." Zane was not a cat guy, more of a dog guy, but still didn't like what happened. "Maybe not, but I would never harm an animal, including cats," he said as he moved a strand of her hair behind her ear. It was just a light touch, but his hand on the side of her face sent a spark of heat coursing through her body. If she didn't make a move to get away from him, she would have melted into his arms. He had that effect on her, which she was sure he had on other women. "Well, it's late. I think I better go to bed now." Zane stood up. "Sure, just let me grab a pillow and blanket first." Grabbing what he needed, came back out. "I've put fresh sheets on the bed and some clean towels in the bathroom. Have a good night's sleep and don't worry about anything. I'm here for you." It felt like she had just fallen asleep when she heard a noise in the bedroom, and opening her eyes, she saw Zane by the closet. He had on a towel around his waist. His hair was still damp from an obvious shower. He turned around, uniform in his hands, and he smiled when he noticed she was awake. "Morning. I hope I didn't wake you. I tried to be as quiet as I could without disturbing you." Swallowing the lump in her throat, she tore her eyes away from him when she realized she was staring. "You didn't. I made coffee if you want some. I'll just go and get ready in the bathroom," he said, walking out with a grin on his face. He liked the fact that she had a hard time taking her eyes off him. He was used to women ogling him, but it gave him great pleasure when she did it. Jade was sipping on her coffee when Zane came into the kitchen, fully clothed in his police uniform. "You're working today?" she asked, avoiding his eyes. "I don't want to impose on you any further, so I'll check into a hotel." "No, you won't," he said as he poured himself a cup of coffee. God, he just realized how that must have sounded. So turning around, went and sat her down across from her. "What I mean is, you're not imposing. No one knows you're here, so you'll be safe. Just make yourself at home, and whatever you do, don't leave the apartment. I have to leave, but if you need anything, call me." Zane met with his partner, and they were called into the chief's office. Because of the recent events on the Edwards case, it's now a priority. Her manager feels her life is in danger, and I agree. I'm going to assign another officers to her. She'll be under 24-hour watch. There was no way Zane wanted another man to stay with her. "It's my case. Let me stay on it." "Why?" the chief asked. "I know the people involved and she trusts me." "Okay then, but you'll still be working with Joe. I want you both to go talk with the suspects again, and starting tomorrow you stick with Miss Edwards. Don't let her out of your sight." Zane and Joe went, but got nowhere with those in question. Her ex was nowhere to be found, so they would have to try getting a hold of him later. "What the hell are you doing, Zane? I think you're getting too close to Miss Edwards." "It's just a job. Like I said, she trusts me." Later, when he returned home, he walked into a clean apartment, and the delicious aroma of beef cooking filled the small room. Walking into the kitchen, he saw Jade stirring the gravy. She was wearing a cute little dress and was barefoot. "Hi," she said, turning around when she heard him enter. "You didn't have to do all this, you know, the cleaning and cooking." Though he liked it, he also felt guilty that she had. "Don't be silly. I wanted to." Besides, I had nothing else to do all day. Dinner will be ready soon, so if you want to go change, feel free. Taking a quick shower, he changed into jeans and a t-shirt. He sat her down at the table as she dished out their food, and he told her what progress they made in her case, or lack of was more like it. So you and I have to spend every day together, and you'll be following me around. Isn't that like stalking me? I'm not sure I like the idea of that. I do like my privacy. You don't expect me to keep on staying here, do you? No, we can stay at your place once it's finished being cleaned up if you want to. Look, I know it's not ideal, but it's for your safety, and once we catch the prick, your life can go back to normal. I have a photo shoot tomorrow, and I don't think Reggie will want cops hanging around. I won't be in uniform but plainclothed and will blend in. Fine, she said, giving a wave of her hand. What's in the bag? He asked, pointing to a brown paper bag sitting on the counter. She smiled. Some personal belongings I found when I was cleaning up. Not yours, I gather. Getting up, he looked inside the bag. His face turned red. A bra and panties were laid inside. Oh, my sister must have left them the last time she was here. You don't have a sister, do you? No, he shook his head. He hoped to God he hadn't forgotten to throw away the used condoms. He'd hate for her to find any. He didn't want her to think he was some kind of sex maniac. Chapter 6. This is really good, Zane said as he took another bite of his roast beef and gravy. To be honest, I never take you for one who cooks. I can bake too, she said snarkily. Why is it that a man finds it hard to believe that a model can cook? We can do lots of things like so, and guess what? We know how to read. He held up his hands in surrender. Woo, sorry, he decided to change the subject. You told me that you want to move and buy a tea shop in Kansas. Do you still plan on doing it? It's not just a tea shop. It also has coffee, soup, and sandwiches, and yes, I do. I used to help out my aunt, and I would bake these little cakes and cookies. I miss it and the townspeople. The town is called Red River, just outside Kansas City. It's small with only a few shops and a bar and has only one sheriff. Sounds boring, Zane commented. You might find it that way, but I don't. It's my home and I love it. Tell me more about this Trevor Frost. What do you want to know? For starters, how did you two meet? I was doing a runway show, and he was there with a woman he was dating at the time. I guess he took a liking to me. He knew Reggie and asked him to introduce us, which he did. He called me several weeks later and asked me out. We started dating after that. How did he treat you? What do you mean? Was he abusive towards you? Ever hit you other than that day he showed up at your work? He's a big guy, and being a wrestler he could hurt someone. Trevor has a bad temper, but he never hurt me. He actually put me on a pedestal, treated me like a princess, but he did have a jealous streak. We would fight whenever he thought I was being too friendly with another man, and he would accuse me of sleeping around. He was so possessive and I couldn't take it anymore, so I broke it off. Were you in love with him? I cared about him, but no, I didn't love him. He's in love with you. I don't think it's love. I was more his property, and he doesn't like giving up anything that he thinks belongs to him. She looked Zane in the eyes. I am no one's property and never will be. He liked her spunk and found it as sigh as hell. Now it's your turn. Tell me about the woman who owns the bra and panties. I don't know who they belong to. It was such a long time ago. He was only telling part of the truth. He had many women over from time to time, and how was he supposed to know who they belonged to? I know your type. Really? And what type is that? He asked, looking at her. The type that sleeps with every woman he can get into bed, and then doesn't bother to call them the next day. A player with no feelings for the woman he's with. Maybe that's because I hadn't met the right woman, he said. It kind of pissed him off that she was jumping to conclusions about him, but then she was partly right about him. He helped her with the washing up, and then they settled down in front of the TV to watch a movie, where she told him how much she loved the old black and white movies. He found one for them to enjoy. They Saturday on opposite sides of the couch, with a bowl of popcorn in the middle, and he opened a bottle of wine, pouring them each a glass. Zane tried to concentrate on the movie, but was finding it hard being so close to her. She smelled so good, vanilla scented, and he wanted to put his face in her neck and taste her soft skin. He turned his head slowly to look at her. She was so engrossed in the movie that she didn't notice the first piece of popcorn he threw at her. The third piece hit her cheek and she turned to him, rolling her eyes. What are you, like 12 years old? Just having some fun. He threw another one and laughed when she shook her head at him. Grow up, you jerk. she said and turned to watch the movie. When he threw a handful of popcorn at her, she grabbed the bowl. Taking a handful, started throwing it at him. How do you like it? She said, laughing. As they continued throwing the snack back and forth, both laughing and forgetting all about the movie, Zane wrestled the bowl from her, and pushing her down straddled her and pinned her hands above her head. Looking down at her, the laughter stopped abruptly, and when he looked into her eyes, her pupils were dilated. His eyes moved down to her lips, which were pumped up as she ran her tongue over them. Lowering his mouth, he kissed her. His lips pressed firmly to hers as he pushed his tongue into her mouth. He released her hands when he heard her moan and her body arched towards him, her arms going around his neck. His right hand went to the zipper on the front of her dress and pulled it down past her breasts. Slipping a hand inside, cupped her breast. It felt so firm through the material of the bra she wore. He then pulled the zipper till it was all the way down and unzipped. Spreading the dress open, his hand traveled down till he reached the panties, and his hand moved between the S-size silk panties and her pussycat, which he found was wet. His heart was racing, his breathing becoming rapid. He was panting as his snake grew harder when she started grinding against his fingers as he stroked her. Zane, oh God, she managed to say as he moved deeper. His finger was doing things that had her mad with desire. There was a fire in the pit of her belly. Stars flashed under closed eyelids as she enjoyed the feeling, and her core throbbed madly when she felt his hard shaft pressing against her. She opened her eyes when he stopped and watched as he pulled his shirt up over his head, and taking it off, threw it to the floor. She ran her hands over his muscular chest, before his lips went to her neck and he kissed and sucked lightly. Just as he started pulling her panties down, the phone rang, but he ignored it until the answering machine clicked on and a female voice spoke. Sana, where the hell are you? You were supposed to be here 20 minutes ago. I'm here waiting, naked, so hurry up and come over. Hearing this, Jade came to her senses and pushed him off her. What was I thinking? You better hurry. Your date is waiting. Standing up, she did her zipper up, her back turned from him. Jade, I'm sorry you heard that, but I have no intentions of going over there. He walked up behind her, his hands going on her shoulders. That date was made before I knew you. I'd much rather be here with you. He went to kiss the back of her neck, but she shrugged him off and walked away, keeping her distance from him. I'm glad we got interrupted. What almost happened shouldn't. He moved closer to her, his eyes burning into hers. There's fire between us and there's no reason why we shouldn't. You wanted it, Jade. I saw it in your eyes. You want me as much as I want you? That woman on the phone means nothing to me. She's not important. She stood staring at him, her brow lowered, lips thinned and nostrils flaring. You are disgusting the way you treat women. You're disrespectful to women, and I will not be another notch on your bedpost. It's not like that with you. Those other women didn't mean anything to me. You're different, Jade. You're not another conquest. The fact that you could treat women that way shows me what kind of man you are. I would never be able to trust you. I need to be with someone who would be happy with one person, one who wouldn't cheat. I'm not saying you're a bad guy, just that you are a player and you'll never settle down. Wow, you think you know me but you don't. Going over, he grabbed her and put her up against the wall. You can't deny that there's something between us, something special. Give me a chance to prove to you that I'm not the guy you think I am, and that I can change. You can't. It's in your blood. From now on it has to be just business, and if you can't keep it, that way I'll have to ask for someone else to take your place. Is that really how you want it? Yes. Now let go of me. I'm going to bed. When he released her and walked away, she went to the bedroom and shut the door behind her, and rested her forehead against the coolness of the door. She had come close to sleeping with Zane. She could not deny the attraction she felt towards him nor the way her body reacted whenever he touched her. Except for her ex, every other man she had ever dated cheated. There was that terrible feeling of betrayal and pain, one that cut deep into your heart when you found out the one you were with cheated on you. It was the worst feeling in the world, made you feel unworthy of love. She never wanted to feel that pain again and just knew that Zane had the power to hurt her. Things were a bit awkward over breakfast the next morning between the two. Each one avoided making eye contact with the other. Dressed in a dark suit, he drove Jade to her photo shoot and escorted her into the building. He stood off to the side, keeping an eye on her, as he watched and listened to all that was going on. The only time he left Jade unattended was to go to the bathroom. He was more than annoyed when one of the models dressed in some S-size lingerie cornered him when he came out. When he tried to walk past, she got in front of him and put her arms around his neck. I hear you are some sort of bodyguard for Jade. My body could use some guarding. What do you say, sugar? Wanna go in back? He placed his hands on her arms, not interested at all. As he was about to remove her arms, Jade came around the corner and what she saw was Zane with his hands on the model. Seeing her, he removed the woman's arms and walked away and towards Jade. "I knew you couldn't change," she said, shaking her head, and went to walk away but was stopped when he grabbed her hand. "It's not what you think. I was in the men's room, and she cornered me and threw her arms around me. I was removing them when you saw us. Besides, what do you care? It was you who wanted our relationship to be strictly business." His hand went up and stroked her cheek. "Unless you want to change your mind." She swatted his hand away. "I don't care, and no, I haven't. I need to change my outfit for the next shot." He waited outside her door, then walked her back out and stood back as the lights started flashing. Music played and she did her posing thing. His eyes wandered around. Something seemed off to him. Call it a gut feeling. He noticed one of the lights from above was flickering. Shielding his eyes, he scanned the ceiling and saw that the one spotlight was hanging lower and looked like it was about to drop. Jade was right under it. Running towards her, he yelled for everyone to get out of the way. Chapter 7. Zane reached her, just as the light above snapped and came crashing down. Grabbing her, he pushed her up against the wall, shielding her with his body. Women were screaming and people running all over as the equipment shattered into pieces, and glass went flying in every direction. With his back to it, he protected her, covering her head with his hands while his body covered hers. He never wanted to let go of her. Glancing over his shoulders, he knew how close he came to losing her. After things settled down, he moved back and cupped her face in his hands, looking into her eyes that were filled with horror. "Are you okay?" he asked as he checked her over for any sign of injuries. Her voice shook, body trembled as she nodded. "Yes, I think so." "Stay right here while I take a look," he ordered. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed the police, telling them what had happened and to send some officers over. He kneeled down to look at the wiring, but dared not touch anything as there were some live wires. Looking above and back to the light, he noticed something about the cord. It looked like it had been cut. Turning his head back to Jade, he got up and went over to her. Removing his jacket covered her up. "Go get dressed, okay?" "Okay," she answered back. "What do you think happened?" "I'm not sure. Won't know till the experts arrive." Clutching his jacket, she walked back to the dressing room on wobbly knees. She had never known lights to come crashing down in all the time she had been modeling. Reggie will be furious when he finds out what happened, mainly due to the fact of all the money he'd lose for loss of time. Every minute delay could cost him thousands of dollars. She couldn't help but wonder where he was. He really missed a photo shoot. Joe Brown showed up along with the others. "What the hell went on here?" Joe asked as he and Zane stood watching as someone examined the phone light. "This was deliberate. Someone cut the wires in order to make it fall during Jade's shoot. We've got to find the bastard, and soon," Zane said, and felt his anger rising. It was driving him mad with trying to figure out who was behind this. As of now, they had no proof that any of their suspects were involved. "You're right. Someone did cut this wire," the man examining the equipment said as he looked up at the two. "Well, we'll speak to everyone who was here," Joe said. Turning to another officers told him to get the surveillance tapes. "It ought to show us if there was anyone hanging around that shouldn't be. You take Miss Edwards home and I'll be in touch with you later." "She's staying at my place until tomorrow." He ran his hands through his hair. "If you find something, no matter how small, let me know. Make sure to question all the suspects on their whereabouts today." They turned their heads when there was a commotion coming from outside and a large man burst in. It was Trevor Frost, Jade's ex. Two officers were trying to restrain him, but were dragged along as though they weighed nothing. "Where is she?" "Where's Jade?" Trevor shouted. When he saw her, he flung off the officers and made his way over to her before Zane could stop him. He grabbed her, crushing her against him. "Fouquet baby, I heard what happened. Are you okay?" Jealousy coursed through Zane's veins, and with a strength he never knew he had managed to pull Trevor away. "Get away from her." He got in between them. "It's really weird that you just happened to be here on the day." The light came crashing down, almost killing Jade. "You wouldn't be the one responsible, would you? You're strong and I bet you'd have no problem cutting through these wires." Trevor looked over Zane's shoulder to Jade. "Baby, you know I'd never harm you. Tell this shit I wouldn't hurt you." "Why are you here, Trevor? You're not allowed to be anywhere near the set," she cried out, peeking over Zane's shoulder. "I've been worried about you ever since I heard what was going on. I know you've been staying with this cop. Come home with me, baby. I can protect you better than he can." Jade stepped out from behind Zane. "I'm not going with you, Trevor. You have to forget about me and move on. I don't love you." She looked at Zane. Can you take me home now? Before anyone knew what was happening, Trevor lurched forward, grabbing her arms and holding on so tight she winced from the pain. Zane and Joe both tried to pry him off her as he started yelling and shaking her. You bitch, you're fucking him, aren't you? Tell me, he said, shaking her as if she were a rag doll. It took Zane and Joe along with 2 other officers to get him off Jade, and he was put in handcuffs. Get this prick down to the station and book him. Zane cursed and put his arm around her. Book me for what? I didn't do anything, Trevor yelled. For one thing, attacking Miss Edwards, and once we check the surveillance tape, we'll be able to see just what you were up to. He turned to Jade. Let's get you out of here. As soon as we find out something, I'll let you know, Joe said, watching as Trevor was being dragged out. Come over tonight, Zane said over his shoulder as he walked away, leading her out and to the parking lot. Reaching the car, he opened the door but stopped when she placed her hand on his arm. Her eyes lowered. You saved my life. Thank you, she said, shifting her eyes to look up at him, and felt the heat from his hand when he touched the side of her face. Their eyes stared into each other's eyes for a few minutes. It was my pleasure, and I'll always be here for you. He wrapped his arms around her when she leaned against him. He held and stroked her hair till she finally moved. He could have stayed like that forever. When they arrived back at his place, there was a message for her saying that her apartment would be ready in the morning. You can always stay here if you want, he said while they both started making dinner. That's very kind of you, but I want to go back. I have 2 bedrooms and it's not fair that you have to sleep on a couch. It can't be very comfortable. She knew he wasn't, could tell by the way he stretched and rubbed his back in the morning. Joe showed up later that night, and once they were seated with coffee and dessert, he told them what he found out, or didn't find out. We talked to everyone who was there. No one heard or saw anything. As for Mr. Frost, the camera showed that he had been there for a few hours. He snuck in through a side entrance, but nothing to indicate he was near the lighting. He was hiding in the shadows watching you, Miss Edwards. Please, call me Jade. He did disappear from time to time, but not long enough to have done any damage. I spoke to Lily Siegel. She did say there was a man she hadn't seen before fixing some of the equipment but didn't think anything of it. She is not a fan of yours, Jade. Miss Siegel thinks it's you doing it. Says you hired someone to stalk and leave you death threats. Lily has always hated me, ever since I beat her out for the top spot. I'm allergic to peanuts, and one day, she put some in my salad, but luckily I saw them before taking a bite. There were other things she did to try and get me fired. Joe scratched his chin, looking serious. Do you think she could be behind it all? Honestly, I don't think she's smart enough to pull it off, Jade answered. We haven't had a chance to talk to your manager yet. He seems to be out of town for some business. Trevor, I'm not sure what to think about him, except that he's in love with you, and really pissed off that you're staying with Zane. Still shaken up and feeling tired, she excused herself, saying she was going to bed. I don't know, Zane. We aren't getting any closer to finding the person responsible. I want to ask you something and I don't want you to get mad. Depends on what it is, Zane answered. Is it at all possible that what Lily said could be true? Could Miss Edwards be behind it? Zane pointed his finger at Joe. You listen to me, partner. There's no way she is. Seriously, Joe, she wouldn't risk her own life. Jade is not like that. She is kind, forgiving, and hasn't got an evil bone in her body. Oh shit, man. Are you sleeping with her? Joe barked. No. But you like her and want to. Looking at the expression on Zane's face, knew he had hit on the truth. Damn, you know better than to get involved with a case. If you don't keep it in your pants, pal, you could be putting her life in danger. I know what I'm doing. I'm not discussing this with you anymore, he snapped. If you need to get a hold of me, we'll be back at her apartment tomorrow. He walked Joe to the door. I'm sorry I snapped at you. You're right. I do like her more than I should. She's so different from all the other women I know. She's special, and we have to find the bastard who is trying to harm her. Okay, buddy. Just be careful and don't go breaking her heart. Morning. Ready to go? Zane asked as he picked up their bags. Yup, she shouted through the bathroom door. We'll have to stop and pick up some groceries. I don't have much food at home. Jade shook her head at Zane. It was like taking a child into the store. Stop putting all this junk food in the cart, she said as she put the box of cookies back on the shelf. Every time her back was turned, he would throw other treats into the cart which she took out. Laughing, she finally relented and let him get some chips. With bags of groceries in hand, they stepped from the elevator and Zane dropped them to the floor, when he saw a man with his back to them trying to get into her apartment. He was behind the man in a flash and put him in a headlock. Zane, stop. It's only Kenny, Jade shrieked. He released a shaking Kenny. You want to tell me what you're doing? Zane hissed at him. There was still something about the man that bothered him. If only he could put his finger on it. I was just checking to make sure everything was finished, and making sure the new locks were working. His head started to bob and his arm twitched. He looked at Jade. I had special locks installed and an alarm. Here is the code. You can change it any time, he said, handing her the paper. Thank you, Kenny. That was very thoughtful of you, and I'm sorry for Mr. Warner's behavior. He had no right to attack you like that, she said, giving Zane a dirty look. That's okay, Miss Edwards. If you need anything, just give me a shout. If she needs anything, I'll be here to get it for her, Zane said angrily. You're staying here? Kenny asked as his tics got worse. Yeah, I am. You got a problem with that? I'm under his protection, Kenny, since there have been more death threats against me. As soon as they find the culprit, things will get back to normal. Thanks for all your help, and I'll change the code right away. Night, Kenny. He limped away. Getting into the elevator, looked back at Zane. His eyes grew dark and he cursed the man who was with Jade. The door closed, and he banged his hands against the wall and swore out loud. Son of a fucking bitch, he said over and over till the elevator stopped and the door opened. Chapter 8. As he helped her put the food away, he knew she was pissed off at him, and he knew why. You're mad at me, right? Slamming the cupboard door, she turned to him. What is wrong with you? How could you do that to Kenny? You know the man isn't all there, and he was just doing something nice for me. You're a bully, Zane. A bully with a badge who thinks he can push people around. Hey, I didn't know who it was. He could have been trying to break in. What did you want me to do? For starters, you could have called out instead of attacking him. Kenny is a sweet man and he wouldn't hurt a fly. She frowned at him. Surely you don't suspect him. There's something about him. The way he looks at you. I think he has a crush on you. I don't trust him. Just be careful around him. He didn't want to fight with her, so he changed the subject just to be on the safe side. Change the code on your alarm now. Fine, she snapped. Going into the other room, she picked up her phone and dialed the security company and gave them a different number. Happy now? She asked with a smirk on her face. Yup, he smiled. I'll show you to your room. I'm sure you'll be comfortable in here, she said, opening the door to the guest bedroom. Laying his bag on the bed, he looked around. It was small but countsy, a little on the feminine side, but that was okay with him, since he wasn't planning on spending much time in here. Yes, this will be okay. Thanks. I'm starving. How about you? I guess I could eat. I'll make us some pasta and salad. I'll help you, he said, and followed her into the kitchen. I think it would be safer if you were to stay away from work for a while, just until we get some leads. I need to work, Zane. I'm sure your manager can do without you for a few days. He poured them each a drink and they sat her down and ate. Later he washed up so that she could take a long and relaxing bath. He could tell she was still upset and thought it would do her some good. He was doing the dishes when there was a knock at the door. Drying his hands, he went to see who it was. Mr. Curtis, what brings you here so late? He asked, eyeing the flowers and bottle of wine in his hands. I'd like to see Jade. I'm afraid she's not up to having visitors. Who is it? Jade asked, walking into the room wearing a robe and towel drying her hair. It's me, baby, Reggie said as he pushed his way past Zane. He went and put his arms around her. I heard what happened and would have come back sooner, but I couldn't get out of the meetings. He handed her the flowers and wine. They're beautiful. Thank you. Please sit and I'll put them in some water and we can talk. She looked at Zane. Would you mind opening the wine? I'll be right back. Sure, no problem, he said, taking the wine from her. When she returned, she sat her next to Reggie and took the glass of wine from Zane. How did your meeting go? Good, really good, but never mind me. How are you doing? I can't believe that happened, and I'll see to it that there is a full investigation. Whoever is responsible for not checking those lights will be fired. He'll never work in the business again. Zane sat back in his chair watching Reggie and the way he kept touching her knee. There's no need for you to bother. The police are looking into it. Why don't you come and stay with me until everything is cleared up? Thank you, Reggie, but I'll be okay here. I'm under police protection, and I've had new locks put on the door and an alarm installed. I don't think your wife would appreciate me being there. You know how she feels about us Noddles. Reggie glanced over at Zane and moved his jacket so that the gun he carried showed. Well, as long as you are being protected. I know you've been through a lot lately, but I have to remind you of the photo shoot for the launch of the new perfume coming out. It's set up for tomorrow. There's no way she's doing it. It's too dangerous right now. In fact, Miss Edwards won't be going to work until we get the creep. If she doesn't do it, she will get sued since the contract has been signed. He turned to Jade. I know what you must be feeling right now, baby, but you don't have a choice. Everything you worked so hard for will disappear. They'll sue you for everything you've got. You're right. I'll be there tomorrow, she said, looking over at Zane. She could tell he wasn't happy about her decision. That's great. So I'll see you tomorrow then, and don't worry about anything. I'll make sure everything is double-checked, and we'll have extra security around. Getting up, he held out his hand for her to take and walked to the door, completely ignoring Zane. Giving her cheek a kiss, wished her a good night. Closing the door, she turned around to find Zane standing with his arms crossed. His jaw was clenched, his eyes dark as he stared at her. Don't give me that look. You don't understand that I could lose what I've worked so hard for. It's how this business works. The only way to get out of it is if I die. Oh, my God. Will you say something already? All right. You want me to say something, I will. Going tomorrow and putting yourself out there, you will be an open target. There's only so much the police will do. They won't send out any more men to protect you. I won't let you do this. Whirling around, she snapped at him, unleashing all her pent-up fears and anger. You won't let me? Who the hell are you to tell me what I can or can't do? It's not your decision, it's mine, and I'm doing it. You don't have to like it, or even come for that matter. I will not be treated like a child and told what to do, so maybe it's best you leave now. I don't need you. I can get Reggie to hire a bodyguard. Reggie, he said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. What the hell is that supposed to mean? The man is a creep and he's always fondling you. What? No, he doesn't. Sure he does, always touching you, and tonight he kept putting his hand on your knee, moving his thumb up and down. I thought you were smart enough to figure out what he's doing. You're Ambum and you sound like you're jealous, she yelled back at him. He grabbed her arms and pulled her into him, his mouth close to hers. Maybe I am jealous. I can't stand seeing another man touch you when all I want to do is throw you down, rip this robe off you, and make love to you all night long. She looked at his mouth and felt his hard body pressed against her. All caution flew from her mind when she grabbed his face and kissed him. She felt his arms going around her waist as he kissed her with a deep hunger, one that shook them both to the very core. Picking her up, lips locked, carried her over to the couch and laid her down. Climbing on top, continued to kiss, his hand undoing her robe and going to her breast. He moaned when he felt the round firmness. His shaft grew hard. His mouth left hers and traveled down her neck, reaching her collarbone, nipped at it with his teeth. As he moved lower, pulling the nightgown as he went, till she was totally exposed, and tossed it to the floor. Lingering over her, he admired her breasts that were rising and falling rapidly. You have the breasts of a goddess. Taking one in his mouth, sucked and licked the nipple, which was hard and erect. Her sexual mo and us rang throughout the room, which heightened his desire for her. He almost went mad when she unzipped his pants and grabbed a hold of him, her hand moving slowly up and down the length of him. Somehow he managed to kick off his pants and briefs without getting off her. They now lay together, their hot, sweaty bodies glued together. He started kissing her neck, his tongue leaving a wet path, as he moved down over her breasts to her stomach until he reached her thighs. Spreading her legs, he licked her pussycat. His tongue, like a snake, slithered between her folds and inside her, flickering in and out, making her scream out as she twisted her fingers into his hair. His hands under her bum pushed her closer to his face, tongue moving around and side to side till he felt her coming, her body thrashing until her orgasm hit her and she relaxed. Kissing her body as he moved up, looking down at her, he smiled. "Dan, you're so beautiful," he said before kissing her, and she wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. "I'm going to get inside you now and make proper love to you." He rubbed his snake over her clit, teasing her. "Do you want me?" "Yes," she answered through breathy pants. With one quick thrust, he entered her, moving up and down, but stopped when he heard her telling him to stop. "Damn woman, I can't, not now." "Wait, do you have something to put on?" He mentally slapped himself for being so stupid. "Shit, I'm sorry. I got carried away. Wait right here," he said, and pulling out went to his bedroom and came back, rolling the condom over his manhood. He saw her licking her lips and knew she liked what she saw. Getting back on her, He wasted no time going back to what he was doing. His hand stroked her breast as he began thrusting faster. "Do you like this?" he asked her as he continued. "Yes. Oh God, yes," she cried out. "Tell me what you want." "I want you," she said, raising her hips to encourage him to keep going. "Tell me what you want me to do to you and talk dirty. I want you to take me now." "No, talk dirty," he said and slowed down his pace. He was getting more turned on by teasing her, waiting to hear just how dirty she would talk to get what she wanted. "Fuck me, Zane. Fuck me long and hard. I want your huge, hard snake inside me." His body started pounding into her. He moved up and down like a madman and she could feel his snake throbbing. Felt him coming and she couldn't believe it. When he once again brought her to an earth-shattering orgasm, she cradled his head when he collapsed on top of her, and she felt his tongue licking her nipple. A single tear ran down her face. She had never experienced such amazing sex like this before. No wonder women were always drooling over him. She wanted to feel regret for what they had done, but she couldn't. It felt too good. It felt right being with him. Trevor was a selfish lover, and took what he wanted without any regard for whether or not she was left satisfied. But Zane was a tender and giving lover. He made sure she was pleasured before he was. She kissed the top of his head, wanting to stay like this forever. Chapter 9. With the back of his fingers, he stroked the side of her face as he looked down at her. "Let's take this into the bedroom," he said. Getting up, he lifted her into his arms and headed to her room and laid her down on the bed. Laying down beside her, he pulled her close. "You have to know how much I care about you. I bet you say that to all the women you sleep with." Taking her hand, he started kissing her fingers, one by one. "That's where you are wrong. I've never said that to anyone before and never wanted to spend the night with them. You're so different from the others. Will you allow me to sleep in here with you?" "I'd be insulted if you didn't," she answered as she cuddled closer to him. "I'd feel safer with you lying next to me." Morning, he came out of the shower to find her wearing his shirt. Yes, it's cliché but still SI as hell to see a woman wearing nothing but a man's shirt. Going over, he put his arms around her waist as he stood behind her. "What's that you're taking?" he asked when he saw her popping a pill. "It's birth control." "Birth control? If you're on the pill, why did we need to use a condom?" "Are you serious? You must know that the pill is not 100% safe. Also, we have to think of diseases. If that's what you're worried about, there's no need to be. I always use a condom so I'm clean and I know you are too. But I guess you are right. Better to be safe than sorry." He put her onto his lap. His hand moved up her thigh. "God, these legs of yours, I could lick and suck on them all day." Squirming, she tried to break free. "Zane, stop. I have to get ready for work." "Don't worry. We'll get there in time, but first I need to do something." "What?" she asked. She giggled when she realized what he had in mind. After showering and getting dressed, they headed to the studio. Jade was surprised that they made it in time for her to have her hair and makeup done and got into the outfit she was given to put on. She couldn't help but be nervous when she walked over to the spot where she had to stand. Her eyes drifted upwards to the lighting, and then when she looked over at Zane, she felt better. As promised, he had made sure everything was safe by checking it out himself. Zane stood off to the side, watching and listening. He went thin-lipped, his hands rolled up into fists when Reggie went over, giving Jade a hug and kissing her on her cheek. His hand had snaked around her waist and held her close while he had a few words with her. Zane saw red when he removed her robe. She had a SI bra and panties on. She looked so damn hot, and it turned his stomach that Reggie was so close to her. Reggie knew he was watching and was enjoying seeing him squirm. It was obvious to him that Zane was falling for her, but then most guys did. She was every man's dream, blonde, SI and beautiful as hell. He would have liked to be with her, but she had made it clear they would only have a professional relationship. Then Trevor Frost came into the picture, and seeing the size of him, and knowing his strength, knew better than to make a move on her. Reggie took her face in his hands. "Good luck, baby. Just relax and show off that radiant smile of yours." He walked over to the opposite side of Zane to watch the shoot. So far there was no trouble, as they took several shots in different poses. Zane couldn't understand why it took so many pictures for one ad, and it seemed to go on forever. After an hour, the makeup lady went over to freshen her makeup. He stayed where he was, knowing if he got close, he wouldn't be able to resist kissing her, but they had to keep what was going on between them a secret. For now, he walked around, looked up to make sure nothing would fall and that there were no strangers lurking about. All was good. After a short break, the photo shoot started again. Lights were flashing, music playing and people hustling back and forth. A couple of hours later, they finally had the perfect shot they were looking for. Reggie hurried over and handed her the robe to put on. "You did good, baby, and you looked beautiful. Now, why don't you take a few days off? Maybe get away for a while." Zane walked over and stepped in between them. "If you go get dressed, we'll be on our way. I don't want you out in the open any longer than necessary." Taking her arm, walked her over to the dressing room. "I'll be right outside this door waiting for you." He grabbed her arm before she went in. "I just want to say how amazing you looked out there." She gave him a big smile. "Thank you," she said, and slipped away from his hold. When she was with Trevor, he was always getting jealous when she modeled. They fought about it all the time. He wanted her to quit that job, said he'd take care of her, but she wouldn't have any of it. She was an independent woman, and had always taken care of herself financially, and she wasn't about to stop. In her experience, she found men to be possessive and controlling, but Zane was different. He didn't seem to mind what she did for a living, but then again, they only slept together. They weren't a couple. Once they got into the car, he placed his hand on her knee, giving it a light squeeze. "Maybe Reggie was right. We should go away for a few days, get you out of the city for a while." "Where would we go?" "I have this friend who owns a cottage. It's about a 3-hour drive from here and it's right on the beach." He glanced over at her, thinking how nice it would be to get her alone and away from all the danger she's been through the past week. "So what do you think?" "Laying on a beach, no work and getting out of the city," she hummed, pretending to mull it over before answering. "I say hell yeah, let's go." She leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes. It would be nice to get away and relax, to forget about everything and everyone. Back at her apartment while she packed, he made some calls. One was to his partner to let him know where they were going. He also told him to check out Kenny and find out his story. He still didn't trust the man and suspected he wasn't as disabled as he was letting on. He said goodbye and hung up the phone. When Jade came out holding the bikini she was taking to wear on the beach, his eyes almost popped out when he imagined what she'd look like in it. "You like?" she asked when she saw the look on his face. Walking up to her, he took it from her hand. "Oh yeah, this is nice. I can't wait to see you in it and then take it off you." He grinned, pulling her into his arms for a kiss. Knowing where this was headed, she pulled away. "I'm ready to go." Wiping his lips with his fingers, he smiled, knowing that she knew what he wanted to do and stopped him. That was okay. He could wait. "Me too. We'll stop when we get there and buy whatever we need for food." Picking their bags up reminded her to set the alarm. It didn't seem to take that long to get to the small cottage, but that could be because they talked the whole way there. Zane told her how his mother hated being married to a cop, so she divorced him and later remarried an accountant from New York. He moved with his mother, but when he was old enough moved back with his father, and then she passed away from cancer. His father too had remarried and was now living in Florida. He also told her that he loved being a cop, but his dream was to be a detective. He felt he could help more people and that they had more power. "So that's what you like, having power over people," she said, not sure how she felt about that. It was obvious in bed how he liked being the one in charge, having power over her. But what the hell? She found it to be hot and a real turn-on. The way he took control of her, skillfully touched her body, making her beg for more. He was forceful, a tiny bit rough but never enough that it hurt. It was only done in a sexual way which was hot as hell. "I wouldn't say that." "Well, maybe in the bedroom," he said, a grin appearing on his face. "Oh wow, what an amazing spot to have a cottage," she said when she saw it was only steps from the beach and was isolated from everyone. Grabbing their bags from the trunk, he stood next to her. "It's very private here. Let's go in and you can have a look around. I think you'll find it small but comfortable." Jade liked the place. It was cozy. "Oh look, there's a fireplace. It gets cool sometimes at night. In here is the bedroom," he said as he opened the door and laid their luggage on the bed. "So what would you like to do first? Eat or go for a swim?" "I think we should eat first and then go to the beach. I'll make some sandwiches while you make up the bed." She handed him the clean sheets that were sitting on the dresser. She really hoped that he wasn't expecting her to do all the work. "Sure, I don't mind." He gave her a slight grin. "But I don't see the point of making the bed when we're only going to mess it up later when you beg me to make love to you." Laughing, she tooted her head back. "Oh man, you are so full of yourself. It will be you doing the begging and I might take pity on you." Smiling, she left him standing there and went into the tiny kitchen. Putting the food away, kept out what she needed to make their lunch. They dined over BLT sandwiches, milk and pie for dessert. Jade changed into her bikini in the bedroom, and Zane in the bathroom. He gathered up towels and a blanket, and was ready to go when she entered the room. He almost dropped everything when he saw her. She looked like a SX goddess. He let out a disappointed grunt when she covered up with one of his shirts. "Ready to go?" she asked, unaware of the effect her scantily clad body was having on him. That was until she looked down at the swimsuit he had on and the bulge inside, clearly showing how aroused he was. Walking to the beach, he laid the blanket down, and she removed her shirt and sat her down, holding a bottle of suntan lotion. "Would you mind rubbing some on my back?" "With pleasure," he answered, squirting some lotion on his hand and applying it to her back and neck. When she moved her hair aside, he wanted to do her front, and when she tried to take the bottle from him, he held it away from her. "No, let me." He took his time rubbing it up her leg, her stomach, going really slow as he applied it to her chest and neck, his snake growing hard. "My turn," she said. Taking the lotion, she applied it to him, moving her hands over his chest. Chapter 10. They both laid back to enjoy the sun soaking their bodies. There were only a couple of hours left before the sun would start to go down. "Had you ever been in love, Zane?" Eyes closed, he answered. "Once." "Really? So what happened?" "I was 16 and I had the hots for one of the cheerleaders. I asked her, but she kind of laughed in my face." Jade lay on her side to look at him. "That was mean of her. So what did you do?" He turned his head to look at her. "I got angry and so I started working out and changed my appearance. I was a geek in high school, scrawny and on the shy side. A couple of years later we met and started dating. She broke my heart when a year later she dumped me for someone else, and ever since then I swore I wouldn't fall in love again." "So now you're a player, jumping from one woman's bed to another?" "Yes, until now." His eyes traveled over her face and reaching up he stroked her cheek. "I'll race you to the water." He didn't want to continue this conversation, since he wasn't sure how he really felt. He was now 26 years old, and 4 years he had cut off any feelings he might have for a woman. The harder he tried to ignore what he was feeling for Jade, the stronger they became. Later that night, as she was putting on her nightgown, Zane lit a fire and blew up the air mattress. He was making s'mores and thought it would be nice to lay in front of the fire. His mouth watered when he saw her in a sheer nightie. She hadn't bothered to put on a robe. Her perky breasts were so perfect, and he could see her nipples through the material. Her panties were a thong, leaving nothing to the imagination. "What's all this?" she asked, sitting down next to him. She could hear him starting to breathe heavily, and sweat was forming on his forehead when he looked her up and down. Yes, she knew what she was doing to him and was enjoying his reaction. "I'm making s'mores. Want one?" "I love them," she said. Reaching over him, she grabbed the bags of marshmallows. He was sitting on his ass. His legs were outstretched. As she was grabbing the bag, she made sure her bum was sticking up and heard his breath catch in his throat. She let out a squeal when his hands clamped down on her ass, lifting it up, and his mouth nipped on her tender flesh. "You little vixen, you're doing this on purpose to entice me. It worked, so now I must punish you and teach you not to tease." Flinging her down on the mattress, he asked, "Is this nightie expensive?" "Very much so," she answered, her body trembling with anticipation of what was to come. "What a shame I have to destroy it." The material was so flimsy it tore easily when he grabbed the top and pulled it apart. He did the same to her panties and removed his own clothes. Pinning her hands above her head, lay on top and sucked on her neck, feeling her squirm underneath him. "Stop, that tickles." "Oh, so you're ticklish," he said as he started tickling her. Thrashing about, she laughed and begged him to stop. Okay, please stop and I'll do whatever you want." Stopping, he looked down at her. "Or I can do whatever I want to you?" Out of breath, she couldn't answer, so she nodded. "Good. Now go to the bedroom and lay on the bed and wait for me." "What for?" she asked, bewildered. "No questions. Just do it," he ordered her. Obeying, she got up and marched into the room and laid down, curious and a little scared of what he had in mind. He walked in carrying a bag and went over to her. "What's in there?" she asked, pointing to the bag. "Never mind, just close your eyes." He placed a blindfold over them and pushed her back down on the bed, and taking her hands, handcuffed them to the bedpost. "What are you doing?" she cried out. Excitement building in her core began to throb. She felt the dampness pooling between her thighs. "Quiet," he barked. His mouth went to her neck, his hand moving down her slender body, till he reached between her legs and felt how wet her pussycat was. He started stroking sliding his finger inside her. You have the right to remain silent. Whatever you say or do will be used against you. Do you understand? When she didn't answer, he pushed his finger into her deeper, making her gasp. I asked if you understood. Do you? Yes, she said, her breathing becoming raspy. Her body quivered. She knew she was about to come when he stroked her faster. Her teeth chewed on her bottom lip and she growled in disappointment when he stopped, but then felt what she believed to be a feather moving over her breasts and down over her stomach. Her legs were parted and he tickled her over her pussycat with it, making her shiver. Zane, she called out. Hush, he ordered. She heard him shaking something, and then felt something cold being squirted onto each of her nipples. His mouth clamped down on her nipple and he started sucking, lapping up what was whipped cream, arching her back, giving him encouragement to keep going. His teeth grazed her nipple and he moved to the other breast. She ran her tongue over her lips, her moans getting louder, when he ran his tongue down her body, till he reached her pussycat that was throbbing and she squirmed with desire. Her body was on fire and she couldn't keep quiet any longer. Zane, oh my God, will you put me out of my misery and take me already? He had to laugh at the urgency in her voice. I warned you to be quiet. Now you will have to wait longer. No, don't protest or it will be even longer. She bit down on her lip lightly so as not to speak. His hands caressed and rubbed her in places she had never been touched before, and she felt herself coming and had no power to stop it. After what seemed like forever, she heard the sound of a condom wrapper being ripped open. She let out a deep breath. Her torture would be over, or so she thought. He entered her with one hard thrust, making her gasp. As he pumped slowly up and down, he watched her face. God, she looked so friggin' hot the way her mouth formed an O shape and the way she licked her lips. Sweat covered her body. Have you had enough playing? Do you want me to take you now? Yes, oh God, yes, she screamed out. He grabbed both her legs and put them on his shoulders. Getting on his knees, he cupped her bum in his hands and raised her as he started pounding his hard erection into the depth of her, feeling her to the core as she screamed out his name. Music to his ears, her muscles clenched around his cock. He couldn't wait another minute. He had to have her. His ears were ringing. His muscles tensed. He came fast and hard, bringing her with him. His heart was pounding in his chest and his body was drenched in sweat. Placing her legs down, he stayed inside her as he laid on top, taking off her blindfold. That was amazing. You were wonderful. She looked at him and smiled. It was you who was amazing. All I did was lay here and let you do all the work. Now, uncuff me. In a minute, he said, resting his head on her chest. No, now Zane, this isn't funny anymore. Grunting, he pulled out of her, removed the condom and tossed it into the wastebasket. Getting up, went over to his bag and looked in, then over at her. Shit, I forgot to bring the keys with me. What? She cried out. I forgot to bring them. I'm sorry. You'll have to stay that way till I can figure out what to do. Damn you, Zane. You get me out of these right now. And for crying out loud, will you cover me up? I kind of like you this way, naked and tied to the bed, he said with a huge smile plastered on his face. I am going to slap that grin off your face the first chance I get. She started shaking her hands, trying to get loose. I don't find this funny at all. Oh, I am so mad at you I could scream. Still smiling, he knew he had to stop this before she got so mad that she wouldn't talk to him again. Okay, calm down. I have the keys. Grabbing the keys from his pant pocket, went over and sat her on the bed. Now before I free you, you have to promise not to stay mad or hit me. I won't hit you. That I can't promise. I won't be mad. All right then. Never mind. He got off the bed and pretended he was leaving the room, only to hear her speak in that SI way she had of doing. I promise not to stay mad. Please, Zane, free me. She looked at him and licked her lips seductively. Smiling, he sat her back down on the bed and uncuffed her. She rubbed her wrists. That wasn't very nice of you to tease me like that. You're not mad, are you? He asked, looking into her eyes. No, she answered. Both still naked, she pushed him down on the bed and got on top, kissing his neck, then his mouth. It was a deep, passionate kiss, and when he was so absorbed in it, she reached for the cuffs, snapping it to his wrists, cuffed him to the bed, but she wasn't fast enough to tie up his other one. Before he could grab her, she jumped off the bed, taking the key with her. You're sneaky, he said and sat her up. Now untie me. Slipping on a robe, she put the key in her pocket. I don't think so. You need to be taught a lesson, so it'll do you good to stay here. Go to sleep. Wait, Aren't you going to sleep with me? No, I'm not. I lied to you. I am mad at you so you can lay here alone and think about what you did. You liked what I did to you. Of course I liked it, but not the pretending you were going to keep me tied up all night. Good night, Zane. See you in the morning. Blowing him a kiss, she walked out and shut the door behind her. Ah, come on, Jade, I'm sorry, honey. Well, at least I have one hand free, and she did leave me with a blanket, he said to himself as he covered up. Smiling, he closed his eyes. God, he loved her spunk, and he figured he deserved it. The sun was coming out when he opened his eyes and knew he wasn't alone. Jade was laid curled up next to him and his handcuff was removed. Putting his arm around her, pulled her to him, against his chest. Her naked flesh felt so warm against him, and he kissed the top of her head, when she made a whimpering noise and snuggled in closer. Earlier, as she tossed and turned on the air mattress, she thought about Zane. She didn't want to sleep alone, so she decided to stop being mad at him. Going into the bedroom, she found him fast asleep. Unlocking the cuffs, she took off her robe and climbed in next to him. Chapter 11. Though she was asleep, he couldn't help himself. He had to kiss her, and when he pressed his lips lightly against hers, she woke up. Morning. I take it you aren't mad at me? I should be, but now that I think about it, it was kind of funny. I'm hungry. Are you? Yeah, I am. Okay. I'll make breakfast if you do the washing up, she said as she slid out of bed. Why don't you shower first and I will after we eat? Hey, he shouted out, and she turned to look at him. I am sorry for teasing you. I might have taken it too far. Don't worry about it, she said, then walked out. After eating, she showered, and later they went back to the beach, taking a walk as they held hands, and then finding a spot to sit, she looked out onto the water. It's so beautiful here. Thanks for bringing me, she said, turning to face him. You're welcome. I come here from time to time just to get away from everything. How many women have you brought here? You're the first, he answered. Really? She liked hearing this, made her feel special. Yes, really, he said, leaning over to kiss her. There's a bar in town we could go to tonight, have a bite to eat and a couple of drinks. Would you like to go? Her head slowly moved up and down. Anything to get out of cooking. He chuckled. You hate washing dishes, and now I find out you don't like cooking. Oh, I don't mind cooking, but if I can find any excuse to get out of it, I will, she said, smiling. The day was spent on the beach, swimming and taking in the sun. After changing their clothes, they took the short drive into town. It was warm out, so she wore a pink cotton sundress, and he wore jeans and a white dress shirt. She could feel the warmth of his hand through her clothes when he placed it on her lower back as they walked into the bar. It was a quaint little place, with several booths and tables scattered all around. Music was playing from the jukebox, and there was a pool table off to the side. They chose a booth by the window, and he sat next to her. When the bartender came over, Zane ordered a beer for him and a glass of wine for her, along with burgers and fries. You asked me if I had ever been in love, but you hadn't told me if you ever were, he said, taking a swallow of his beer. I've come close a couple of times. What about Trevor? I really cared about him, but no, I wasn't in love with him. Men in the past have let me down with their lies and cheating. I won't go through that again, so I hope you understand that what's going on between us is just two people enjoying each other, having fun, nothing more. Wow, she sounds just like me, Zane thought to himself as he stared at her. The only thing was he could change for her, but she was making it perfectly clear she wasn't interested in a long-term relationship. This thought made him sad. She deserved to have someone in her life that would love her and her only. He was about to tell her this, but the bartender brought their food over. He still loved that she ate regular foods and not water and carrot sticks that most models ate. Oh, this burger is so good, she purred and took another bite. What? She asked when she saw him staring at her with a smile on his face. You have mustard on your lip. Here, let me get it off you. Cupping the back of her head drew her close, licking her lip before kissing her. That tasted so yummy. Looking around to make sure no one was watching, she shook her head at him. Do you not have any boundaries? I see nothing wrong in a public display of affection, especially with a gorgeous woman. He moved closer, putting his arm around her shoulder. In fact, I'm going to kiss you again. Before she could protest, his mouth came down hard on hers and his tongue darted into her mouth. He held her tight so that she couldn't squirm away. His kiss deepened, and he knew he had won when she moaned softly into his mouth, ready to go back to the cottage. Oh yeah, she said, out of breath. Tossing some money down, he got up and held out his hand, which she took when a drunk truck driver bumped into her, almost knocking her down. "Watch what the fuck you're doing," Zane snapped and gave the man a shove, taking Jade's arm when to lead her out, when the trucker poked him in the back. "Who the hell do you think you're shoving?" Zane turned to face him, a drunk who should be somewhere sleeping it off. It happened so fast, he didn't have time to react when the man's face connected with his jaw, and he staggered backward and landed on his bum. Jumping to his feet, he went for the burly man, but Jade stepped between them. "Stop it, both of you." She looked at the trucker. "You know you just assaulted up police officers and could be charged. He's no cop. Show him your badge, Zane." "Jade," he started to say. "Just do it," she snapped at him. Pulling out his wallet, he showed the guy, but he was not happy that she outed him. The trucker backed away. "Hey man, I didn't know. You ain't going to arrest me, are you?" "I won't, as long as you apologize to the lady and take a cab home," he answered. "Sorry, miss." He turned and walked away. When they got to Zane's car, she asked him if he was mad. "Are you mad at me for something?" "A little. You didn't have to interface, and I don't like using my position to get out of a fight," he said as he opened the door for her. "The man bumped into me by accident and you go all macho and shove him, causing a fight. Why didn't you just let it go?" "But no. You had to show off. If anyone should be mad, it's me," she snapped angrily. Grabbing her, he pinned her up to the car. It turned him on seeing how her lips pouted out, her eyes blazing with fire in them, making her look as hell. "God, you're so fucking ass when you're mad." His mouth came crashing down on hers, his kiss rough and forceful. Putting his one leg between hers, rubbed it along her inner thigh. He thought for sure she would push him away, but instead, she grabbed his head, pulling him close, her tongue exploring the inside of his mouth. He let out a moan, knowing he had better get her back to the cottage before he took her right there in the parking lot. "Get in," he ordered her, and she actually obeyed without an argument. With his hand on her leg and under her dress, he moved it up further as he drove. His snake was hard and aching to be inside her, and when she took off her panties, to give him the freedom to touch her, he almost pulled the car over. He would have, but they heard sirens behind them. So he did pull over, and she quickly put her panties back on. A fire truck was past them, and that's when they noticed the smoke billowing up into the sky. One glance at each other and he took off, tires spinning and pebbles flying. It was their cottage that was on fire. They were stopped by an officer's, but Zane pulled out his badge, showing it to the man. "That's our cottage." "What the hell happened?" he asked. Getting out of the car, Jade got out and went around, putting her arm through his, and he felt her trembling and glanced at her and squeezed her hand. "Don't know for sure, sir. The fire inspectors are on their way. Please stand clear. Don't go any closer." Jade grabbed his arm tightly. "How could it go on fire? We made sure the fireplace was cold, and all the appliances were turned off." "Oh my God, Zane. If we hadn't gone out tonight, we might have been inside. We could have been killed," she said. A sob broke free and felt his arms going around her. Seeing the pain look on her face, felt how she trembled, so he wrapped his arms around her, stroking her hair. There was no way the place should have caught on fire. He wondered if it was done on purpose, but how? No one knew they were going to be there, only his partner. "It's okay, we're safe." They waited by the car, and a hunky, good-looking fireman brought over a blanket for Jade to put on. "Here, miss, put this on," he said as he placed it on her shoulders, giving her a sigh smile. This irked Zane. Even in a time of an emergency, the man was flirting with her. "Thanks, but you better get back to the fire." He raised his eyebrows at the man. It was some time before they got the fire under control, and the fire chief walked over to them. "We won't know what happened till the inspector comes, so you folks might as well go get some rest until morning. If you need a place to stay, there's a small motel on the edge of town. Nothing fancy, but at least it's clean." Zane looked down at Jade, then back at the fireman. "Yes, that's a good idea. Here's my number, and my badge number. We'll be heading back home in the morning, so you can get in touch with us there. I expect a full report on the cause and any information you come across." Shaking the man's hand, he helped her into the car and got in himself. She waited in the car, while he went into the motel office and got them a room for the night. Zane went and opened the car door and walked with her into the room. She was so quiet, and all he wanted was to comfort her. "Hey," he said, taking a hold of her hand. "Can I get you anything?" "No," she shook her head. "Don't you find that fire a little suspicious?" He did, but he wasn't about to spook her. until he knew what happened, and that could take days. Anything could have caused it. Or it was done deliberately by whoever is trying to kill me. The only one who knew where we were going was my partner, Zane said. Unless you told someone. Did you? Yes, she answered, chewing on her bottom lip. I had to let Reggie know, and I told Kenny. Seeing the angry look on his face, she felt she had to explain. I was expecting an important letter, and asked him to sign for it while I was away. Okay, so I tell him where you were going to be. You could have just said you'd be out of town. He ran his hand through his hair as he paced back and forth. I don't know. He asked me, and I didn't see any reason not to tell him. There's no way Reggie or Kenny is behind the fire. Neither one would want to hurt me. Suddenly she felt drained. She sat her down on the bed and buried her head in her hands and sobbed. She felt the bed move from his weight when he sat her next to her, his arms going around her. She leaned her head against his chest. I don't know what to think or who to trust anymore. He caressed her arm. You can trust me. Chapter 12. Why don't you get undressed and get into bed? Lifting her face up so that she had to look at him, he kissed her. She stood, removed her clothes and got under the covers. Aren't you coming to bed? She asked when she saw him going and sitting by the window. I will soon. I just need to sit here and think for a while. Okay, she answered, closing her eyes. Zane Saturday looking out the window, his gun laid in his lap. The only sound in the room was of her breathing as she slept. He kept going over in his mind about what happened to the cottage. He knew in his gut it wasn't an accident. One thing for sure, Joe had nothing to do with it. Until recently, he hadn't heard of Jade. Now Reggie and Kenny were a different case altogether. He didn't trust either one of them. And what about her ex Trevor? It was late, so he got up and taking off his clothes got into bed. His gun was placed on the nightstand next to him. Though she was still asleep, he put his arms around her and pulled her close to him without waking her. The light was just starting to shine through the window when he woke up to Jade with her back to him, his arm around her. He really didn't plan on making love to her that morning. Not after what happened, but damn, she had her bum pressed right up against him. His snake grew hard and poking her, she woke up and moaned. Oh my, someone's horny, she moaned softly, wiggling her bum, which caused him to become more aroused. He kissed the back of her neck. His hand moved to her breast and down over her curves. Damn, you smell and feel so fucking good. If you want me to stop, I'll understand, but you'll have to tell me now. I won't be able to stop once I start. I'm not stopping you, she said, her hand going to the back of his head when he kissed her neck. His erection was hard, pressing against her. His hands and mouth were doing things that had her squirming frantically. He had her body throbbing and on fire. Only he had that power over her, and she liked it. He pulled off her panties and rolled her over onto her back. His mouth moved over her in a rush to devour every inch, every curve. Saying, wait, do you have something to put on? Lowering his head, he growled. The condoms were back at the cottage and now destroyed, and he was horny as hell. No, he muttered. I'm sorry, Zane. You know my rule. No bluff, no love. She was just as disappointed as he was, but she refused to have sex without using them. Only when she found the man she would marry and spend her life with would she have sex without condoms. Still, on top, he kissed her. I need to go take a cold shower then, a very cold shower. She covered her mouth to stop from laughing when he leaped out of bed, his boner showing as he hurried into the bathroom. Getting out of bed, she got dressed, even thought about throwing caution to the wind and jumping into the shower with him. No, she wouldn't. Drying off, he put his pants on. He entered the other room and stopped when she walked in from outside carrying 2 foam cups of coffee in a bag. Where were you? He snapped. Jade was shocked at his tone. I went and got us something to eat. What the hell is your problem? Christ, Jade, you shouldn't have gone out alone. How am I going to protect you if you keep running out? I only went to the motel snack shop. She Saturday down the coffee and threw the bag of bagels on the table. I will not be talked to in this way. Trapping her between him and the table so she couldn't walk away. I'm sorry, but you can't go wandering off without me. Grabbing a fistful of her hair, pushed her head towards his face and kissed her hard. He knew his kiss would make her anger disappear. And he was right. She put her arms around him and kissed him back. The kiss turned more passionate, and might have developed into more, if it weren't for a knock at the door. Damn it, he cursed out loud and releasing her went to see who was at the door. It was housekeeping, but he told the woman to come back after they were gone. It was just as well. Things were about to get really hot, so they had their breakfast and headed back to the city and to Jade's home. He drove while she slept. He didn't mind. She had been through so much and was mentally and physically exhausted. He did stop halfway to get gas and went to the store to pick up a couple of cold drinks and yes, some condoms. He didn't want to be caught short again. "We're here," Zane said, giving her a light shake. She sat her up straight, rubbing her eyes. "I'm sorry, I wasn't much company for you." "That's okay. There's a cold drink in there if you're thirsty." "Oh yes, thank you." Opening the bag, took out the bottle of water. Looking in the bag and seeing the box of condoms, she raised an eyebrow at him. "A little sure of yourself, aren't you?" Smiling at her, he shrugged his shoulders. "One's inside her apartment." He laid the bag down and followed her into the kitchen, where she started a pot of coffee and asked if he were hungry. When saying yes, she started preparing some scrambled eggs and toast, and they sat down to eat. Hearing a knock at the door, he offered to answer it, finding his partner Joe. "You're back. Good," he said and walked in. "Where is Miss Edwards?" "In the kitchen," Zane replied. "What's up?" "I heard what happened at the cottage. Thank God you're both okay. Any idea what happened?" "I don't know for sure yet. It's being investigated. But it's weird though how it could just catch on fire the way it did. I have a feeling it was done on purpose, but I'll have to wait to find out for sure." "So why are you here?" "I found out some information about this Kenny guy." "Like what?" "Well, his real name is Howard Crane. He was placed in a mental hospital at the age of 16. Along with the physical problems, he also has some serious mental ones. He became obsessed with a girl in his high school class. One day he kidnapped her and kept her locked up in an old abandoned warehouse. She was held captive for 2 months before she was found." "My God," Zane gasped. "Did he rape her?" "No. He told the police he was in love with her, that she was pure and only wanted to make sure she stayed that way. He thought she would eventually fall in love with him, and they would live happily ever after. He escaped a few years ago and was never heard from since, so he was presumed dead, and the cops stopped looking for him." "Where is he now?" Zane barked. His throat felt dry. "We came here to talk to him but can't find him. No one has seen him in the last 2 days. I have men going to his room downstairs as we speak." "Have you got his home address?" "That's just it. There isn't one, so I have no idea where he's living." "I suspected him of being crazy but not the killer type," Zane said. Getting up, he paced back and forth. "He's out there somewhere just waiting to get to Jade." He turned to look at Joe. "Do you think he's smart enough to rig the cottage to make it blow up?" "Anything's possible." Just then Joe's phone rang and he answered it, listened for a minute and then barked out some orders. "Don't touch anything. We'll be right there." Hanging up, he got to his feet and looked at Zane. "They found something in the janitor's closet. Let's go check it out. I'll have a man stand guard outside Jade's door. Just give me a minute to tell Jade where I'm going." He turned and went into the kitchen where she was putting the dishes away. "Who's at the door?" she asked when she saw him enter. Taking her hand, he led her over to a chair and had her sit down. Squatting in front of her, he told her everything Joe had told him. "I can't believe it's Kenny or whoever he is. He was always so sweet. Are you sure there's not a mistake? Maybe he's not this man Howard." "There's no mistake and the police can't find him, but right now they're downstairs. Joe and I have to go see what they found. I want you to lock the door behind me and don't open it for anyone." She shivered and crossed her arms. "You think he's coming for me, don't you?" "Yes." He reached up and stroked her cheek. His heart was being torn in half when he saw the haunted look in her eyes and knew she was scared to death. Her eyes filled with tears. "I'm scared, Zane. For the first time, I'm really scared. Don't leave me. Stay. I'll be right downstairs, and I'll have an officer stand right outside your door till I get back. I won't let anything happen to you." Pulling her to her feet, he kissed her, holding her tight against him. "Walk me to the door and lock it after I leave." He held her hand as they walked into the other room, where Joe was waiting impatiently for him. Joe noticed them holding hands and knew Zane had crossed the line and was probably sleeping with her. "Miss Edwards, I assume Zane told you everything." She nodded. "I want you to know, we are doing everything possible to find Kenny divided by Howard. Let's go, Zane." He turned to Jade. "Will you be okay?" "Yes. I'm going to shower and change my clothes. I've been wearing them since yesterday." She handed him her key. "Let yourself in." He didn't care if Joe was watching when he leaned in and gave her a quick kiss. "What?" he asked Joe when they got into the elevator. "You're sleeping with her." "What we do is our business," Zane answered. "Damn it, man, you know better than that." I suggest you stop doing what you're doing before you get yourself in a whole lot of trouble. If the chief finds out, he'll take you off this case. Zane turned to him. He's not going to find out, and you're not going to tell him. Calm down, pal. Of course, I'm not going to say anything, but watch your step around others. So why her? You can have any woman you want. Zane leaned against the wall of the elevator. I don't know. She's different somehow. Real, not fake. I like her a lot. Are you falling in love? He looked at Joe. I'm not sure. All I know is how I feel when I'm with her. My stomach is in knots. I feel all nervous and isolated. I hadn't even thought of other women. Yup, you are falling hard, my friend. But how does she feel about you? I know she's attracted to me, but she has reminded me that we are only having fun with no strings attached. They reached the janitor's closet, where the police were, and opened a secret door that was hidden behind some cabinets. Zane and Joe were the first ones to walk in. Their eyes went wide as they stared around the small room. Oh my God, both Zane and Joe said at the same time. Chapter 13. Zane stared at all the pictures of Jade taped to the walls. Every wall was covered with her in every outfit, every pose she had done. There were even pictures of her taken with a camera, walking to and from the building. Some of her when she entered her apartment, and others when she was going in and out of stores as she shopped. A pile of magazines was on the table that had her pictures on the cover. The pics inside were cut out. Look at this one, Zane. Is that blood? Joe asked, pointing to one picture that had been blown up, and on her lips was what appeared to be blood. Fouquet. Zane swore. This man is really sick. That is blood. But whose? He looked at the other pictures. At least there weren't any ones of her in the nude. We have to find this prick. He may be obsessed with her, but I don't get the feeling he's a killer. Rooting through some drawers, they found a woman's bra and panties. Could these belong to Miss Edwards? Joe asked. My guess is yes. But how did he get them? Zane said, feeling his anger rising. Guys, you're going to want to see this. One of the officers turned on the computer that Saturday on the small desk in the room. Both Zane and Joe walked over, looking over the man's shoulder. As they looked at the screen and the officers clicked on a button, a picture of Jay's living room showed. He clicked on a different button and there was her kitchen. The son of a bitch has planted cameras inside her apartment. They then saw her bedroom, and when it went to the bathroom, they saw Jade getting out of the shower. Turn it off, Zane yelled loudly into the officer's ear. Why? It's just getting good. I said turn the fucking thing off. He reached over and ripped the cord from its socket. The screen went dead. The cocky officer stood up, facing Zane. Why the Fouquet did you do that? Have some respect, Zane snapped. You would have done the same thing. What are you fucking her, Warner? Is that why you're so touchy? I wouldn't mind a piece of that myself. In a feat of wild rage, Zane pinned the officers up against the wall, his forearm over his neck, making him gag. You shut that fucking mouth of yours. Zane, stop, Joe said as he pulled him off the other man. He shoved the younger officers. Get out of here. You're off this case. That dirty pig. Did you see the way he was staring at her? It made him sick to his stomach. The way he was watching her and seeing as much of her as he had. I know Zane. He was way out of line. I'll have all this bagged and taken in. Maybe there's a clue in there as to where this Howard is. Zane ran his hand over his face. She's going to be devastated when she finds out. Send someone over to find and remove all the cameras. I'd better go back and tell her. Thanks, Joel. Keep me up to speed on what they find. It wouldn't hurt to have extra security around here in case he comes after her. Yeah, don't worry. I'll take care of it. You go now and I'll finish up here. He was still fuming when he let himself into her apartment. He didn't have a problem with men seeing her in just underwear. It was her job after all. But for that young pervert to see her naked made his blood boil, and he wanted to smash his face in. You're back. Did you find anything? She asked, walking over to him. What is it? You look really angry. His teeth grazed his bottom lip. He looked into her beautiful hazel eyes. He wanted to keep it from her knowing how upset she'd be, but she had a right to know. Besides, once the men came to remove the cameras, she'd find out. Taking her hand, he walked her over to the couch and sat her down. He sat next to her. Taking her hand in his, he lowered his eyes. Zane, please. You're scaring me. We found a secret room inside the janitor's closet. The walls were covered with photos. Photos of you, Jade. Of every picture that was taken of you. From magazines to ones he took himself. We also found a bra and matching panties. I believe they belong to you. Her eyes glazed over. Her jaw dropped open. He would have to have been in here when I was out to take my underwear. How many times did he come in here? I can't get over it. He was always so nice to me. There's more, Zane said, swallowing the lump in his throat. She sat her straight up. Her eyes grew white with fear. What? She asked, wringing her hands together. He's been watching you. There was a computer in the room, and it showed every room in your apartment. How? She asked. Her voice shook. There are cameras hidden in every room. She jumped up, her eyes scanning the room. Cameras? Where? I don't see any, she cried out, looking up at the ceiling. I'm not sure yet. Joe is having a team come over to find them. She looked at him. Kenny's been watching me. For how long? I don't know, Zane said, shaking his head. Jay's face paled. Her chest began rising and falling, and she became hysterical. He watched me sleep, eat, and oh my God, he watched me shower. Her hand flew to her mouth and tears flowed down her face. Zane, he watched us having sex. He hurried over to her, taking her in his arms. Screaming, she pushed him away and sank to the floor and sobbed. Getting down on his knees, he pulled her back into his arms, holding her tight when she tried to push him away. He saw everything we did. Oh, I feel so violated, dirty. His heart swelled up. He felt as though he too would break down and cry from seeing her in so much pain. He could feel her heart beating so fast against his chest. Her body shook violently as her sobs rang loudly throughout the room. Once she had calmed down, he helped her up and over to the sofa. He got her a shot of brandy and one for himself. He wiped her tears away and sat her with his arm around her. He knew if he got his hands on Kenny, he'd kill him. I'll make you something to eat. No, she shook her head. I'm not hungry. Just hold me, please. They stayed like that for over an hour until there was a knock at the door. Zane put a blanket over her before answering it, telling her it was the men coming to remove the cameras. There were 3 of them and they got right to work. There were 5 in total, hidden in places you would never think to look. The one in the bedroom was in the ceiling fan, made to look like a knob that was part of the fan. It was right above the bed. The same in the bathroom, right in the shower head. In the living room, one was on a glass statue, made to look like the eye. The others were placed where you'd never suspect them to be. Jade watched as Zane examined them and listened as he talked to the men. These are very high-tech and expensive. Whoever planted these must have a lot of knowledge of them. They aren't your everyday surveillance cameras, said the one man. You're sure you got them all? Zane asked him. Yes, sir. We combed everything and our detector didn't show any more. Was there sound on any of them? Jade asked, pulling the blanket tightly around her. No, miss. No sound at all. Thanks. Guys, make sure these are taken down to the station. He walked them to the door and locked it behind them. He looked over at her. I'm going to order pizza. We've got to eat. She nodded her head but didn't speak. Her eyes stung and felt heady. Though she wasn't sleepy, she felt worn out. At the mention of pizza, her stomach growled. She was feeling lightheaded from not having eaten in a while. Laying her head back on the sofa, she watched Zane as he poured them another drink, and as he went and answered the door when the food arrived. She was so grateful that he was there. She felt safe with him. I know Kenny is a pervert, but do you really think he is the one trying to kill me? He thought about what to tell her. He didn't want to scare her any more than she already was, so he tried not to say too much. We won't know for sure until we find him. Until then, I'm not letting you out of my sight. She took a bite of her pizza and washed it down with some wine. She knew he wasn't telling her everything. I'm going to bed now, she said and stood. Okay, I'll tidy up and be right there. She got up and placing her hand on his chest lowered her eyes. Would you mind sleeping in the other room tonight? I just don't feel comfortable after knowing we were being watched. She looked up and saw the hurt that flashed in his eyes. The cameras are all gone. You don't have to worry about anyone watching. I only want to hold you, nothing more. But if that's what you want, I will respect your wishes. Thank you, Zane. I just want to be alone. It has nothing to do with you. He took her face in his hands, using his thumb to stroke her cheeks. If you change your mind through the night, all you have to do is call out and I'll be right there. Pulling her face closer, gave her a tender kiss. He wanted more, wanted to pick her up and take her to bed, but he knew she was too upset, and him trying it on with her right now would only damage whatever it was that was happening between them. He didn't want to risk pushing her away, so he would wait until she was ready. He only hoped that she would be and that this wasn't the end for them. Good night, Zane, she said and walked away. turning to look at him before shutting the door. She tried hard to fall asleep, but something was missing. No, someone was. An hour went by, and as tired as she was, she couldn't sleep. Getting up, she walked over to the door and opened it. Zane was on the sofa with the TV on, though he wasn't watching it, she noticed. Leaning against the doorframe, she stared at him until he noticed her and he clicked off the TV. Their eyes locked, and she slowly raised her hand and held it towards him. He got up and going over took her hand as she led him into her room. He shut the door behind him. No words were spoken as they climbed into bed. With his arm around her, she rested her head on his chest, her arm going over his stomach. He lovingly stroked her hair, loving the softness of it. There was no sex that night. It wasn't the time for it, and he knew all she needed was to be held. At first for him, he waited until he heard her even breathing, and knowing she was asleep, he closed his eyes. Chapter 14. Good morning, Zane said when he came from having a shower, wearing jeans and no shirt, with a towel in his hand. He towel-dried his hair. Morning. Getting out of bed, she threw on a robe. Thanks for holding me through the night. I feel better. Standing on her toes, she kissed his cheek. I'll make you a really nice breakfast, as a reward for not trying to have sex with me last night. Sounds good, he said, smiling at her. Oh, if she only knew how much he wanted it, and how difficult it was not to try anything. He threw on a shirt and made up the bed, then went into the kitchen where they ate pancakes. Later they were sitting, talking when there was a knock at the door. Zane got up to answer it, and rolled his eyes when he saw it was her manager Reggie. Yeah, what do you want? I want to see Jade. Zane let him in. Jade shouted out when she heard Reggie's voice. Moving past him, Reggie went over and gave her a hug, his hands on her arms. I've heard what happened, something about a fire. Are you okay? He asked, giving her another hug and holding her longer than was necessary. Over his shoulder, she noticed Zane's brows lowering and his nostrils flaring, so she moved out of Reggie's embrace and moved away. Sit down, she pointed to a seat, looking at Zane. Would you mind making some coffee? Sure, he said, his eyes on Reggie as he walked to the kitchen. I take mine with cream, no sugar, Reggie said, smirking when he saw Zane's back tensing up. Returning with 3 mugs of coffee, he set hers on the table and grinned when he handed Reggie his mug and noticed how he flinched at how hot it was, and he quickly put it down. Zane sat across from them as they talked, and he bit his tongue when he saw the man put his hand on her knee. She told him about the fire, and how it wasn't known yet as to the cause. Then she told him about Kenny and what the police had found. So the creep had cameras put in here and has been watching you. He glared at Zane. Why the hell have you cops not found this man? Surely it can't be that hard finding one handicapped man. They're working on it, Zane snapped. That's it, Jade. You're going to stay with me until they find him. Thanks, Reggie, but Zane is here. I have to go, but there's something we need to discuss first. It's about the Victoria's Secret party next week. I know you've been through so much, but it's important that you're there. The sponsors will be wanting to meet you. Forget it, pal. It's not safe for Jade to be seen in public until Kenny is found, Zane said, crossing his arms. Reggie shook his head and turned back to Jade, his thumb making circles on her skin. Take more time off work and please, just think about going to the party. Getting up, he put her to her feet, kissing her cheek. Call and let me know what you decide. After seeing Reggie out, she turned to Zane. Clearly, she was angry. What is your problem with Reggie? You are always so downright rude to him. I don't trust the man. He is always touching you, putting his arms around you. How can you sit there and let him rub his hand over your knee? That's just his way. He doesn't mean anything by it. Christ, the man is happily married, and you, she said, poking him in the chest. You sound like you're jealous. Jealous, my ass, he scoffed. Yes, you are, and you're being possessive of me, and I don't like it. Just because we slept together doesn't mean you own me. So fuck off, and from now on leave me alone. Zane's anger flared up and grabbing her pushed her up against the wall, pinning her hands above her head. His body was pressed right up against hers. His eyes looked down at her lips, which were plump, and he saw her lick her lips, and a moan from deep in her throat escaped. It would appear she liked this bit of roughhousing. You don't want me to leave you alone, do you? When she didn't answer, he raised his voice, pressing his crotch harder into her. Answer me. His mouth went to her neck, sinking his teeth into her flesh, but not hard enough to break the skin. He could feel her heart beating, her breathing escalating. No, she managed to say before she drifted into a blissful rapture, his one hand holding her up, while the other one found its way up her dress. and inside her panties to that spot that had her sweet juices flowing. I'm going to rip off your clothes, throw you on the bed, and wreck this beautiful body of yours with mine. But first, releasing her hands, he tore her dress with ease, ripping it till it was open and pulled apart, doing the same to her bra and dropping them to the floor. She stood before him in only her panties. Pulling off his shirt, he took her in his arms, kissing her neck as he walked them back to the sofa. There he swung her around and bent her over. His lips moved down her back. His hand moved her panties so that he could rub her pussy cat. Using his finger teased and stroked her clit, making her scream out. Damn panties, he swore before tearing them off. Wait here, don't move, he ordered. Don't move. She couldn't even if she wanted. With the sound of his zipper being pulled down and a condom wrapper being opened, she knew he was going to take her this way. Hurry up, saying before I lose my mind. The throbbing in her core intensified and she wanted him so bad, and when he came up behind her, his hands took a firm hold of her hips and pressed the tip of his snake against her wet opening. What do you want me to do to you? Fuck me, she cried out, moaning. The feel of his hard erection when he entered her felt hot. He went slow, teasing her. Damn you, she cursed. Please, Zane, I can't take it anymore. Just do it already. She was getting impatient, though the way he moved inside her felt so good. Faster, go faster, she cried out. You feel so good, he said into her ear. His thrusts became faster, going deeper. He couldn't wait any longer and started pumping into her. His stomach clenched, sweat poured down his face and her body spasmed and shook when her orgasm hit. He gripped her hips tighter to hold her up as he had the best orgasm ever. Pulling out, he removed the condom and turning her around pulled her into his arms. His mouth came crashing down on her. He was like a savage animal the way he devoured her mouth, his hand moving down and caressing her bum. He picked her up, and she wrapped her legs around his waist and he carried her to the bedroom. Laying her down, he laid on top, looking down at her. What I'm going to do to you should be against the law. Laws are meant to be broken sometimes, she said, pulling his head down for a kiss. By the time he finished with her, they were both exhausted. The bed was destroyed, the sheets were on the floor, pillows too, and the bedside lamp was knocked over and broken. Not bothering with covering up, they fell asleep in each other's arms. Morning, how are you feeling? He asked, running his hand over her throat. Sore, you were amazing last night. She snuggled closer. Could you grab the blanket from the floor? He sat her up, reached for the cover and picked up the used condoms off the floor and tossed them into the wastebasket. Laying back down, he covered them up. I might have to get more condoms. You were great too. That thing you did with your tongue, man, that was new. Glad you liked it. I never did that before and was hoping I did it right. Oh baby, trust me, it was perfect. You know, Zane, I was thinking that I was going to go to that party. That's not a good idea, not until we catch Kenny. I can't put my life on hold. We don't know how long that will take. I won't live my life in fear and stop me from doing my job. It's important for my career to mingle with sponsors. Besides, you'll be there as my date and will protect me. You want me to be your date? Yeah, I do. Okay, but only if you stay by my side every second. Yes, I promise. Now we have to get up and go shopping. I need a new dress and you've got to get a tux. A tux? Why? Zane, it's a black tie affair. All the men will be wearing them, and they won't let you in if you're not wearing one. All right, you win, but I already own one. I'll have to swing by my place and drop it off at the cleaners to be cleaned and pressed. Let's shower and go out for breakfast first. They ate at a small restaurant, swung by his place, and after dropping it off at the cleaners, he took her shopping for a dress. He sat her day waiting while she tried on several dresses, each one she modeled for him. Every time he shook his head, they all looked good on her, but he thought they didn't show off her beauty or curves. But when she came out wearing a short blue dress, he was speechless. It fit her like a glove and showed off her long legs, and he liked how it made her bum look. So you like this one, do you? Oh yeah, it's perfect. I love how your bum looks in it, he said, his eyes boldly roaming down her body, from her breasts right down to her feet. Finally, she sighed. I'll change and then we can be on our way. Turning, she checked her backside in the mirror and had to admit to herself that her bum did look good. He wanted to follow her into the changing room to help her and maybe to get lucky. He had never made love to a woman in such a place, and the very thought got him aroused. But just his luck, the place was swamped and there was no way he could pull it off. Paying for the dress and the matching shoes, she told Zane she was ready to leave. As they were driving back to her apartment complex, he got a call on his cell. "Hey, what's up, Joe?" "No, we're not there. We had some stuff to do." He listened for a moment, glancing over at Jade, who was looking out the window. "We're not that far from the station, so we'll meet you there." "Okay, bye." He hung up and placed his hand on her knee, loving the feel of it. "Are we not going straight home?" she asked. Looking at him, she knew something bad must have happened. "No, Joe has something to tell us, and I said we would stop in before going home." "Did he tell what it was about?" He shook his head. "He just said it was bad, and he wanted you to hear it from him and not the media." "Oh my God, now what?" "I don't know how much more I can take," she said, rubbing her temple and knowing she was getting one hell of a headache. Joe led them into a private room and shut the door. Chapter 15. "Have a seat, Miss Edwards," Joe said and handed Zane a file to look at. "What did you want to talk to me about?" Jade asked. She glanced over at Zane, while he read the report and noticed him frowning. "It's about Trevor Frost." "What about him?" "He was found early this morning by his housekeeper, murdered." Her jaw went slack and she shook her head. "No, that's not true. I just talked to him a couple of days ago." She didn't want to cry in front of them, but she couldn't help it. Taking the tissue that Joe handed her, she thanked him. "Thank you," she sobbed, wiping her eyes. How did it happen?" "He was stabbed twice," Joe answered. "I find that hard to believe. Trevor is strong and has great reflexes. No way someone would be able to get the upper hand on him," she said, sobbing. There was no sign of forced entry, so he had to have known his attacker and let him in. "Did he and Kenny know each other?" Joe asked, taking notes. "Only by sight. They never talked." "Why? Do you think Kenny killed him?" "We might know once the prints are checked with us. Honestly, everything points to him. I wanted to tell you before you heard it on the news. Go home and when we know for sure I'll give you a call." He looked up at Zane. "Stay close to her. There is a warrant out for his arrest. He is considered armed and dangerous." An officer knocked on the door, and poking his head in and asked if he could see Joe for a minute. He turned to Zane. "I'll just be a minute." Once Joe was gone, Zane went over to her. Kneeling down in front of her, he took her hands in his. "I'm so sorry, Jade. I can't imagine what you are going through right now. Trevor was a big part of your life, and whoever did this to him will be caught and brought to justice. I promise you that." She looked at Zane, her lips quivering. "You don't think Kenny did it, do you?" "To be honest, no. I'm not sure what part he plays in all this, but I don't see him as a killer. I hope I'm right." Zane got to his feet when Joe walked back in, shutting the door behind him. "We got the results back on the print. It was Kenny's print on the knife. We have our killer." Both Jade and Zane looked at each other. "Are you sure it's his print?" Zane asked. "Yes, there's no doubt. The handle was wiped off, but he missed a spot. It won't be long before he's captured." Joe opened the door. "So go home and wait till he's in custody." Back at Jade's, she went right to the liquor cabinet and took out a bottle of bourbon. She poured herself a large glass and looking back at him asked, "Want one?" "No thanks. It's kind of early for a drink, isn't it?" Her eyes were dull and lifeless when she stared at him. "The man I spent 2 years with was murdered by another man, who is obsessed with me and I'm his next target. I think I deserve to have a drink," she said, downing the bourbon and pouring another one before going and sitting down. "I know you're upset, but getting wasted isn't going to make you feel any better." When he tried to take the drink from her, she moved away. "Come on, Jade, give it to me." "Don't tell me what to do," she snapped. "You're no different from all the other men I know, thinking you can control me. No more. I'm my own person and I'll do whatever the hell I want to do." Standing up, she flung her glass across the room. Watching as the glass smashed, she sat her back down, covered her face with her hands and cried. He went and sat her down beside her, and she buried her face in his chest when he put his arms around her. "I'm sorry, Zane," she said, sobbing. "I know, sweetheart. It's okay." He reached for the blanket and placed it over her when he felt her shivering. It wasn't long till she had fallen asleep. He laid her down, moved to the other end of the sofa and flipped on the TV, keeping the volume on low so as not to wake her. A picture of Trevor and the news of his death had everyone in torment. He was a well-known wrestler and was loved by all his fans. It was followed by a picture of Kenny, and they were asking the public for any information on his whereabouts. The public was informed not to approach him, but to get in touch with the police right away. Zane took a quick glance over and saw she was awake and watching the news, so he turned it off. I didn't know you were awake or I wouldn't have turned on the news. I would have seen it sooner or later, she said, sitting up. She jumped when she heard a noise at the door, her eyes wide when she looked at Zane. Pulling his gun out, he ordered her to get down, and he dashed over to the door just as someone knocked. "Who's there?" he barked, cocking his gun. "Delivery for Miss Edwards from Lawrence," the voice on the other side of the door said. Letting out a sigh of relief, he put his gun behind his back inside the waistband, and opened the door only after looking through the peephole. Taking the dress and shoes, thanked the young man, and gave him a generous tip before closing the door. Rubbing the back of her head, she went over and took the outfit from him. "I'll just go and put these away. Why don't you order us some takeout?" "My treat," she said, walking away and into her bedroom. "What are you in the mood for?" he shouted out. "Italian, please," she called back, poking her head out. "I'm going to shower and put my nightgown on, so when the food comes, pay for it with my card. It's on the counter." Ordering the food, he saw her card and shook his head. He would be damned if he was going to let her pay for their dinner, but knowing her she would get mad, so he decided not to tell her. She came out with a towel around her head and wearing a gown and robe just as the food arrived, and he paid for it. She hadn't noticed it was his money he used. Grabbing some plates, she brought them out into the living room and they ate on the sofa. To avoid the news, Zane found a movie to put on while they ate. Her phone rang and he got up to answer it for her. It was Reggie. "Yeah, but she's resting." "Who is it?" she asked, looking over her shoulder at him. "Reggie," he answered reluctantly. Getting up, she took the phone from him, walked over to the window, and looked out while Zane listened in. "No, I'm fine. No, you don't have to come over. They found Kenny's fingerprints on the knife. There is something you can do for me. Find out when the service for Trevor is taking place. I want to be there. Zane will be there with me, so there's no need for you to worry." She glanced over at Zane. "Stop it, Reggie," she snapped. "Okay, goodbye. Call me tomorrow." Hanging up, she went back over to Zane and picked up her plate of food and started eating. "He upset you? What did he say to you?" "It's nothing really." She wasn't about to tell him that Reggie accused her of sleeping with him. "He doesn't think I should go to the funeral." Zane made a face, one that showed his displeasure at agreeing with the man. "I hate to say it, but I agree with him. You be an open target. Anything could happen. Whoever is behind this, whether it's Kenny or someone else, wouldn't be stupid enough to try anything with so many people around." "I'm going," she said, tucking her legs under her. She knew right off he would give her a hard time about going, so she beat him to the punch and brought the subject up, letting him know right off the bat she was going. "There's no point in arguing with you, is there?" he snapped. A smile curled up on her lips. "Now you're learning." He just shook his head at her. That night he just held her, though he wanted more. Tonight was not the right time. It had been a very upsetting day, and she needed only to be held. For 2 days they stayed inside, keeping busy by playing cards, watching movies, and at night making passionate love. Reggie had called to let her know when Trevor's funeral was, so on the 3rd day, she wore a black dress and Zane wore a dark suit. He tried to talk her out of going, but it was to no avail. They arrived at the church, which was already filled, and they had to sit near the back. Eyes turned to look at her and the whispering began. Jade knew many of the people there through Trevor, mostly wrestlers and of course his family, his mother and 2 brothers, all of whom gave her a look of contempt. "Why are they giving you that look?" he asked her. "They hate me for breaking up with Trevor, blames me for his drinking, and I'm guessing for his death." She swallowed the lump in her throat when the 2 brothers, Robert and Trent, glared angrily at her. When she was dating Trevor, they were nice to her and treated her like family, but since the breakup, they were hostile towards her. Zane looked over at the brothers. Could one or both be behind Jay's death threats? But surely not Trevor's death. He made a mental note to tell Joe to check them out. After the service and people went up to give the family their condolences, Jade and Zane made their way to them. "Mrs. Frost, I'm so sorry about Trevor," Jade said. Her tears watered up. "Are you?" Trevor's mother said. Her eyes were filled with hate for her. "I would have thought you'd be glad he was dead." "My God, no. I still cared a great deal about him. You know that." "Is that why you dumped him?" "Broke his heart. Because of you. His career was ruined. You used him, and then when you got what you wanted, you left him a broken man. You are nothing but a cold-hearted bitch," Trent said, getting in her face only to be stopped by Zane, who stepped between them. "Back off," Zane hissed. That's not true, Trent, she cried out. You know how he was, how he treated me near the end, and his drinking got worse. Way before we broke up. Just because I broke up with him doesn't mean I didn't still care about him. Robert, the older brother, stepped forward. I suggest you leave, Jade. No one wants you here. Robert, surely you don't blame me for his death. She placed her hand on his arm and looked up at him, pleading with her eyes. It's your fault he's dead. When he heard you had a stalker, he kept an eye on you, followed you wherever you went. He wanted to protect you, and because of that, he was murdered. Leave now before anything more is said. He looked at Zane and back to her. Looks like you moved on, he said. Turning, he walked away. Zane took her arm. Let's go. She watched the Frost family walk away. Her heart ached for Trevor and his family. They once treated her like family, and now they looked at her with so much hate it sent shivers through her body. The feel of Zane's hand adding pressure brought her back to reality. Nodding, she let him lead her to his car. Getting in, she wiped her eyes and laid her head back on the seat, wishing now she had listened to Zane and stayed away. Though there were no threats on her life, while she was here, this felt and hurt just as much. Chapter 16. Why are you stopping here? She asked when he pulled into the parking lot of a fancy restaurant. I'm hungry, he answered. I'm not, so can we please go home? You have to eat, Jade. Besides, I look hot in this suit, and you wouldn't want to deprive all the women of ogling me, would you? She rolled her eyes but couldn't stop the smile that slowly crept up on her face. You really are full of yourself. Getting out of the car, she accepted his hand when he held it out to her. And yes, he did turn heads when they walked in. See to they ordered drinks and checked the menu. What would you like? He asked her. Just a salad for me, she replied. When the waitress came over, he ordered the steak special for himself and a salad for her. The young brunette who took their order didn't even try to hide the fact that she was flirting with Zane, who politely smiled back at her. I'm surprised she didn't slip you her phone number, Jade said with sarcasm in her voice. Are you jealous? He asked with a smirk on his face. As if, she scoffed. Their meal came and she picked at her salad, glancing over now and then at his steak, and watched as he cut into it. Her mouth began to water. It was so tender and he had no trouble cutting into it. Taking a bite, he smiled at the way she was watching as he put it in his mouth. Would you like to try it? What? No thanks, she answered, blushing. He cut off a small piece and brought it to her mouth. Go on. One bite. Accepting it, the flavor hit her taste buds instantly. It melted in her mouth and she closed her eyes and made a soft moaning sound. Oh, that is so good. Cutting the steak in half, he placed it on one of the extra plates, along with some potatoes and veg, and pushed it towards her. I won't be able to eat all this myself, so you would be doing me a favor if you ate some. When she took a bite of the steak, she closed her eyes and made a soft humming sound, which for some reason aroused him. When the meal was over, and the waitress brought them the bill, she lightly brushed against him as she was leaving. He looked down and saw she had written her phone number on it. Opening his wallet, he took out some cash and laid it on top of the receipt. Don't you want to keep her number? Jade asked him. No, he said and stood up. I just need to use the men's room first before we leave. When he was gone, the waitress came back over to collect the money. You're not his type, sweetheart. He's gay, Jade said. Smiling, she watched as the girl's face dropped. Disappointment was written all over her face. Zane came back, and as they were leaving, he gave the brunette a wave goodbye, but she turned her back to him. He looked suspiciously at Jade. Did you say something to her while I was gone? She giggled. I told her you were gay. You didn't, did you? The smile she gave him reached her eyes. Maybe, she said as she got into the passenger side of his car, when he held the door open for her. He wasn't mad at her. In fact, he was pleased. It showed him that she was jealous and cared more for him than she was letting on. Jade changed into sweats when they got back to her place. Maybe Trevor's family was right, that it's my fault he's dead. It's not your fault, he said, sitting and taking her hand. You heard what they said. He was following me. In his own way, he was trying to keep me safe. And maybe he was getting close to whoever was trying to kill me, so they killed him. That means you are in danger too. I can handle myself, and once we catch Kenny, you will be safe. If it is Kenny, she answered, someone could have used a knife that had his print on it to frame him. That is possible, but it's still early in the investigation. Kenny can't hide forever, and when he's caught, we'll get some answers. Whatever happens, I don't want you to blame yourself. You are the victim here. Leaning over, he kissed her lips softly, moving her hair from her face. He wanted to make it more passionate, to make her forget about the funeral, but he stopped himself. He didn't want to take advantage of her vulnerable state. His kiss was warm and tender, and she sensed he wanted more but was being considerate of her feelings. But what she really needed was to forget about everyone and everything. Zane had the power to make her forget, to make her feel good, so she put her hands behind his head and drew him in close. She kissed him so hard, her mouth commanding his to do the same, which he did when he pulled her close, crushing her against him as he laid her down. The warmth of his hand felt amazing as he slid up her top to cup her bare breast. "Make love to me," she said when he moved from her mouth. Getting off her, he removed his jacket, shirt, and tie. Bending over, he picked her up in his arms and carried her to the bedroom, kicking the door closed with his foot. Later, as they lay in each other's arms, he trailed his fingers along her arm. "You must know by now that you have me wrapped around your finger. I bet you say that to all the women you sleep with." Zane abruptly sat her day up, swinging his legs over the bed, reached for his pants. "Why the hell do you always have to do that?" he barked, his back to her. "Do what?" she asked. Getting up, he put on his pants, picked up the discarded condoms and threw them into the wastebasket. "For the other women I've been with, in my face." "It's just that you've been with so many women," she said, sitting up and covering herself up with the sheet. "That's true, but none of them meant anything to me. Hell, I can't even remember their names because they weren't important." He went and sat her down on the bed, taking her face in his hands. "But it's different with you. You are special to me. You are unlike any other woman I've been with. You must know how I feel about you. You don't hear me throwing in your face about the men you've been with. Besides Trevor, there's only been you." He dropped his hands from her face. "You've only been with 2 men. Yes, look, I like you. I like you a lot, but we're just having fun, right? You know I plan on moving to Kansas eventually, and you will soon be made detective. So don't fall in love with me. It will only complicate things." Getting up, he went into the kitchen, turned on the cold water tap, poured himself some water. Well, wasn't this a kicker? It was usually the man who told the woman not to fall for him. Oh, how the tables have turned. He didn't know whether to be relieved or sad. Yes, she meant more to him than all the others. But was it love? He turned his head to the sound of her voice, and saw her standing there with the sheet wrapped around her body. "I'm sorry if I hurt you." His ego was bruised, but he wasn't going to let her know that. "You didn't. We're just having fun during this situation we're in. But I still want you to know you're not another notch on my bedpost. That you do mean a lot to me." She let the sheet fall and stood before him naked. "Wanna do it again?" His eyes traveled down her naked flesh, and he forgot all about being upset as his snake grew hard. "Hell yeah, I do," he said, and going over lifted her up onto the counter. "God, you are one SI woman." He moaned into her mouth as she pulled his pants down after he took a condom out of his back pocket. She moaned loudly when he entered her quickly and with one hard thrust, before he started pounding his snake into her. Her muscles clamped around him, her nails scratching his back as she ran them down his back. "Lay down," he ordered her in a harsh tone. When she did as she was told, he leaned over, kissing her breasts before grabbing a hold of her legs and pulling her close to the edge of the counter. He then started pounding his throbbing erection harder and deeper into her, as she gripped the other edge of the counter and screamed his name, her release spilling over his shaft. He watched her, loved the way her lips formed that perfect, oh, how her breasts bounced and how his name sounded coming from her mouth. He was relentless as he kept banging her, till she came a second time and then a third time, whereas he got the release he so desperately needed. Pulling out, he pulled her up, his arms going around her as he attacked her mouth with such force, like a man fighting for his life. Moving from her lips, he buried his face in the crook of her neck, taking in her scent. Her arms went around him and their damp, sweaty bodies blended together. She felt his heart beating rapidly against her chest, his breathing finally slowing down. He took her with such intensity it shook her to the very core of her. "Zane," she whispered in his ear, her body trembling. Lifting his head, he stroked her cheek. "Did I hurt you? I'm sorry." "You didn't hurt me, but my lips feel bruised," she said, running her finger over them. He picked up the sheet and handed it to her. "Go to bed." "Aren't you coming?" "I'll be right there. I'm just going to clean up this mess we made," he said, helping her down from the counter. Walking away, she turned to look at him and smiled. "That was amazing." "It sure was," he answered and picked up some paper towels, giving her a huge smile that lit up his face. It was so hot. After cleaning up, he poured another glass of water, thinking of what had taken place. It was much more than amazing. It was special. She was his and he never wanted it to end. He shook his head. Was he in love with her? And if so, how was he ever going to let her go when the time came for her to leave for Canas? But what choice would he have if she didn't love him back? Returning to the bedroom, he got into bed. She was asleep on her stomach. The sheet covered her bum, but her back was bare. He pulled the cover over her and lay watching her. It was easy to understand how a man could so easily become obsessed with her, but enough to kill her. Well, now that didn't make any sense. His mind kept thinking about all the suspects, preventing him from sleeping. Trevor was no longer a suspect since he was dead. Kenny was the likely suspect. But what about Reggie? Why would he want her dead? She was too valuable to him. He would have too much to lose if something were to happen to her. Trevor's family really appeared to hate her, but that too didn't make any sense. What was happening to Jade started before his death. The cameraman, well, he was never anywhere near her and didn't know Kenny, and besides the fact that he asked her out once and was turned down wasn't motive for murder. Lily, well, she wasn't smart enough to arrange all that went down. He rubbed his temple. They had to find Kenny before the party. He had a bad feeling and didn't want her to go. Chapter 17. Zane woke first, so he went and started breakfast, putting on a pot of coffee. Not getting much sleep, he needed it to wake up. He heard the shower running and knew Jade was up, and he pictured her naked as the water ran down her body. God, he knew he had it bad for her. So shaking his head, got to the task of cooking. He was putting the food onto plates when she came into the kitchen wearing his shirt. "Smells good," she said, taking in the sweet smell of pancakes and bacon, and her stomach growled. There was something different about him this morning. He seemed intense and looked anxious. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm good. And you?" he asked, giving her a smile. "Except for a few bruises, I'm okay." His head snapped towards her. "What bruises?" She went over to him when he sat her down. She stood before him and lifted the shirt up to reveal the love bites he left on her inner thigh. "You were quite beastly last night." "Oh shit, I'm so sorry." Seeing the marks, he felt horrible. He had never lost control like that before. Pulling her close, he kissed her bruises and felt his desire rising, so he stopped, pulling her shirt back down. "It's okay. It doesn't hurt. Now, how about some of those pancakes? I'm starving." He pushed her plate towards her. "I can tell something is bothering you, Zane. Are you getting bored locked up here with me?" "I could never get bored being with you, but I do think we need to get out of here for a while. Let's go to the gym. I need to work out." Her eyes lit up. "That's a great idea. Since all this happened, I haven't been to the gym either, but will it be safe?" "Where we're going it will be." "What do you mean?" "The force has its own gym where I always go. It's for cops only, but I'm sure they won't mind you being there. So why don't you pack some workout clothes and we'll go? I might even teach you some defensive moves." "I do know one," she answered. "Yeah, what's that?" She had him stand up in front of her and went to raise her knee to his crotch, but he sidestepped, avoiding what might have come. "That is a good one, but won't help if you get attacked from behind. I'll show you a few moves later. Now go get dressed," he said, giving her bum a light slap. Arriving at the gym, they got some strange looks from everyone, but Zane said to ignore them. After changing, he showed her some moves she could try if attacked. There are 3 places that can bring your attacker to his knees. One you already know. Try going for his eyes. Dig your nails into his eye socket. Go for the throat. One hard blow can drop him. Later they worked out on the treadmill and the bikes. 3 hours later, she sat her day on the bench and watched as he got into the ring and boxed with another officers. "Don't hurt his face," she yelled out to the officers, who was Zane's boxing partner. Getting a smile from both of them, as good as Zane was, his sparring partner was better and had him down after a few rounds. As he lay there flat on his stomach, she went over and touched his face, examining it. "Not a mark. That's good. I want my man to look pretty for the party tomorrow night." He smiled. "She called me her man," he said to himself. He pulled himself up. "Let's hit the shower. Women are on the right, men on the left." Coming out of the shower, a towel around his waist, he grabbed his clean clothes from his locker and started dressing. He heard 2 other officers talking and laughing and heard Jade's name being mentioned. "Man, she's hot. I wouldn't mind guarding her body. I'd guard the fouquet out of it. I bet she's one good fouquet." "Lucky Zane," the one man said. Coming from around the other side, he went up to the loudmouth and shoved him up against the lockers, his forearm going over his neck. "You keep that dirty mouth of yours shut and show the lady some respect." His eyes narrowed, his anger raging, and he raised his fist. But before he could connect it to the man's face, the other guy took hold of his arm to stop him. "Don't do it, Zane. He's only kidding around." Backing away from the man he had pinned, glared at him. "If I ever hear you talking that way about Miss Edwards again, I promise no one will stop me from punching your lights out." The guy walked out, leaving Zane and the other officers, Tom, alone. "Why are you so touchy, Zane? You can usually handle all the jokes around here." "I didn't like what he said about her. She's a really nice lady, that's all." "It's more than that, isn't it? I can tell you have feelings for her." He wasn't about to let on what was going on between them, not for him but for her sake. He didn't want the other men making jokes at her expense. "No, I don't have any feelings for the lady at all. She's just a job to me, nothing more," he answered. "That's not what you said to me before." Without replying, Zane walked away. Jade was standing outside the entrance to the men's changing room. Her heart sank when she heard what Zane had said. It hurt, and she felt as though she had been used. He had said she was special and meant something more to him than a piece of bum, but apparently he lied only to get her to keep sleeping with him. She honestly thought he was different from all the other men she knew. The only difference was he had her believing him. Had her believing he had changed from being a player into one who could be with one woman and treat her with respect. Grabbing her bag, went and sat her down on the bench and waited for him to come out. Deep in thought, she hadn't realized he was standing before her till he spoke. "Ready to go?" She looked up at him. "Yes," she answered. Standing up, she walked ahead of him. She let him open the car door for her and slid into the seat, waiting for him to go around and get in. She looked out the side window, not wanting to look at him. "You're quiet. Are you okay?" he asked, looking over at her. She didn't turn her head to look at him when she answered, "I'm fine." Something must have happened. Her happy mood changed to that of being moody. She was so quiet on the ride back to her place, and once there he asked her what was bothering her. "It's nothing. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to take a nice long bubble bath, and I don't want to be disturbed." She left him standing there with this confused look on his face, but she was hurt by what he told that man at the gym and didn't want to look at him for another minute. Grabbing a beer from the fridge, he sat her down in the living room, resting his chin in his hand. He kept mulling over what all took place after they went to shower. Before that, she was in a good mood, joking about not marking up his face. There was no way she could have heard what was said in the men's locker room. Or had she? He wiped his forehead. God, he hoped she hadn't heard what he said about her. He didn't see any other way but to ask her. Coming from the bathroom, she avoided looking at him and went into the kitchen. He followed her and, going up behind her, put his arms around her waist. She removed his arms and stepped away from him. "I can't take this anymore. What is wrong with you?" he snapped. "Why? It's not like I mean anything to you. I'm just a job." He hung his head. "You hurt me, didn't you?" Back at the gym, talking to one of the officers. "Yes, and it hurt. I know you don't love me, but I thought we had something special. But to hear that I mean nothing at all to you really hurt me," she said. Tears filled her eyes. "No, don't touch me," she said when he tried to hold her. "We do have something special, and I do care about you. I only said that so the others wouldn't know how involved we are. They were making some crude jokes, and I didn't want them talking about you in that way. I'm so damn sorry you heard what I said. I didn't mean any of it." He grabbed her arms, pulling her closer. "You mean the world to me. I hate that I hurt you." Wiping her tears away, leaned down and kissed her. She stopped him from kissing her. "I know getting involved with me is frowned upon by your superiors. I expect honesty from the people I'm around, and I don't like being used for sex. So if that's all I am to you, then we better stop now. As good as the sex is between us, that's not all it is to me. I like you. We have a good time together. We talk and listen to each other. You're not only beautiful but smart, funny, and have a great sense of humor. What I really like is that you are down to earth. You haven't let your fame turn you into a spoiled brat. You wear these baggy sweatpants and tops when you're at home instead of some fancy glamour gowns. Tells me a lot about your character." "I like being comfortable," she said, giving him a smile. "There it is, a smile. So I take it you have forgiven me." "Oh, all right. You're forgiven. Let's eat the leftover pizza. I'm starving." They were sitting on the sofa. Zane was watching some sports game on TV, and Jade was painting her toenails. She glanced over at him. "You know, I still haven't forgiven you completely." His head turned towards her. "What do I have to do for you to forgive me?" "I'll do anything." He was thinking along the lines of something to do with sex. "Anything?" she asked. 5 minutes later, Zane regretting that he said he'd do anything, found himself painting her toenails a light pink shade. "You have beautiful feet," he said, and she laughed. "Yeah, right," she scoffed. "Hey, watch what you're doing. You missed one." She pointed to her baby toe. "Jake, about the party tomorrow night, is there any way I can persuade you not to go?" "No. Isn't it better if I show myself in public? It just might drive Kenny out of hiding and he'll get caught." "Wait one goddamn minute. Are you only going to use yourself as bait? If that's the case, I won't allow it." "That's it. We're not going," he barked. Standing up, he folded his arms. His chest puffed out. "You don't have to go, but I am. And stop ordering me around like I'm some kind of kid. Besides," she said, moving closer and running her hands over his hard chest, "you be there to protect me, and won't it be fun to go out, have a few drinks and dance? If you think you can win me over by touching me this way, well, you can forget it." He sighed, grabbed her and crushed her against him. "Oh, who the hell am I trying to kid? Of course, you can, you little vixen," he said as he picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. "God, I'm so whipped," he said to himself as he removed their clothes. Chapter 18. The following evening they were getting ready for the party. Zane stood in the doorway watching Jade. She didn't know he was there. Her back was to him when she dropped her robe, and taking the dress off the hanger, slipped it over her head. Watching women strip was a turn on, but watching her dress was more arousing than he could ever have imagined. The way the material of her dress clung to her curves as she pulled it down was getting him hard. Maybe watching would be considered creepy, but he didn't care. He couldn't take his eyes off her. She turned and jumped when she saw him standing there, just staring. "You startled me. Just how long have you been there?" "Since you dropped your robe," he said with a grin on his face. "Come here," he said in a demanding tone. She walked slowly towards him. "I'm only coming over so that you can do up the zipper," she said. Reaching him, she turned her back to him. "Do you like the dress?" He pulled the zipper up slowly. Then he moved her hair over to the side and his lips came down on her neck. "It's nice, but on you it's beautiful. I like it this short. Makes it easy for me to slide my hand up and under your panties," he said into her neck, and he kissed her exposed flesh. A small moan escaped her mouth when his finger touched her. "Zane, stop," she moaned. "The limousine will be here any minute and you're not ready." Moving his hand, she stepped back, straightening her dress. "Go," she ordered him. He wasn't the only one who could give orders. Using his tongue, he licked the tip of his finger, the one he used to touch her with. "I'll go, but we aren't done." Her knees felt weak from his touch, so sitting down, she put her heels on. One more check in the mirror and she was ready to go. Her breath caught in her throat when she saw Zane in his dark tux. He was so damn handsome. She walked over and fixed his tie, her eyes fluttering when she looked up at him. "There is something really hot and sexy about a man in a suit that turns me on." "Then perhaps we should stay home, and after you undress me, you can watch as I put it back on. Or I could make love to you wearing it." "Nice try, handsome. We're going." "What's all that?" she asked, pointing to what he was putting into his pocket. Putting his gun in his holster, he picked up a thing that looked like a tiny bug. "It's an earpiece I can wear to talk to the other officers who are going to be there." "How many will there be?" she asked, watching as he put more items in his pocket. "Several. Some will be working as waiters, one parking cars, and the others spread around. You and the others won't know who they are, only me." "I thought you said the police refused to put more men on the case." Joe called in some favors. With the number of celebrities being there, they agreed it was necessary. "Ready?" he asked, taking her hand. He helped her into the limo and got in next to her. "Okay, I want to go over the ground rules one more time. First, you are to remain in my sight at all times. You will not wander off by yourself. And if we do get separated, stay within a group of people. Never for 1 second be by yourself. If something or someone makes you uncomfortable, give me a signal, and I'll be right by your side in a flash. What if I need to use the restroom? I'll go with you." Seeing how she rolled her eyes, he smiled. "Don't worry, I'll wait outside the door. I really don't think anything will happen with all the people around," she said, looking at him. It touched her how he was being so protective of her, and she felt 100% safe with him. Taking her hand, he kissed her fingers. "Maybe not, but I'm not taking any chances. My priority is protecting you at all costs." His nerves were a bit on edge, his gut still telling him going to this party was a bad idea. The limo pulled up to the building. People were getting out of the other limos and private cars. Everyone was dressed in the most glamorous and expensive clothes money could buy. Models, Businessmen, politicians, and other wealthy people were attending. Before getting out of their vehicle, he noticed photographers taking pictures. "This isn't good, Jade. I'm a cop and I can't have my picture taken. Put on your dark sunglasses. I'm sure no one will be looking at you. It's the models they're interested in. Once we go inside, the only picture taking will be the ones that are authorized by Victoria's Secret." It was crazy. Once they stepped out of the limo, cameras started flashing. People began hollering for Jade's attention. Women were holding up bottles of the perfume she had posed with, wanting her to give them her autograph. One man broke through the rope that was up to prevent people from getting close to the ones attending the party. He managed to slip past the one cop and, reaching Jade, grabbed her. Zane immediately got him off her and had him down on the ground. Taking out his handcuffs, he cuffed the man and had one of the cops take him away. Turning to Jade, he saw she was calm considering what she had just gone through. "Are you okay? Did he hurt you?" he asked, taking her arm and leading her inside. "I'm fine. This kind of thing happens a lot. I'm used to it." She looked up at him. "But I'm glad you were with me." "Me too," he answered, touching her chin lightly with the tips of his fingers. Removing the invitation from her purse, handed it to the doorman, who moved aside, allowing them to enter. "You ready for a night of beautiful models and champagne?" she asked him when they entered the room. Taking one glass off the tray, which a waiter held, he asked him to bring him a beer. "The only model I have eyes for is you, and as for champagne, no thanks." The waiter returned with a glass of beer for him. Reggie, having seen them enter, walked over, kissing her cheek. "I'm glad you made it. Some very important people are asking to speak with you. There's talk of signing you to a 2-year contract with them to keep promoting their perfume." "Reggie, I told you when the year is up I'm retiring from the business and moving away. Maybe you'll change your mind. This contract is a big deal. Just think of the money you'll make. Just think about it, okay?" Zane was about to give him a piece of his mind, but before he could, a tall brunette walked over to them, putting her arm through Reggie's. She wore a long black dress that did nothing for her figure. She wore very little makeup, and her hair was tied in a bun on top of her head. It was tied so tight, he was sure if she were to smile her face would crack, and he had to stifle a laugh at the thought of that happening. "Darling, we must talk to the Carringtons." "Dear, you remember Jade?" "Yes." "Hello, Jade." "Hello, Mrs. Curtis. This is Zane Warner, Mr. Warner, my wife, Wanda," Reggie said as he snaked his arm around her waist. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Warner," she said, her tone icy. Before he answered, she turned to her husband. "Let's not keep the Carringtons waiting." "We'll talk later, Jade," Reggie said, and touched her arm when he walked past her. Zane leaned in and spoke into her ear. I bet if she were to smile her face would crack. He couldn't hold back a chuckle. Letting out a small laugh, she covered her mouth. "Zane, so what's her story?" "Mrs. Curtis is not outgoing. She stays by herself except for her small circle of friends. She has a lot of health issues. Other than that, I don't know her. She never associates with any of Reggie's clients." They mingled, and when the pictures were being taken, Zane stood back, leaning against the wall, and kept his eyes on her. He spoke on the earphones to the others, checking to make sure nothing suspicious was going on. All was clear. Pictures being done with, he walked over, pushing his way in between her and Reggie, when he saw the man putting his arm around her waist. She looked at him. "I need to go to the ladies." Nodding, he took hold of her elbow and they walked away from the group. "Want me to come in with you?" he asked, giving her a sly smile. "Thanks, but no thanks. I'll only be a moment, so try to behave. No getting into any fights." "Me get into a fight?" he said, pointing a finger at himself with a smile on his face. When she came out, the blood in her veins heated up when she saw Lily with her hands all over Zane. She had him backed up against the wall and he looked pissed off. She could hear him telling her to back away. Jealously raced through her, and grabbing a fistful of Lily's hair, pulled her off, saying, "Get off him, you skank," she cursed. Lily let out a squeal and swatted her hand away. "Who you calling a skank, bitch?" "You," Jade snapped back. Zane got between them. "Okay, ladies, that's enough. This is neither the time nor place." Lily glared angrily at Jade before looking back at him and smiled. "When you get tired of playing house with this cow, call me. You have my number." With a smirk on her face, she walked past Jade. Jade's face was flushed, her heart was beating rapidly, and she looked at him. "Bastard, you have her number." He held his hands up. "No, not anymore." When she turned to storm away, he grabbed her arm and swung her around to face him. She gave it to me the first time I came to your shoot. I threw it away. He pulled her close. I never had any intentions of calling her then, or now. Feeling embarrassed with her outburst, she lowered her eyes. I'm sorry. It's just that Lily is always trying to get with any man I've dated. She was always coming on to Trevor, and I think they slept together, though he denied it. If he did, he was a fool. No man in his right mind would cheat on you. He stroked her cheek before leaning over and giving her a kiss. Will you do me the honor of dancing with me? Nodding, she placed her hand in his hand, and they headed over to where the dancing was taking place. He put his arms around her waist, pulling her so close she could hardly breathe. With her arms around his neck, she rests her head on his shoulder. He smelled so good. His masculine scent along with his cologne was so alluring. She had never been jealous before, not even with Trevor, but when she saw Zane with Lily she became furious and wanted to rip the other woman's hair right out of her head. This got her thinking. Was she starting to have deep feelings for him? Would she end up getting her heart broken? As confused as she was, she couldn't help the feeling she got whenever she was in his arms. That warm, loving feeling. Chapter 19. As he moved his hands slowly up and down her back, he would pull her closer to his body. His cheek rested on top of her head, loving the smell of her hair and how silky soft it felt against his face. Closing his eyes, he imagined they were the only two people in the room as they swayed to the music. The song from the movie Ghost was playing, How I Hunger for Your Kiss, and when she lifted her head to look at him, he didn't care where they were when he kissed her. It was soft, tender, and after the kiss, he stared into her eyes. He liked that she got jealous. It showed him that she had some deep feelings for him. The song ended and he wanted to say something to her, something that he'd been wanting to say for some time now. Just as he was about to, a man walked over to them. Hello, Miss Edwards. May I have a few words with you? Of course, Mr. Brady. I'd like you to meet my friend, Zane Warner. After the introduction, she told him she'd be right with him. Once he walked away, she turned to Zane. I have to go and speak with him. I won't be long. Do you have to talk tonight? Yes, I'm going to tell him I'm retiring from the business and won't be signing with him. So you're still planning on leaving town? You knew from the beginning that was my plan. I hate my life here, the modeling and all the phony people associated with it. My life is back in Kansas. It's my home. It's where I belong. I'm sorry, Zane. He watched as she walked away and headed towards Mr. Brady, who was waiting for her with a drink for her in his hand. He hated the way the old bald-headed man was checking her out. Going over, he leaned against the wall and refused the beer that the waiter brought over. After all, he was here to protect her and couldn't do that if he was intoxicated. It kind of felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart at the very thought of her not being in his life. But what could he do about it? Kansas was where her heart was, and he couldn't ask her not to go. Or could he? While she was busy with Mr. Brady, he talked to his guys through his earpiece. All was clear. No sign of trouble. His eyes stayed on Jade, and it looked like Mr. Brady was not happy with what she was telling him. When she was on her way back over to him, a man stepped in front of her and tried to take her hand, but she backed away. He decided to go over and find out what was going on. Before he could, though, she walked away, finding her way back to him. Looks like Mr. Brady wasn't pleased with you turning him down. He was upset. She smiled up at him. He'll get over it. Who was that other man? The one who was giving you a hard time? He's nobody. Just forget about him. I want to know, Jade. If you must know, he's Clintwell's. I went out with him once, and when he asked me out again, I turned him down. I told him I wasn't interested, and he still keeps wanting to go out. About earlier, he started to say, but an elderly woman came over. Miss Edwards, I'm so thrilled to meet you. I was wondering if my husband and I could get a couple of pictures taken with you. Sure, I would love to. She turned to Zane. I'll just be a few minutes. Okay, I'll go grab you a drink from the bar, he said, noticing that Clint was there. Going over, he asks the bartender for a glass of champagne, then turns to Clint. Mr. Wells. Yeah, he answered snarkily. Who the hell are you? It doesn't matter who I am, but I am here with Miss Edwards and I'm a cop. If you ever go anywhere near her again, I will make your life a living hell. Clint stood up straight. Is that a threat? No, it's a promise, he answered. Picking up the champagne, gave the man a hard pat on the back. See you around, pal. Zane waited for her to return, and when she did, he handed her the glass. That was sweet of you to take those pictures with that couple. They were so nice. That's rare these days. Wanna get out of here? Zane asked, moving in close. Where do you want to go? She asked, running her finger along his tie. Somewhere we can be alone. Taking her hand, he led her into another room and out onto the patio. He was dying to kiss her and hoped there was no one else out there. He was in luck and smiled, taking the glass out of her hand and setting it on the railing. He heard her gasp when he put her up against the wall and his mouth came down hard on hers. He felt her arms going around his neck and she pressed her body into his. After several minutes, he moved from her mouth. He reached up and traced her lips with his finger. I want you now. Then I think you better take me home, she said, taking his tie in her hand and pulling him in close for another kiss. The feel of his snake getting harder was pressing into her, and she could feel the dampness on her panties. Zane pulled away, his head cocked to the side, and he held his finger to her lips so she wouldn't speak. Something didn't feel right, and he wished he hadn't brought her outside. Let's go back inside, he said nervously. What's wrong? She asked when he looked all around and she heard how his voice shook slightly. Not wanting to scare her, he put his hand on her arm. It's nothing. It's just that your clothes are bothering me, and I want to get you home and out of them, he said, giving her a side grin as he started steering her towards the entrance. They didn't get far when a gunshot rang out and Zane dropped to his knees before hitting the ground. Jade screamed. Getting on her knees, she saw the blood. Someone help, she yelled at the top of her lungs. Zane, oh God, you've been shot. Clutching his arm, he tried to get up. Get inside. No, he screamed at her. No, I'm not leaving you. Damn you, woman, he cursed and started talking into his earpiece. Office down, West Wing patio. Seconds later, people came out. A couple were cops disguised as waiters. Get Miss Edwards inside now. Not without you, she said, pushing the one man off her. Help me get him inside. He needs to go to the hospital. They got him in and had him sit in a chair while they waited for the ambulance to arrive. He gave the officers instructions, telling them where the shot came from, and to go search the area and to keep everyone inside. I'm responsible for you getting hurt. I should have listened to you and stayed home and you wouldn't have gotten hurt. She grabbed a towel and held it tightly against his wound. It's just a flesh wound and this isn't your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's me. I should never have taken you out there. I know better than that. Because of my lust for you, you could have been killed. I'm so sorry, he said, wiping her tears away. He protested when the ambulance arrived, saying he could drive there himself. This angered Jade and she gave him a tongue lashing. You fool. You've been shot and there is no way I'm letting you drive. Now cooperate or I'll have them sedate you. Now lay down and stop threatening these men. They're here to help you. She put her hands on his chest and made him lie down. Geez, Jade, it's just a shot in the arm. Nothing serious. Just a shot in the arm. Do you hear yourself? Damn fool. You could have been killed, she said as a tear rolled down her cheek. With his right hand, he placed it behind her head and drew her close to his face. I didn't know you cared so much. He then kissed her, but she pulled away. You big dope. Of course, I care about you. I like you. A lot. Even though you're bossy, arrogant and at times downright rude. Are you in pain? No, he replied. Liar, she hissed at him. You don't have to act brave around me. Arriving at the hospital, he was taken in right away, and when she wasn't allowed to go in with him, he ordered the one young officers to stay with her. You won't let her out of your sight, not even for a second, or you'll have me to answer to. Some officers showed up when the shooting was called in. Joe was one who also showed up. He was Zane's partner, and when he heard what went down, he rushed right over. Seeing Jade sitting, her head hung down and being guarded by the cop, he went over and kneeled in front of her. Hey, are you okay? She nodded. Have you given a statement to the police? Yes, she said, wiping away a tear. Joe looked at the young officers. You can leave now. I'll stay with her. Once he was gone, Joe sat her in the seat next to her. Can you walk me through what happened? She swallowed the lump in her throat. We were out on the patio, talking. She wasn't about to tell him they were making out. We decided to leave and go home. Before we left, he became anxious and kept looking around. And when I asked him what was wrong, he said it was nothing. As we were about to go back inside, I heard a loud bang, like a gun being fired. I turned to look back at Zane and he was on the ground, blood coming from his arm. He got hurt because of me, she sobbed. Joe put his arm around her shoulder. You must not blame yourself. Zane is a cop and he knows the risk. One he was willing to take. I talked to the doctor on the way in, and the bullet went into his arm, but it wasn't deep and no arteries were hit. so they're removing the bullet and he'll be out in no time. I could tell he was in pain, but he insisted he wasn't. Joe removed his arm, saying is young and fearless, and I'll bet he didn't want you to see him as being weak. That's foolish. Feeling pain doesn't make you weak, she said, shaking her head. You men and your egos. Have you ever been shot? She asked, looking at him. Once, in the leg, and let me tell you, being shot no matter where hurts like a son of a bitch. Smiling, he looked back at her. The only good thing that came out of it was the way my wife took care of me, and it made her realize how much she loved me. We were having problems and talked about divorce. It might sound crazy, but me getting shot brought us closer. Made us see that life is short and that we need to be with the ones we love. I'm glad you and your wife are making your marriage work. Thanks. Me too. You know, Zane really cares about you. It's so obvious in the way he looks at you. I care about him too. Just then the doctor came out. She stood up. How is he? The bullet wasn't deep. We removed it. He's going to be a little sore for a while, but he's going to be fine. You must be Jade. He's been asking for you. You can go in and see him. After thanking the doctor, she went to his room, followed by Joe. Chapter 20. When she opened the door and saw him on the bed, shirtless and with a bandage on his arm, she choked back a sob and went over to his side. His eyes were closed, but he opened them when he felt her touching him. He took her hand and held it. Zane, you had me scared to death, she said. Leaning down, she kissed his cheek. Hey, buddy, what you doing getting yourself shot? Joe said as he moved closer. Zane's head turned to look at Joe, still holding her hand. Any word on the shooter? Not yet, but we did go over the area and found footprints and a cigarette butt. What I don't get is how they missed Jade and got you instead. I do have a guess though. I think you were the target he was aiming for. Jade stared with an open mouth, shaking her head. Why do you think that? From where the shooter was, he would have had a clear shot at you. Instead, Zane was hit. It does make sense. Because of Zane, they weren't able to get to you. So by taking him out of the picture, they would have been able to get to you at some point. You keep saying they. You think there's more than one? She asked. Joe shook his head. I'm not saying that, but I'm also not ruling it out. He looked at Zane. They're releasing you soon, so I'll have a squad car take you home and extra security outside the apartment complex. I'll leave you two alone and I'll make some calls. When he tried to get up, she held him down. I've got to put my shirt on so we can get out of here. He groaned. Not yet. You have been given something for the pain and it's making you sleepy. Once you've rested for a while, then we'll get you dressed and I'll take you home. I'll rest, but only if you lay next to me. Getting on the bed, she laid down and he put his arm around her. I'm so sorry you got hurt. Because of me now they are after you too. I don't want anything to happen to you. Maybe Joe can get someone else assigned to me. No one but me's going to protect you. So you can get that thought out of your pretty little head, he said, yawning. She looked up and saw he had fallen asleep. Knowing how stubborn he was, she knew there was no way he would step aside and let someone else take over. Part of her was glad about that. She felt safe with him and didn't think she would with anyone else. He looked so peaceful asleep. She touched his cheek, knowing she was getting dangerously close to falling in love with him. She got off the bed just as Joe walked in. You look exhausted. If you want, I can have a man take you home and a guard outside your door till Zane gets there. She looked down at Zane. She wasn't about to leave him. I'll be okay. She smiled at Joe. Besides, if I leave here without him, he'll be furious. And as I'm sure you know, he has a temper. Joe chuckled. That he does. He's a good cop and will make a great detective. Zane has the best instincts of anyone I know. And he's usually 99% right. What about you, Joe? Don't you want to be a detective? Me? No way. I like where I am. Less hassle. Being a detective involves more hours, always on call, and can be called out in the middle of the night. My wife would never put up with that, and I prefer to stay married. I have to go back to the office and make more calls. I should be back in about an hour or so, and then I'll give you both the ride home. Okay, thank you, Joe. She pulled a chair next to the bed and sitting down held Zane's hand. Her mind kept going over everything that had happened. She was sure Kenny couldn't have killed Trevor or shot Zane. He may be a bit unhinged but wasn't a killer. But for him to put cameras in her apartment, and how could he have afforded to buy them? Also, was he smart enough to know how to set them up? He did have access to her place, though it was against the law for him to go in without her consent. Now that she thought about it, when he first started working in her building, he did have to go in to fix the taps that were dripping in the bathroom. She had left him alone to go to work. She felt like crying. He had been spying on her for months now. "Hey, where are you going?" Zane asked when he opened his eyes and saw her walking away. Going back over to him, she took his hand in hers. "I'm just going to use the washroom. Close your eyes and get some sleep. Don't leave this room." "I'm not going anywhere. There's one in here," she said, kissing his cheek. Even in the shade he was in, he was still worried about her. When Zane opened his eyes, he wasn't sure how much time had passed, but he did know Jade was not with him. He called out to her, thinking she was back in the washroom, but he got no answer. Fear coursed through his veins, and pulling himself up reached for his shirt. His arm was killing him, but he refused to let that stop him from looking for her. His head snapped towards the door when it opened, and he held his breath, hoping it was Jade. It wasn't. It was Joe. "Hey man, what are you doing out of bed?" "Where's Jade?" he snapped. "Isn't she here?" "If she were, would I be asking you where she is?" "I was back at the station. Been there for over an hour and I just got back. She said she wouldn't go anywhere. Maybe she went to get a coffee." "No, she wouldn't leave." Zane barked. "I've got to find her. Damn it, I should never have fallen asleep." They both looked when the door opened and a nurse walked in. "Miss, the woman that was here with me, Jade Edwards. Have you seen her?" Zane asked, sweat forming on his temples. "I haven't seen her in about an hour. When I let her know, Officer Brown was waiting to see her in the waiting room." Joe looked at Zane and shook his head, before putting his attention back to the nurse. "I'm Officer Brown, and I've never seen you before, or asked you to send Miss Edwards to the waiting room." "No, not you. The other man, he said he was Brown. Showed me a badge," she said. Her hand began to shake. Knowing she had screwed up, she didn't really bother to look at the badge, being busy and all. "What did he look like?" Zane barked. "He was tall, husky-built with dark hair, and he wore glasses. Walked with a limp." "Don't you watch the news?" Zane growled. "You just described Kenny divided by Howard Crane, a wanted man in connection with stalking and murdering a man." The nurse was in tears. "No, I never watch TV. I'm so sorry." Joe got on his phone and called for backup. "We'll search every inch of this hospital, get the surveillance tapes, and we'll find her." Zane, in his frustration, he grabbed Joe by the collar. "Find her. It's been an hour and they could be anywhere by now. Kenny, that sick Fouquet has her, and there's no telling what he'll do to her." He released Joe when the room started to spin and he had to sit down. "My God, Joe, we have to find her before it's too late." Joe checked his phone. "There are men checking the stairways, every room, and we should hear something soon." Zane put his shirt on and hoisted his pistol. "When the cottage we were staying in blew up, the only ones who knew we were there were Reggie, Kenny, and you." He looked at Joe. His eyes narrowed when suspicion crept into his brain. "You've been gone for over an hour. What were you doing?" "I told you I went to the station and made some calls." "Wait, do you think I have something to do with what's been happening to Jade?" "You are the only one who knows everything about this case, and I've told you things that I never told anyone else." Joe's face turned red and anger flashed in his eyes. "You listen to me, partner. I've been working my bum off trying to find answers, while you've been shacked up with Jade. I never even heard of her till she walked into the station, so what motive would I have? You and I have been friends for a long time. I have a wife and kids I love, so do you really think I have something to do with this?" Zane ran his hand through his hair. "No, of course not, Joe. I'm just going crazy here with worry, and we still don't know what really happened." Joe sat next to him. "I know you're sick with worry. I got in touch with the doctor who was in charge of Kenny when he was in the institution, and he's gathering all his notes and is going to fax them over to me at the station. We know that when he kidnapped the girl from school, he was in love with her and he didn't hurt her. He's in love with Jade, obsessed with her, so I don't believe he'll hurt her." "That was different. That girl wasn't involved with anyone. Kenny knows how close she and I have gotten, and it pissed him off. Remember the first case we had where the girl was stalking this guy? She said that if she couldn't have him, no one would either, and she killed him. We have every available man out looking. We'll go back to the station. I just got a text saying the fax I was waiting for's there. But maybe you should go home and rest. I'll keep you in the loop." Zane stood and winced when he put his jacket on. His arm was throbbing like crazy. "I'm not going home until we find her." "I know," Joe said, and opening the door they walked out. Before they got far, an officers ran towards them, breathing heavily. "I found these in the stairway by the inside parking lot." It was Jade's purse and a handkerchief. Zane held the handkerchief close to his nose. Chloroform, he said, looking at Joe, handed it to him to smell. Joe turned to the young officers. We'll take these with us, he said, indicating the purse and cloth. You gather all the surveillance tapes and bring them to the station. Also, get some of the others to question everyone who was here in the last 3 hours and have them report back to me. They walked to Joe's car and Zane stopped to look around. How is it possible for Kenny to sneak into a hospital and abduct a woman who is clearly out cold? The man might be strong, but he has a limp. We'll know more when we get the tapes. He would probably have had a vehicle in the parking lot near the stairway. Let's get to the station. I'm hoping the facts will give us some insight into Kenny as to what he's capable of. Zane was getting more worried as the minutes ticked by. Not knowing what was happening to her had his stomach in knots. He could only hope that Kenny wouldn't hurt her, that his intentions were to keep her captive in the hopes that she would fall in love with him. The man was mentally unstable and probably thought she might in time. When they arrived at the station, there was a stack of papers for them to go through. One was a report from the fire chief on the fire at the cottage. Chapter 21. Jade. Her eyelids felt heavy. She tried to open them, but they wouldn't budge. Her throat burned with an acid taste and she couldn't move her arms. Panic sunk in and she tried to remember what happened. The nurse had come into Zane's room and told her Officer Brown needed to speak with her in private, and he was waiting in the small waiting room, the one at the end of the hall next to the staircase. When she got there, Joe wasn't anywhere in sight, so she walked out and was heading back when someone grabbed her from behind and dragged her into the stairway, placing something over her mouth. The smell made her nauseous. She struggled, but then she was pulled into darkness. Forcing her eyes open, the room began to spin, so she closed them till the spinning stopped. Again she tried moving her arms, but looking up saw they were tied to a headboard, and immediately started yanking at the rope. Looking down, she saw she was still fully clothed, except for her shoes. Her eyes wandered around the room. The windows were boarded up and a small light was turned on in the corner. She saw a small fridge, a stove, a table, 2 wooden chairs, and a door leading to what she figured was a bathroom. The room was small and run down. Another small bed, more of a cot, was in the far corner. No one was there, so she started screaming for help. Help me, please somebody help me. She kept screaming till her throat started to burn and no more words could come out. Cold and trapped, she sat her day up as best she could and the tears came. Zane, where are you? She cried silently. It was cold. She felt no heat in the small place and she shivered. There was no way for her to know how long she had been here as there was no clock. With the windows boarded up, she had no idea if it was day or night. The sound of a key in the lock being turned had her body trembling with fear as she watched the door slowly open. She wanted to scream, but her fear had its grip on her and she frowned up. Kenny, she managed to squeak out when she saw him. He gave her a big smile when he looked over and saw she was awake. Hello, Angel. I'm sorry about having to tie you up, but I couldn't risk you hurting yourself. He walked over and sat her down on the bed next to her. Kenny, why are you doing this? To keep you safe, he said, placing his hand on her leg, moving slowly up. Don't touch me, she cried out and squeezed her legs tightly together. Keep me safe from what? She asked when he removed his hand. From the ones who are trying to hurt you. But it's you, Kenny, who's doing all this. Just let me go and I promise I won't tell anyone it was you who took me. No, I can't let you go. Someone is trying to kill you and it's not me. They want to take you away from me. Don't you see that we belong together? You're mine and I'll never let you go. I love you. I would never hurt you. You're crazy, she yelled at him. Kenny got up and went over to the door and started banging his head against it. I'm not crazy. Don't say that. He looked back at her. I waited for you after you broke up with Trevor to become pure again for me. But you had to drop your pants for that cop, and now it will be months before we can be together. I waited so long to touch you, to join our bodies as one. He dashed back over to her and sat her down, running his fingers along her face. Your skin is so soft. I watched you and that pig together. It made me sick to see the way he touched and sucked on you. That should have been me. She moved her head to the side. The feel of his rough flesh sickened her. Please let me go. You must know that what you're doing is wrong. Where are we and how long are you planning on keeping me here? There's no need to concern yourself with where we are. I will keep you safe. And once you've learned to trust and love me, we'll leave and go far away. He went to the closet and took out a blanket. Bringing it back, placed it over her. It's cold in here. This will keep you warm. I'll need to use the washroom soon and I'm getting hungry. Her mind scrambled to find some excuse to get him to untie her. Maybe once he did, she could find something to knock him out with. Then she could escape. Kenny chewed on his bottom lip as he gave it some thought. I will untie you, but don't try anything or else I will be angry. And you won't like me when I'm angry. Going over, he released her from the rope. Go, use the bathroom, and when you come out I will have come up with a way for you to move around. Maybe I'll lengthen the rope so that it reaches the bathroom. That way whenever you need to go you can do so. Rubbing her wrists where the ropes had left a mark, she walked into the bathroom and shut the door. She needed to pee, and as she sat her down looked around for something to use as a weapon. There was nothing. A small sink, shower, a new toothbrush still in its wrapper Saturday on the counter along with toothpaste. The shower curtain was hung with hooks. She figured it was a long shot, but maybe she could use one to cut away at the rope. He was sure to put back on her. As quietly as she could, she reached up and removed one of the hooks, making sure to take one that she hoped wouldn't be noticed missing. What's taking so long, Angel? He called out. I'm almost done, she replied and ran the water. Hiding the hook in the palm of her hand went back out. She saw him using more rope, a much longer one. She glanced over at the door and thought about taking a run for it, but there was a lock on it, and the key was hanging on a chain around his belt. Come here and sit down on the bed. I have a surprise for you. I've made this longer, but only enough so that you can use the toilet and shower. He saw her looking over at the door. It will not reach that far. Kenny, please don't tie me up, she pleaded. Get over here, he yelled. On shaky legs, she went in Saturday while he tied her one wrist up and attached the rope to the headboard and smiled at her. I'll leave your one arm free so that you can eat and drink. Don't think for 1 second that you'll be able to get free. She stared at it. He was right. There was no way she could untie it. He used some weird way of tying knots that she never knew existed. What am I to eat or wear? She hoped if she acted like she was going along with him, he would start to trust her and might slip up and make a mistake. He went and sat her down, rubbing his chin as he thought, I will get you some clothes to wear and bring some food once. The cops are not all over the place. I do have water and some crackers. Would you like some? She moved her head up and down. Her throat was dry and her stomach growled. He went and took out a bottle of water from the rusty old fridge and grabbed the box of crackers and handed them to her. Don't eat too many. I'm not sure when I'll be able to go out, he said, and went back to the table and turned on what she thought was a radio. It turned out to be a police scanner. Taking a drink, she listened as voices came through. They were talking about her and Kenny, information about where they were searching, and there was a manhunt out looking for their whereabouts. It's no use, Kenny. They're going to find us sooner or later. He laughed, sending cold chills throughout her. They'll never find us. They aren't even close. He stared at her, seeing how scared she was. Don't worry, Angel. We're safe. He was so pleased with himself and wanted to jump up and down. He had outsmarted the cops. They had and never would know their location. He found the perfect place where no one lived nearby, and he was able to rig up enough power to give them electricity in order for them to survive. Once the cops gave up and stopped looking for them, they would be able to flee the country. He was a master of disguises and eluded the police for years after he escaped from the hellhole. He was placed in at the age of 16. Now, 35 years old, he had finally found her, the woman who would be his wife and bear his children. Zane won't give up till he finds me, she spat out. Hearing the cop's name made him furious. That pig. You should never have let him touch you the way he did. He soiled your body with his filthy animal lust. I was waiting to make you mine. I watched you for months, the way you showered and washed your hair. So beautiful. Jade wanted to cry. The thought of him watching her made her sick. You shot Zane. It was you. No, I did not shoot him, but I am glad someone did. It's a shame though they didn't kill him. It would have saved me a lot of trouble, but it worked out anyway. With him in the hospital, I was finally able to get close enough to you. Standing up, he went over to the cot and laid down. You should get some sleep. It's almost morning. Night, Angel. She lay there waiting until she knew he was asleep, taking the hook from inside the pillowcase where she had hidden it. Unbending it, she used it to pick at the rope. 2 hours later, she had barely made a scratch. Tears fell as she placed the hook back inside the pillowcase. At this rate, it would take days to tear a single strand. It was hopeless. Laying down, she pulled the blanket up to her chin and listened to Kenny snoring. How she was able to sleep was beyond her, but when she woke, he was gone. Getting out of bed, she tried going to the door, but the rope that was around her wrist wouldn't reach that far. She tried frantically to untie the rope attached to the bed and the one around her wrist. It was no use, so she picked up the water bottle and drank what little there was left in it. The rope was not long enough to reach the fridge where she knew there was more. Using what little strength she had tried pushing the bed closer to the door, it wouldn't budge. She got down on all fours to check and saw that the bed legs were bolted to the floor. She hung her head in defeat. He had thought of everything, and she realized he had been planning this for some time now. Her eyes widened in fear when the door opened and a man walked in. He had long blonde hair and a beard and was walking with a cane. If it weren't for the thick dark glasses, she would never have known it was Kenny. The glasses gave him away. She watched as he placed the small shopping bag on the table and removed his wig and fake beard. Chapter 22. Good. You're awake, Angel, Kenny said as he pulled bread, meat and some fruit from the bag. I got what I could for now. I'll try later to get more and something for you to wear. She cringed every time he called her Angel and watched as he prepared some sandwiches and handed her one. I want to go home. He shot her a look of anger and smacked himself in the head. I told you no, so stop talking about leaving. It's not happening. Pulling out some magazines from the bag, threw them on the table by the bed. Here, this will help to pass the time. And if you're a good girl, I'll try and rig up a small TV for you to watch. She saw how Kenny was getting mad, so she took the sandwich and started eating. It was better if she didn't push him too hard, or not ask him what he would do to her. He sat her down and watched her eat, his eyes going to her legs, and he felt the stirring of desire for her building. He had admired her from afar for so long and longed to touch her. If only she would hurry up and fall for him. Why can't you love me? He asked, rubbing his crotch to ease the throbbing. She swallowed the piece of her sandwich and looked at him. You can't force someone to love you. Yes, you can, and once you are with me long enough, and realize I can protect and love you as no one else can, in time you will want me, you will want to sleep with me, and I promise it will be good. I won't ever again let another man touch you. You keep me tied up in this horrible place, with no proper food or living conditions, and you expect me to fall in love with you. I'll never love you, nor will I let you touch me. I'll die first, she cried out. Hearing this, he flew into a fit of rage, knocking everything off the table and jumped towards her, pushing her down on the bed. He climbed on top and glared angrily down at her. You will love me, Angel, he said, his mouth going to hers. He tried to kiss her, but she moved her head from side to side, crying out for him to stop. He stopped, got up and pulled himself together. I'm so sorry. Forgive me. I will not touch you until you are ready. She cowered in the corner of the bed. She felt his hard snake pressing into her, and she felt sick, wanting to throw up. If she didn't stop running her mouth next time, he might not stop and would rape her. She watched as he cleaned up the mess and put his disguise back on. I'm going out for a while. He looked over at her. Again, I'm sorry. I will bring you back a special treat. He took out a bottle of water and set it and some fruit on the table next to her bed. Without saying anything else, he walked out, locking the door behind him. Meanwhile, back to Zane. He picked up the cup that was filled with the dark steaming black coffee that was on his desk. He took a sip as he read through the paperwork that Kenny's doctor had faxed over. Joe Saturday across from him, making a face when he drank the coffee. This tastes like shit. Why can't they spring for a decent coffee machine? He said, and taking a report from an officer's who handed it to him. Dropping the papers he was going through, read it and looked over at Zane. You're going to want to read this, he said, and handed him the file. His eyes narrowed as he read, and he looked up at Joe. The cottage fire was no accident. It was blown up with a homemade bomb. I can't say I'm surprised, but is Kenny smart enough to build one? According to these records, he is a genius. The man has one of the highest IQs I've ever heard of, but he is also mentally disturbed. In his years of being kept in the mental ward, he's stayed busy teaching himself about electronics. It says he learned how to build computers from bits and pieces the hospital gave him, took broken cameras apart that weren't in working condition and fixed them. Damn, the hospital even had him repair their surveillance cameras. That's a bit unethical, isn't it? Zane asked. Joe raised an eyebrow. Guess it was cheaper than paying someone. Zane went back to reading. Nowhere in the report does it say he's dangerous but is prone to fits of anger when pushed. That's just stupid. I'm sure if he becomes angry enough he could be dangerous. Hell, he killed Trevor and blew up the cottage, and if Jade makes him mad he'll hurt her. Or worse, kill her. He rubbed his eyes, which were stinging. Why don't you go home and get some sleep? I'll call you if anything pops up. I'm not going anywhere until we find Jade, he said, taking another drink and continuing to read the reports. Not considered dangerous, my ass, he scoffed. Joe got up and poured them both another cup of coffee. "We have every available cop out. They're searching the entire city. It's only a matter of time before we find her." Zane leaned back in his chair. His arm was aching, but he wasn't about to give up. He had to find her before it was too late. There had to be something in these files to give them a clue as to where Kenny had taken her. A pain sliced through his heart, like a knife being plunged into it at the thought of her out there somewhere with that sick bastard and what he might be doing to her. He knew if Kenny heard her, he would kill him. Where the hell are those surveillance tapes from the hospital? He cursed out loud. "They're on the way. Should be here any minute," Joe answered. Half an hour later, the tapes were dropped off, and they and a couple of other officers Saturday back and watched them. There was no sign of Kenny wandering the halls or entering the hospital. The tape from the back stairway was blank. "He must have tampered with it," Joe said to the others. "Let's check the one in the underground parking lot." "There," Joe pointed. They saw on the tape a man carrying what appeared to be a body wrapped in a sheet. They couldn't see his face, but knew it was Kenny by the way he limped. Zane banged his fist on the table and stood up. "That's him. That's the son of a bitch, and he has her hidden in a fucking sheet." He stared at the tape and watched to see where he was heading, and saw him opening the back door to an old black van. "Zero in on the license plate," he ordered the one officers. "It can't be his vehicle. He doesn't have a driver's license," Joe said as he wrote down the numbers. Handing it to the man told him to run the plates and send out an APB on this. "He must have stolen it. I know the man is criminally insane, but I still can't believe he is the killer and that there is someone else involved," Zane said as he ran his hand through his hair. "We find the van. We find Kenny," Joe said as he scanned through more papers. They heard back immediately that the van was stolen. Zane scratched at the growth of hair on his face. "I think he probably ditched it by now, knowing it was only a matter of time before it was reported stolen. So he may not be too far away, hiding somewhere. Get some men out searching abandoned buildings in the area." Leaning back, he closed his eyes. "That prick will have to show up somewhere for food and other essentials. Get them to keep an eye on grocery stores, take out places. Zane, if you won't go home, then at least lay down on the couch, and I'll wake you if there's any news." "Okay, Joe." For a few minutes, getting up, he stretched his muscles. The shirt Joe had given him to wear in place of his bloodied one was a bit tight on him. Closing his eyes, he laid down on the old couch that was in the back room. He drifted off and slept for an hour before waking up in a cold sweat. He dreamed of her, that she was cold and in the dark, calling him. In the short time he had known her, they had become close, closer than he had with another woman. "Zane, Zane," Joe's voice hollered out as he opened the door to the back room. "They found Kenny and are on their way here." He jumped to his feet. His heart was racing and he prayed she was with him. "Jade, do they have her too?" His hopes were dashed and his heart sunk when Joe shook his head. Where did they find him? Coming out of a mini-mart, and get this, he was wearing a blonde wig, a fake beard, and using a cane. He would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those god-awful glasses of his. "Look, Zane, you're too close to the victim, so I want you to step aside and let me interrogate him with another officers." "No fucking way, Joe. I'm going to be there, and since it's my case, you have no right to stop me. I hope you aren't going to go over my head and have the brass pull me off this case. We've been friends for a long time and I'd hate for that to end." Joe saw the flicker of anger in Zane's eyes. "It's just that you have become more than friends and your emotions might get the best of you. The last thing we need is for you to fly off the handle and give Kenny the opportunity to cry police brutally. If it were someone you loved, would you not want to be involved?" "You love her?" Joe asked, staring at him. Realizing what had come out of his mouth, he cleared his throat. "All I'm saying is if it were someone you knew, wouldn't you want to be in the same room as him to try and get him to tell you what you needed to know?" Joe raised his hands in surrender. "Okay, man, but if you lose control, I will pull you out of there so fast, it will make your head spin." Zane dumped his coffee, which was now cold, and poured a fresh cup and Saturday down, waiting for Kenny to be brought in. There was no doubt in his mind that Joe meant what he said, so he'd have to try and keep a lid on his anger. 30 hours she had been gone, and usually, after 24 hours, it was presumed the victim was deceased. But he refused to believe that Jade was alive. He just knew it. "Kenny's in the interrogation room. Keep your cool, Zane," Joe said as they headed down the hall. Opening the door, they stared at the man cuffed to the table. A wig, beard, and cane laid on the table. Zane wanted to go over and put his hands around the man's neck when Kenny looked at him with a smirk on his face. Chapter 23, Kenny, or would you prefer I call you by your real name, Howard Crane? Joe asked as he and Zane Saturday down across from him. Kenny, he grunted. His eyes went to Zane and his hands balled up into fists. You know why you're here, don't you? Joe asked. Nope, he said, his gaze never leaving Zane. You are under arrest for the murder of Trevor Frost, the kidnapping of Jade Edwards, and invasion of privacy. There are more. Should I read them all? Kenny glanced over at Joe. I didn't kill anyone, he spat, spit coming from his mouth when he spoke. Zane let Joe do the talking prior to their talk, about him being just an observer. He was becoming anxious and wondered when he was going to ask about Jade. We have your print on the knife found in Trevor, he said and tossed the knife that was bagged on the table. We also have you on the apartment surveillance camera, going into the building and then coming out 20 minutes later. He clicked on the TV, showing Kenny going into the building, and shortly after rushing out through the entrance door. Kenny started to squirm. His tics got worse as his head jerked and arm twitched. Okay, I went there to tell him to stop stalking her. He followed her everywhere she went. Joe stood and slammed his fist on the table. So let me guess, he told you to go fouquet yourself and you got mad and stabbed him. No, I picked up the knife that was lying on the table and waved it in front of him. Told him to back off or else. He knocked it from my hand and tossed me out. I didn't kill him, he said, yelling. Zane couldn't keep quiet any longer. Where is she? Where is Jade? Kenny looked at him and smiled. How would I know? Look, you son of a bitch, tell us where you've got her. He clicked the TV back on and showed the tape from the underground parking lot. There you are, carrying what I believe is Jade. You can't see no face, so what makes you think it's me? It's you. Your build and there is that limp of yours, Zane snapped. Lots of people walk with a limp, Kenny answered. You sick bastard, you rigged her apartment for months with cameras. We saw all the pictures you had of her in that hidden room. Tell me, how could someone like you afford all that expensive equipment? You'd be surprised what you can buy on the black market, and what I couldn't buy I stole. Are you the one who shot me? And were you aiming for Jade? If I were to shoot you, you'd be dead. It wasn't me. So you did none of it, Zane barked. Kenny banged his fist on the table, staring at Zane with hate. I would never do anything to hurt her. I love her. She is mine. It must have made you angry to see me with her, to know I was staying there. I bet you were so pissed you decided to take her. You say you love her, but yet you planted a homemade bomb in the cottage where we were staying. She could have died. That wasn't me. I would never hurt her. It was you, Kenny. You did it all, Zane hissed. Admit it. You were mad that she wouldn't give you the time of day. You knew she would never let a little creep like you near her. Who would? Just look at you. A crippled ugly man that repulsed women. Tell us where she is. I want a lawyer. I'm not saying another word until my lawyer is here. Zane and Joe looked at each other. Okay, Joe said, looking at Zane motioned for him to follow and walked out of the room. Let's grab a coffee. It'll be a while before a lawyer gets here. We're wasting time. The clock is ticking and she's still out there somewhere. Let me have a few minutes alone with and I'll get him to talk. You know I can't let you do that, Zane. Just wait till the lawyer gets here and maybe we can make a deal. He watched as his partner paced back and forth, his hands clenching by his side. 40 minutes later, Kenny had his lawyer by his side. My client has no knowledge of Miss Edwards' whereabouts. The video does not show his face. The only crime against him is installing the cameras in her apartment. That's where you are wrong. We have his fingerprint on the knife that Mr. Frost was killed with, and a video showing your client coming and going around the time he was killed, Joe said, glancing over at Zane. Your client is a sick pervert, Zane said, looking at the lawyer. He's been watching Miss Edwards for months, watched her every move. When she was asleep, showering and changing, he got up and walked around the table to stand next to Kenny and leaned over, his face almost touching Kenny's. Did you get off on watching her? I bet you wished you were with her, to touch her soft flesh. It must have been torture knowing that she didn't want you, that the thought of your very touch on her made her ill. Kenny's face turned red, his jaw clenched and the veins in his neck and forehead stood out. She'll never be yours, so tell me where she is, Zane yelled into his ear. What happened next took them all by surprise when Kenny jumped to his feet and with his free hand grabbed Zane around the throat and started choking him. Joe tried to free Kenny's hand and when he couldn't he yelled out for help. She was mine till you put your dirty hands on her. I watched you climb on top of her like an animal in heat. I saw the way you touched and sucked on her and stuck your snake inside her, making her thrash around on the bed. I waited for her to be pure again, and we were so close, but you ruined it all. Now I have to wait months for her to be clean." Zane felt the pressure on his neck, the breath being sucked out of him. Joe and another officers finally got him to release Zane. Not able to pry his hand off, they used the stun gun on Kenny. Back in the chair, his other hand was cuffed to the table. Zane coughed, his hand rubbing his neck. "Fuki man, are you okay?" Joe asked him. "I'm okay," he said and looked at the lawyer. "That's another charge against your client, assaulting at police officers. I suggest you tell him to give us the location of Miss Edwards' whereabouts. You were taunting my client," pushing him to react. Sitting down across from Kenny, Zane stared him in the eyes. His throat felt like it was on fire, but he began to reason with the man, using a different approach. "You're right. I should not have touched your woman." "Damn right you shouldn't have," Kenny snapped. "You really do love her, don't you?" Zane pretended to be sympathetic. Kenny's eyes changed from dark fury to dream to like. "Yes, she's my angel." "Why did you take her?" He looked right at Zane. "To protect her." "Protect her from what?" "From them." Zane rubbed his chin, trying to keep his composure. "Who?" "The ones who are trying to kill her." "I don't know who. I just know someone wants her dead. I have to keep her safe, so let me go." "We can't do that, Kenny. You killed Trevor and kidnapped her." "I didn't kill that man. I'm being framed." "You are never getting out. You are going away for a very long time." When Kenny turned his eyes away, Zane raised his voice. "Look at me," he ordered. Kenny's eyes went back to his. "You say you love her and protecting her from the person who wants her dead." "That's right." He nodded. "Who's protecting her now? She's out there alone. Does she have food and water to keep her alive? If not, it's only a matter of time before they find her or she dies from starvation. If you truly love Jade, then tell me where she is. Kenny, please, don't let her die." Zane's stomach was in knots waiting for him to answer. "I'll tell you under a few conditions." "Anything, just name them," Zane said, leaning closer. "You stay away from her. Tell her I'm sorry and that I love her. Have her come and visit me weekly." Zane looked into the eyes of a madman. "I give you my word I'll never see her again, and I'll see she knows how much you love her and was only trying to keep her safe. I'm sure she will be happy to come visit you." His eyes lit up. "You really think so?" Without a doubt, the man was completely insane, he thought as he slid a piece of paper and pen towards him. "Write the address down." When Kenny handed him the address, he and Joe got up to leave, but Zane stopped when the man called out to him. "You will tell her, right?" There wasn't a chance in hell that he was going to relate the message to her, or keep his promise to stay away from her. With a nod, he left the room with Joe. He was anxious to get to her. They arrived shortly later outside of town, at an old run-down abandoned apartment building that was partly in ruins and looked as though it was ready to collapse. Jade. It had been hours since Kenny had left, and Jade was getting worried. Not about him, but scared that something had happened to him. What if he were killed in an accident and couldn't make it back or tell anyone where she was? What if no one found her? She would die from starvation. She had to hold on to the hope that Zane would find her. After eating the grapes, she saved the apple for later. Only God knew how long she'd be here before help came, if it ever did. She tried to read to pass the time, but her mind wasn't on it. Not to mention that there wasn't much light in the room, only the one coming from the bathroom. Getting up, she went to the bathroom, grateful that the rope had enough room for her to reach it. After washing her hands, she brushed her teeth. They felt furry and needed a good cleaning. Suddenly the light went out and she found herself in total darkness. Fear ripped through her, causing her to freeze. "Okay," she said out loud. "I just have to get back to the bed. I can do this." Taking hold of the rope, she slowly moved her hand along it, pulling herself further up the rope. Her senses told her she was getting close to the bed, and cried out in pain when she hit her shin on what she knew was the leg of the bed. Feeling her way, managed to get up onto the bed. Pulling the cover over her, she rubbed her shin as the tears fell. The room was so dark, and she couldn't see a thing, so she laid down, her thoughts going over the last couple of weeks. Meeting Zane was the best thing to happen to her. He was so handsome, an amazing lover, and he treated her with respect and not like some bimbo. He was so tender and loving and really seemed to like her for her, and not because she was a model. She let out a scream and bolted upright when there was a loud crash, and the door flew open and bright lights blinded her. Covering her eyes, she heard his voice call her name. "Jade." Chapter 24. The moment the men knocked the door in, He heard her scream, and when the light flashed on her as she cowered on the bed, he holstered his gun and was by her side in a split second. "It's me, Jade. I've got you. Zane," she cried out and threw her arms around his neck. Sobbing, she clung to him tightly like a drowning man to a life raft. She felt his arms pulling her close to him, cradling her head against his head. "You're safe now," he cooed. Mooing, he took her face in his hands, using his thumbs to wipe away her tears that fell faster than he could wipe them away. "Did he hurt you? Are you okay?" He noticed the rope on her wrist. "He didn't hurt me," she said, sniffing. "Let's get this off you," he said, attempting to undo the knots. "Damn it," he swore when he couldn't untie it. "Can someone get this off?" he shouted over his shoulder. When one of the men had it off, he pulled her back into his arms, and not caring that his fellow officers were there, he kissed her. It was deep, and all his pent-up worry and fears went into that kiss before stopping. Her body was trembling, so he grabbed the blanket and wrapped it around her. "Let's get you out of here. We need to ask you a few questions, Miss Edwards," Joe said, standing before them. Zane snapped his head towards him. "For God's sake, Joe, not now and not here. Can't you see the shape she's in?" "She's not in any shape to answer questions." Joe nodded. Seeing her trembling and still scared, he relented. "Okay, I'll have someone drive you both home. I'll come by tomorrow." "Where are your shoes, sweetheart?" he asked. Having looked around, he couldn't see them. "I don't know." He wasn't about to let her walk barefoot, so even with his bed arm, he scooped her up into his arms and carried her out of the crumbling building and into the squad car. Once she was settled, he got in beside her, holding her in his arms. "Can you tell me what he did to you?" "Not now, Zane. I just can't. I just want to go home and take a hot shower and not think about it," she said. Her body shook and she sobbed hysterically as he held her. The officers who drove them back to Jade's place went with them, till they got to her apartment, and after saying goodbye left. "You can put me down now," she said when they were inside. He liked holding her. She was so light in his arms, and he never wanted to let her go. Reluctantly, he set her on her feet but kept his arms around her. "I've been going out of my mind worrying about you." A tear trickled down his face. She wiped his tears away, her own eyes filling with tears. "I thought I'd never see you again, but seeing your face was the only thing that kept me going," she gasped. "Your arm, oh, my God. You carried me after you've been shot." "I'm okay. Don't worry about me. It's you I'm concerned about. I bet you're hungry. Let me make you something while you take a shower. I'll help you and then we can shower together." She took his hand and they went into the kitchen and started taking out bread, meat, and other fixings to make sandwiches. She grabbed the milk and poured some into a glass, drinking it in one long swallow. They sat her down to eat, both dead tired and looking like hell and still wearing the same clothes from the party. They ate in silence. She was starving for real food that didn't taste like cardboard, and gobbled her food up, not caring how unladylike she must have looked. She was glad that he didn't question her about what took place while she was held captive. A sense of calmness filled the room, and there was no need for words as they got up, going hand in hand to the bathroom. There he turned on the shower and they peeled off their clothes. Stepping into the shower, he held out his hand. She took it and stepped in. She laid her head on his chest and he wrapped his arms around her. They stood there, letting the warm water run down their bodies. It felt good being in his arms, just holding each other as their bodies touched. The cold chill that had plagued her entire body was soon replaced with a warm sensation, warming her inside and out. There was no sexual intention from either of them. All they wanted was to be held and know they were both safe. "I'm so tired," she said as she rested her head on his shoulder. "Me too. Let's go to bed." Turning off the water, he reached for 2 towels, handing her one, and they stepped out of the shower. After drying off, they got into bed, both naked, laid in each other's arms. Seeing the red welt on her wrist that was caused by the rope, he kissed it. "I never should have taken you outside at the party. If I hadn't, this wouldn't have happened to you. Don't blame yourself. It wasn't your fault. If there's someone to blame, it's me. I insisted on going to that party. The most important thing is we are here, and safe. You look so tired, so let's just go to sleep." It was almost 11 o'clock when they woke up. Zane watched as she slowly opened her eyes. His heart fluttered when she looked at him and smiled. "Morning," he said. Lowering his head, he claimed her lips. It was meant to be a light and tender kiss, but when she tangled her fingers in his hair and pulled him closer, pressing her body flushed against as he deepened the kiss, she moaned softly into his mouth when his hand moved down, cupping her breast and moving lower. "Take me." she said softly when he removed his lips from hers. Climbing on top, his lips left a trail of kisses down her chin to her neck. Shifting his position, he entered her slowly. He felt her lifting her hips up. Her hands moved up and down his spine, making him shiver with pleasure. Then, remembering about the condom, he went to pull out, but she wrapped her legs around his waist, preventing him from doing so. "No, don't," she cried out. "Don't stop. I need to put something on." She stared deeply into his eyes. No, you don't," she said. Putting her hand behind his head, pulled him back down for a kiss and started grinding against him. Being inside her, feeling all of her, it felt so amazing. With his hands on either side of her, he started rotating his hips, moving slowly. As their breathing became heavy, bodies started to sweat, he began to move up and down faster, going deeper. Her pants and grunts sounded like sweet music to his ear, and when her body trembled, shaking, and she called out his name, he felt her come. He was so close himself, but wanted to watch her when she had an orgasm. "Come again for me, sweetheart. Come with me," he said as he rode her hard again, and he let go when he felt her second orgasm. He stayed on top till he got his breathing under control. Rolling onto his back, he took her hand and their fingers intertwined. "You broke your rule for me." Why? She had always insisted they use a condom and wondered why not this time. Not that he was complaining. It felt better without one. "I wanted to be closer to you. We're both clean and I am on the pill, so I'm not worried about getting pregnant. I just wanted for once to be even closer to you than before." She looked up at him. "I'm not making any sense at all." He knew exactly what she meant, as he felt the same way. Yes, you do, and it was so much better. But I'm guessing it was a one-time thing. I think that would be for the best. Don't you? I mean, we can't risk it since the pill is not always effective." "I guess you're right," he said, feeling a bit sad. "How did you find me?" "Kenny." She looked up at him, relieved that he had been caught. "So you got him?" "Yes, it took some time before he told us. He'll never be able to bother you again. The man is criminally insane, and will be put in a secure institution." He let out a sigh. "Because of his condition, he'll never stand trial." "I knew you would find me." He stroked the side of her face. "I was never going to give up," he said, and kissed her. As he was getting ready to make love to her, they heard a loud knock at the door, stopping them from enjoying each other. "That will be Joe to take your statement. If you're not ready, I can ask him to come back another time." "It's okay. I'm as ready as I'll ever be." Zane got out of bed and pulled on a pair of jeans. Grabbing a shirt, he bent over and gave her a kiss. "I'll let him in. Come out whenever you're ready." The door opened and Joe saw how Zane was doing up his shirt. His eyebrow lifted. "Hope I haven't come at a bad time." "No, come on in. I was about to make some coffee," he said, and led the way into the kitchen. "After not getting any sleep in the last 48 hours we slept in, Jade will be out shortly," he said as he put on a pot of coffee. "How is she doing?" Joe asked, sitting down at the table. "Still shaken up, but after having something to eat and a good night's sleep, she's doing much better." Joe stood up when Jade entered the kitchen. "So glad to see you are looking better. How are you doing?" "Much better, thank you," she said. Going over to Zane, took the cup of coffee from his hand. Their fingers touched briefly and their eyes locked for a second. "Are you up to answering some questions?" "Yes, I'm ready," she said, sitting down across from Joe, Zane at her side. "Can you start at the beginning? The last thing you remember at the hospital?" "I was told you were waiting for me in the waiting room. I figured that whatever you needed to say, you didn't want Zane overhearing. You weren't there, so I headed back to Zane's room when someone grabbed me from behind. I struggled, but a cloth was placed over my mouth. It smelled terrible, and the next thing I knew, I woke tied up to a bed." "Then what?" Joe asked, taking notes on his pad. "I was alone until I heard the door opening and Kenny walked in wearing a disguise. I begged him to let me go. He said he couldn't, that he had to keep me till I realized I loved him. He kept going on and on about how I had to become pure for him. Once I was, he would make love to me, and we would leave the country and get married. He wanted us to have children together." "Did he hurt you or try to touch you?" She looked over at Zane. "I told him I would never let him near me. He became angry and yelled at me." First she looked back at Zane before going on. "He was mad that I slept with another man. He said he waited months for me to be pure and that Zane ruined me. That he would have to wait longer before he made me his. I told him that Zane would find me, and he became furious and jumped on top of me. He tried to kiss me. I wouldn't let him and he got off me. He apologized. He seemed sincere." "Did he say how you were going to become pure?" And what exactly did he mean by that? He said that if I didn't have sex for a few months that would make me clean. It was like he thought that would make me a virgin again. He said he checked on the internet and found foods that would give me back my virginity. Ones I could eat and some I would have to put in my bath water. He was crazy. He really believed what he was saying. Chapter 25. Joe could see she was becoming upset and saw how Zane took her hand and held it. I know this has been a horrible experience, but is there anything else you can tell us, like Trevor's death, with the explosion at the cottage? Just that he didn't do it. She looked from Zane to Joe. He was trying to make me comfortable, lengthening a rope so that I could go to the bathroom, brought me books to read, and said he'd hook up a small TV for me. I have no idea how he would manage that. Then again, I don't understand how he got electricity in the place. I think I have everything I need. If you remember anything else, you can give me a call, or let Zane know. So what happens now? She asked, still holding Zane's hand. It's over. We have our man and the case is closed, Joe said, standing. What the hell are you talking about? We don't know for sure. Kenny is the one who wanted Jade dead. Zane, it's over. Also, as of Monday, you are to return to work in full uniform. I'm sorry, Zane. I'm only passing on the information. I can't leave her alone yet. Kenny says he's innocent, and if that's true, then the killer is still out there and she needs protection. You don't have a choice. If you don't show up for work, you can kiss your career goodbye. There goes your promotion. Jade couldn't stand by and let what Zane worked so hard for disappear. It's over. You need to go back to work. I'll be okay now that Kenny's in jail. Getting up, she went and started making lunch while Zane walked Joe out. She felt a stabbing pain in her chest at the thought of Zane not being here with her. It wouldn't be the same without him, and the nights would be so lonely, but she knew this wasn't going to last forever, that eventually, he'd have to leave. Opening the door for Joe, Zane placed his hand on the door. I still can't stop thinking that we missed something. Look, Zane, I know how you feel, but we went through everything, talked to everyone. Is it possible that you've gotten so close to her that you want to believe there's someone else involved, so that you have an excuse to stay? Closing his eyes, he shook his head. Maybe. I'll see you on Monday, Zane, Joe said, and walked down the hall and got into the elevator. Going back to the kitchen, he leaned against the doorframe, watching as she heated up some leftovers. His eyes scanned her body. She wore jeans, tight ones that showed off and amazing them in a buttoned-up top, and her hair was in a ponytail. Sensing him, though, looked over her shoulder. I guess you will be leaving now, she said, trying to hide the disappointment she was feeling. Walking over, he put his arms around her waist. His lips going to her neck, he spoke softly. We still have the weekend. I could stay and we could hang out. Watch movies or go out somewhere. That is if you want to. She turned around to face him. I'd like that very much. Putting her hands behind his head, drew him down so that she could kiss him. His one arm went around her. His free hand turned off the burners on the stove and lifting her up. She wrapped her legs around his waist as he carried her back to bed, the food forgotten. Later, when he came from the bathroom, she was just getting off the phone. Everything okay? He asked when she hung up. That was Reggie. He heard what happened and wanted to come over. He does he? He said, rolling his eyes. She knew that Zane didn't like Reggie, and it was kind of sweet how he got jealous whenever his name was mentioned. I told him no, that I wanted to be alone. Good, Zane said as he climbed back into bed. This is our weekend and I don't want to share you. Pushing her back down to the sheet off her naked body and position himself on top of her. Monday morning, she woke alone in bed. Zane was dressed and packing his bag. What time is it? She asked, yawning as she got up and slipped into a robe. He looked over at her and his heart did a weird little flip. She looked downright gorgeous. It's not quite 7 o'clock yet. Go back to bed. You're leaving so early? She asked, feeling sad. I have to go home and get into my uniform. He stopped packing and going over, he took her in his arms. Getting to know you was the best thing that had ever happened to me. I can't tell you how much I'll miss you. Placing his lips on hers, he kissed her with tenderness. Same here, Zane. Taking the hand he held out, she took it and walked him to the door. You be careful out there. Don't get shot again. You take care and promise me you'll watch out for anything suspicious, and if you ever need me for anything, night or day, call and I'll be right here. I will, she said, her eyes filling with tears. As he was walking out the door, he stopped. His heart was breaking and he dropped his bag and turned to look at her. I can't leave like this. I can't walk away from you. Before she could get out a word, he put her up against the wall. His mouth came crashing down on her mouth and he felt her arms going around him. His kiss was forceful and demanding and made her toes curl. Coming up for air, she touched his face with the back of her hand. "Oh, saying, what are you saying? I want to see you again, as much as I can until you leave town. Let me take you to dinner Thursday night." "Like on a date?" she asked coyly. "Yes, a date," he said, his arm still around her waist. "I'd like that." Letting her go, he picked up his bag. "Can I call before then?" He smiled when she nodded her head. "Just be careful. Don't take any unnecessary chances. I'll talk to you soon," he said, leaning over to kiss her goodbye. Tuesday night, she was watching the news on TV when the phone rang. Seeing it was Zane, smiled and said hello. "Hi, how are you doing?" he asked. "Okay," she answered. There was a moment of silence between them. "I miss you, Jade." She felt the tears welling up in her eyes. "I miss you too. So how is everything going?" "I've been busy with work and studying for the detective exams. I know you'll pass with flying colors. I'm going back to work tomorrow." "Isn't it a bit soon for that?" "I'm going crazy sitting here. I need to keep busy." "We still on for Thursday?" "I can't wait," she answered. After talking for a while, they hung up. Talking to him only had her missing him all that much more. She missed having him around and also missed having him beside her at night. Wednesday, Zane decided to pick up a drink for Jade and drop by the studio. Getting out of the squad car, walked up to the entrance. Mike was standing there smoking a cigarette. "Taking a break?" he asked him. "Yeah," Mike said as he stomped out his smoke. "With these new bylaws, we can't smoke inside, so I sneak out every now and then." "Are you here on official business? I thought they got the man." "We did. I just thought I'd drop by and surprise Jade. See how she's doing. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. Come, I'll walk in with you." She should be in her dressing room, changing into the new line of bathing suits. He held the door open and let Zane go ahead of him. Knocking, he walked in and was pleased that no other models were in the room. With Jade, and his heart melted when she turned around, smiling when she saw him. "Zane, what are you doing here?" "I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd bring you that herbal tea you like so much." "Thank you," she said, reaching for it, but he pulled it away. "You only get it if you undo your robe and show me what you're wearing." His eyes felt like they were going to pop out when he saw the skimpy bikini she had on. "Wow, that is really nice." He handed her the tea. "I can't wait until tomorrow. I've booked us a table at that new French restaurant." "About that," she said, grazing her teeth over her bottom lip. "I thought we could stay in and I'd cook us a nice dinner. Pot roast." "Sounds good to me. I should get going," he said, and looking around to make sure no one had walked and put her up against the wall. His hands on either side of her, he kissed her, leaving her moaning. He smiled, wiping his mouth. "Yes, staying in is a much better idea. See you tomorrow." Thursday night, she had everything ready. The pot roast was cooking. The table was set with candles, and she took extra care in getting dressed. She checked herself in the mirror before answering the door. She took in his appearance. He had on black dress pants, a white shirt, and a tie under his jacket. He was carrying a bouquet of flowers and a bottle of her favorite wine. "Are you going to let me in?" he asked when she stood, blocking his way and not speaking. She let out a snicker. "I'm sorry, come in." He handed her the flowers. "For you." God, he sounded like a teenager. "Thank you. They're beautiful. Why don't you go ahead and pour us a glass of the wine while I put these in water?" As she was about to walk away, she felt him grabbing her arm and pulling her towards him. Only after he gave her a kiss did he let her go. He loved watching her walk away. That way he could check out her amazing bum. Going over to the small bar in the corner of the room, he opened the wine, poured 2 glasses, and went in. Saturday on the couch, he noticed some papers lying on the coffee table and he glanced down at them. He chewed on his bottom lip. He became lightheaded and he choked back tears. The papers were for the shop in Kansas. She had bought it. She had said she was going to, but he was hoping to change her mind. Well, the thought flew out the window, knowing it was too late. She came back into the room with the flowers, stopping in her tracks when she saw the papers in his hand. "When did this happen?" he asked, setting them down. Placing the vase of flowers down, she went in. Saturday next to him. "It was finalized this morning. I was going to tell you tonight. Reggie's releasing me early from my contract, so I'll be going then." She lowered her eyes, not wanting to see the hurt in his eyes. Zane took a swig of his drink. "How long before you leave?" 3 weeks. His head turned so that he was looking right at her. "So soon?" "Zane, You knew I was going. I know, but I didn't think it would be for another 4 months or so. You don't have to go. Stay, you don't have to muddle. There are lots of other things you can do. I'm sorry, but it's what I want. This place holds so many bad memories for me, and it's always been my dream to go back home. She cared for him, and this was so much harder than she thought it would be. Zane's heart was torn, but he wouldn't stand in her way. Putting his arm around her brought her close to his chest, stroking her hair. Well, we have 3 weeks. Let's make the most of it. When's dinner? I'm starving. He stayed that night with her, wanting every minute he could have till she was gone from his life forever. Chapter 26. The next morning, as he Saturday at the desk across from Joey yawned, it was a late night. What with all the extra activities he and Jade had indulged in, her poor bed was in shambles, but it was a night he'd never forget. Joe looked over at Zane, who was staring at the screen on the computer. His eyes narrowed just like they always do when he was searching for something. He was tense, tapping his fingers on the desk. What's got you all worked up? Were you aware that Reggie Curtis has a life insurance policy on Jade? He looked up at his partner. He's her manager. It's probably normal. For $10 million, Zane asked. Joe let out a whistle. Holy shit, that's a lot of dough. Moving his chair Saturday next to Zane and started reading the screen. It's only good for as long as she is under contract with him, but is invalid once she's not his client. Exactly, Zane said, banging his fist on the desk. Joe scratched his head, his mind racing, and looked at his partner. There's still another 2 weeks or so before this becomes invalid. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Joe asked him. Damn right, I am. If she dies before the final date on here, he gets a cool $5 million. That's a hell of a motive for murder. Let's go have a talk with Mr. Curtis. Though the case was closed once, he told his suspicions to the chief. They were given permission to check it out, off the record. Before they could reach Reggie's place, they were called to another job on the other end of town. It was getting late by the time they made it to Reggie's home. Parking the car, they walked up the steps to the front door and rang the bell. They were surprised to see him answering the door in a place like this. You'd expect him to have a butler. Officer Brown. Officer Warner. What are you two doing here? Can we come in? We have some questions for you, Zane said, letting himself in before getting an answer. They followed Reggie into the living room. I hope this won't take long. I have to pack for an overnight business trip. Is your wife home, sir? Joe asked, sitting down on the leather sofa. No, she's at some club meeting. My wife belongs to several and is on the board, so she's required to be at all the meetings. Please get to why you are here, he said, looking at his watch. It's about the life insurance policy you have on Jade. It's quite high, isn't that a little unusual? Zane said, staring back at Reggie. He placed his hands on his knees and leaned forward, facing Zane. It's none of your business, but no, it's not unusual to put insurance on one's top model. What are you getting at? You will get $10 million if Jade dies, Zane answered. True, but since she will no longer be under contract, the insurance ends. If you are trying to say that I want her dead, you are wrong. Besides, they caught the man who was after her. Kenny claims he is innocent. Officer Brown. What criminal doesn't say he's innocent? I like Jade. She made me a lot of money, so why would I hurt her now? I was the one who decided to let her go early. Zane and Joe stood up to leave, but first, he had words for Mr. Curtis. Yes, you did, but it still gives you time to kill her. You knew she was done soon and you wouldn't be making any more money from her, so I bet $10 million in your pocket sounds damn good. We will be keeping a close eye on you, and if even one hair on her head is harmed, I'm coming for you, Zane said, pointing a finger at him. See yourselves out, Reggie snapped. Zane looked over at Joe. Let's swing by Jade's place. She's not home, Reggie said. How do you know? Zane asked. She and some of the models are working late. They're in the studio. Zane looked at his watch. This late, it's almost 8. With all that's been happening, Jade's behind in her schedule. She has to make up the time. Getting back in the squad car, he turned to Joe. I hate the guy, that I believe him. Something still feels wrong. Step on it. We need to get to the studio ASAP. What's on your mind, Zane? We're missing something, but I can't put my finger on it. As they drove, Zane looked over to where a group of men was standing outside a store smoking. Something in his brain clicked and he turned to Joe, the cigarette butt. What? Joe asked, wondering what he was talking about. The butt found at the scene, when I got shot along with the bullet casing. What happened to it? It got thrown out. Zane cursed. Why, we could have gotten a DNA off it. It would have been impossible. It was ground into pieces. He glanced at Zane. Why are you asking about it now? I had forgotten all about it till now when I saw those guys smoking. Knowing the brand would have been helpful. Is there a chance the officers who backed it might know the brand? Officer Hicks. He's on duty. Call him. Hanging up, he shook his head. He's not sure, but he did say it looked like it had a brown tip. Damn. Knowing the brand could have led us to the culprit. Jade was the last one to change since Mike said. He needed a couple more shots. The ones he took didn't turn out. Alone in the dressing room. Everything was deathly quiet, sending a shiver through her. Grabbing her purse, she walked out. No one was around. She was alone. She rooted in her purse for her phone, so that she could call for a cab. Before dialing, she heard a noise. She stopped to look around but didn't see anyone. Is someone there? She called out. Her heart almost jumped out of her chest when a figure stepped out of the shadows. It's just me, Jade. Christ, Mike, you scared the hell out of me. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to. Where is everyone? Jade asked, suddenly feeling uneasy. They're all gone for the night. It's just you and me here. She started walking towards the door. I've got to go. I'll give you a ride home, Mike said as he walked to her. No, don't bother. I'll call for a cab. Taking her phone, she was shocked when he grabbed it from her hand. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. You have to come with me. We're going for a little drive. He grabbed her arm but let go when she kicked him and started running. Before she made it to the door, he grabbed her from behind, holding a knife to her throat. Don't make this any harder, Jade. The steel of the blade against her skin felt cold. She put her hands on his arm, praying he wouldn't kill her. Why are you doing this? She cried out. Oh my God. It was you all along. You killed Trevor and set Kenny up. That little creep made it so easy when he showed up at Trevor's and used the main entrance where the cameras would capture him. I used the other elevator. You know which one I mean. The one you used that goes right into his apartment. Kenny made it so easy for the cops to suspect him. Tell me why you are doing this. I never did anything to you. His mouth went close to her ear. I hate that I have to kill you. Jade, I've always liked you. Maybe if you had gone out with me, instead of brushing me off, none of this would be happening. You're doing this because I turned you down. That's insane. That's not the only reason. It's also for money. A whole lot of money. Now be a good girl and stop struggling. I wouldn't want to cut this beautiful little neck of yours now, would I? As he dragged her, she cried out. You blew up the cottage and shot Zane. Yes, sweetheart. That was all me. If only you and that cop hadn't gone out that night, this would all be over. Since your lover was always hanging around, there was no way of getting you alone, so he had to be taken out. I miss the Tig. No problem, though. I have you now. Don't cry, baby. I'll make sure you have a quick death with little pain. What are you going to do to me? You're going to take a trip over a cliff. Can you see the headlines now? Famous model, drunk falls off a cliff. You're crazy. This will never work. I've not been drinking. And how would I get there as I don't own a car? Oh, we thought of that and rented one in your name. We? Who else is involved? She asked, struggling as he tried steering her towards the door. Never mind that. Let's go. Outside the studio, Zane and Joe parked the car and got out. It doesn't look like anyone is here, Joe said and tried the door. It was locked. What are you looking for? He asked Zane. He picked up a cigarette butt and looked at it. Then at Joe. It has a brown tip. I saw Mike smoking this last time I was here. You think Mike is the killer? Maybe, and if not, he knows who is. Open the door, Joe. It's locked. Joe, I know you. You can get it open. Joe smirked and pulled out what looked like a file. Seconds later, the lock clicked open and they entered. Hearing Jade scream, they pulled their weapons. You go around that way, Zane said, pointing. I'll go this way. You stay low as a backup. His gun pointed. He crept slowly down the corridor in the direction her scream came from. It tore at his heartstrings knowing someone was hurting her. He rounded the corner just as Jade came from inside one of the doors, being dragged by Mike, who was holding a knife to her. Let her go, he yelled, pointing the gun. Fouquet, Mike swore. Why are you always around? Put your gun down or I'll slit her pretty little throat. You're not going to do that. You need her to get out of here alive. He looked into Jade's eyes and saw the fear in them. Has he hurt you? A tear slid down her cheek. No, but he's not working alone, she answered. Shut your Fouquet mouth, Mike hissed. Who are you working with? Zane asked, watching to make sure the knife wasn't touching her skin. He had to try and stall Mike, had to find out who else was involved. You're a smart man. You know this isn't going to end well for you. Let her go and I promise I'll see they go easy on you. He could see Mike was starting to sweat. Just then Joe showed up, pointing his gun. Drop it, he shouted. Mike looked from one cop to the other. He licked his lips nervously. There's two of us, there's no way out, so save yourself. Joe barked. Mike dropped the knife and let go of Jade. Once free, she ran to Zane, who wrapped his arms around her, holding her as she sobbed, her tears wetting his uniform. I've got you now, you're safe, he said, cupping her chin and lifting her head up so that she had to look at him. He placed a kiss on her lips, not caring that it was unprofessional. She clung to him, her body trembling with a mixture of fear and relief. Just as Joe was about to cuff Mike, the sound of a woman's voice rang out. They all turned to see her pointing a gun at them. Take their guns, Mike, she ordered. Chapter 27. The sound of a female's voice surprised them all and they turned their heads. Shock crossed all their faces except for Mike. She was the last person they would have suspected. So quiet and frail, one who blended into the background. Yet here she was, holding a gun at the two policemen. A look of pure evil and hate flashed in her eyes. Dark eyes that held no warmth or compassion. Mrs. Curtis, Jade gasped, gripping Zane's arm. That's right, dear. It's me. She kept the gun on Joe, her eyes checking to make sure Zane hadn't pulled his gun out. Officer Brown. Drop your gun and step to the side. Officer Warner. Slowly take your gun out and drop it to the floor. Don't try anything or your partner's dead. Mike, grab the guns. Zane had pushed Jade behind him, as he placed his gun on the floor and kicked it away as ordered. It's not too late to stop, Mrs. Curtis. Shut up and just do as I say, she yelled, waving her gun in his direction. Why are you doing this, Mrs. Curtis? Jade cried out. For years I stood by and watched my husband with other women, spending our money on them, buying them expensive gifts, but he really took a liking too. It made me sick to see him drooling over you like a lovesick puppy. He never suspected that I knew you two were having an affair. No, that's not true. Your husband and I never slept together. We weren't having an affair. Like I'm going to believe you. It's true, Mrs. Curtis. Joe spoke. Your husband was having an affair, but not with Jade. It was with Lily and has been going on for months. Wanda Curtis shook her head. I don't care who it was with. She still has to die, she said, looking over at Zane. So do you and your partner. If only you had just stayed away. Damn, it took so much planning and you had to complicate everything. There's no way you can get away with this. How do you plan on killing two police officers and a model and get away with it? Killing us will bring down the heat big time. The cops will be more determined than ever to find the killer of two of their own men. Put the gun down, Mrs. Curtis, and we'll see they go easy on you, Zane said, using his hand to keep Jade behind him. Mike, cuff the cops and take them outside and shoot them with their own guns. Make sure to use gloves so that you don't leave any prints. I'll wait here with Miss Edwards and we'll take her where we planned on earlier. Are you crazy? I can't kill cops. Wanda's eyes locked on Mike's. You didn't have any trouble stabbing Trevor Frost or making a bomb to blow up the cop in Edwards. So what's your problem now? It's all getting out of hand, Wanda, Mike shrieked. Look at me, Mike, Joe spoke. You're a smart man. The only way out is to give up. Give me the gun and let us take you both in. No one needs to get hurt. Don't listen to them. It's a trick. Wanda screamed at Mike when she saw him starting to cave in. It's no use, Wanda. He's right. We can't get away with this. He dropped the gun. It was all her idea, he said, pointing to her. She told me to kill Trevor and make it look like Kenny did it. She had me plant the bomb in the cottage and shoot Officer Warner. But I missed and got his arm instead of his head or heart. Why did you do it, Mike? Zane asked. For $1 million, and once Reggie was dead, she was going to make me the manager of all the models he had under contract. Zane looked over at Wanda. You were going to have your husband killed too. Yes, he was going to have a terrible car accident. Failed brakes. We would have gotten away with it if that moron Kenny hadn't taken Jade before we could kill her. He ruined everything. She was spilling everything, knowing she had nothing to lose. We knew he was obsessed with her. It was only a matter of time before he did something to tip her off that she was being watched. When she died, the cops would think he did it. But you, she said, glaring angrily at Zane. You had to come into the picture, always by her side. never taking your eyes off her, so we had to get rid of you. You're insane, Jade growled. Once you were dead, my husband would collect the insurance. Then with him dead, I'd get everything. Your husband, he had no idea what you were up to, Joe asked, edging closer to his gun that was on the floor. That prick. No, he was too busy fucking everything in sight to know what I was up to. She looked back at Mike. Take up the gun, Mike. We can do this. We'll get rid of the cops' bodies, so that no one will ever find them. We'll do away with Miss Edwards, to look like an accident just like we planned. Think of all that money, what you can do with it. You'll no longer be the geeky cameraman that the models make fun of. As their manager, they will be all over you. You can have your choice of any one of them. Don't listen to her, Mike, Joe barked. Mike licked his lips, bending down, picked up the gun. Wanda, tell me it's not true, Reggie's voice said from behind him. They all turned, even Wanda giving Joe a chance to rush towards her, but wasn't able to reach her before she shot Reggie. As he tackled her, Zane bent down, grabbed the gun and pointed it at Mike. He dropped the gun, put his hands behind his head and got on his knees. Jade screamed when she saw Reggie fall into the ground, blood gushing from his chest. She ran over, taking her scarf, rolled it into a ball and held it to his wound. She could hear Zane calling for backup and an ambulance. She heard both Zane and Joe reading the to the rights before Zane came over, getting on his knees beside her. Stay with us, Reggie, she cried. Help is coming. She looked at Zane. He's going to be okay, isn't he? He looked down at Reggie, and moving the scarf took a look. Yeah, I think so, he said, putting it back on him, telling her to keep the pressure on it. I'm so sorry, Jade, Reggie said through shallow breaths. Don't try to talk now, she said, praying he would live. Reggie may be a cheater, a liar, but he had always been good to her. Not once did he try and use his position to get her into bed. He had made advances in the beginning, but when she refused him, he never held it against her. He actually respected her for it, and they became friends. Hang in there, buddy. Help is on its way, Zane said, looking at Jade. Keep the pressure on till the paramedics get here. That's it. You're doing good, he said, touching her cheek before going over to Joe. It wasn't long until help arrived in several squad cars. Mike and Wanda were taken away and Reggie was put into the ambulance. Let me drop you off at home before I head to the station. She shook her head. No, I'm going to the hospital with Reggie. He needs someone with him and he has no one else. He knew she was right. Okay, you go with him, and when I'm done booking those two, I'll come to the hospital. Cupping her chin, he leaned in close, his lips going to hers. I'll see you soon. When Zane was finished at the station, he went straight to the hospital. He found Jade in the waiting room. She looked so pale, so sad, and his heart went out to her. She stood when she saw him and ran into his arms. He wrapped his arms tightly around her, holding her till she stopped crying. Zane, I feel so responsible for all that happened. No, you can't. It wasn't your fault, he said, trying to reassure her. She looked up into his eyes. Her own eyes were moist with the tears she had shed. Because Mrs. Curtis thought I was sleeping with her husband. She planned my murder, had Trevor killed and framed Kenny. Even you were in danger, so yes, this is my fault. Taking her face in his hands, he gave it a light shake. Stop it, Jade. You know better than to think that. The woman is obviously unhinged, and that's not on you. Lots of husbands cheat and their wives don't go on to commit murder. He wiped her tears away. Is there any word on Reggie yet? He's in surgery to have the bullet removed. They don't know how deep it is. He's been in there for over 2 hours now. Let me take you home. Not until I know he's going to be okay. All right, I'll wait with you, he said, and they sat her down, his arm around her. They stood when the doctor came out. How is he? Jade asked, her hand gripping Zane's. He's going to be fine. No damage was done. But we'll keep him in for a few days. He's asking to see you, Miss Edwards. You can go in as soon as he's settled. Thank you, doctor, Jade said, letting out a sigh of relief. Do you want me to come in with you? Reggie really doesn't like you. It's best if you wait here. Okay, Zane answered and sat her back down. I'll be waiting here to take you home whenever you're ready. Her eyes went to the still form that lay on the hospital bed. Going over, she took Reggie's hand in hers. Hey you, she said when he opened his eyes and smiled at her. The doctors say you are going to be just fine. Jade, I'm so sorry for what Wanda did to you. To Trevor. I had no idea what was going through her mind. You couldn't have known. I did love her once. After we got married, she changed. Our marriage suffered and she wouldn't let me touch her. I started cheating. I needed the affection she was denying me. I know it was wrong. I should have tried to fix our marriage, but I didn't. Because of that, she went over the edge and targeted you. I'm so sorry. It's over now, Reggie. You just take care of yourself and get better. Zane's waiting to take me home. That cop really likes you, and I have a feeling you feel the same way. Jade stood, leaning over, kissed his cheek. Rest now, she said, and went to walk out. Wait, Reggie called out. I'm going to miss you. Maybe if I'm ever in Kansas, I'll look you up. We can do lunch. Standing at the door, she gave him a smile. I'd like that, Reggie. Bye, she said, and walked out. All she wanted now was to go home, take a shower, and get into bed with Zane. She needed to feel him, to have him hold her. Arriving back at her apartment. Will you stay with me tonight? She wasn't sure what would happen now that it was over. She was out of danger, so there was no reason for him to come back. His job was done. I wasn't planning on going anywhere tonight, he said, his mouth going down hard on hers as he pulled her into his arms. Placing his hands on her bum, lifted her up, and felt her legs going around his waist. He carried her to the bedroom. Laying her down on the bed, stared into her eyes as she lay there, waiting for him to remove his uniform. Let's get you out of that dress, he said in a SI tone of voice, as his tongue swiped along his bottom lip. Chapter 28. Before getting into bed, he looked down at her. Her hair was fanned out on the pillow. Her eyes sparkled and she licked her lips seductively. He wanted to rip off her dress, tear off her panties, and plunge deeply into her. He wanted her so bad his snake was hard, throbbing, needing to be inside her. But instead, he took it slow, pulling her up into a sitting position, lifted her dress up over her head, and tossed it on the floor next to his crumpled uniform. A low growl from deep in his throat was heard when he saw she wore no bra and her breasts were on display for him to see, her nipples erect. He chewed on his bottom lip, watching as she pulled her panties down past her knees and kicked them off, her legs open, giving him the perfect opportunity to see how wet she was. Oh God, he hissed as he positioned himself on top of her. The feel of her soft and delicate hands as they moved up and down his back sent shockwaves of electricity through him, and his desire to have her grew. He brought his mouth down on hers. The sweet taste of her lips and the way she kissed him back had him on fire. Moving down, he sucked on her neck, hearing her moan as she squirmed beneath him. She had this one spot where when he sucked on it she got so turned on, she sometimes came close to having an orgasm. So he moved down, his mouth covering her one nipple, tweaking, sucking. He moved his hand down to between her thighs, his finger going into the folds of her pussy cat. He rubbed her clit in a circular motion, and he heard her moans growing louder. Zane, oh God. She let out a scream as he moved faster inside her, and she couldn't stop her orgasm from coming. Her body shook, and flashes of light appeared behind her closed eyelids. She felt it when he pulled his finger out and he replaced it with his snake. He filled her to the very core as he pounded into her. His body was sweaty, his breathing heavy, and their bodies fitted together perfectly, as if they were built just for each other. The sound of their panting and grunts and flesh slapping together rang loudly throughout the bedroom. After a wave of orgasms hit, they finally collapsed, exhausted, arms and limbs wrapped around each other. She rested her head on his chest and could feel his heart pounding rapidly. She traced the outline of his defined muscles on his chest and stomach. Her heart felt heavy, an ache that wouldn't go away, knowing she'd never see him again once she left for Kansas. What are you thinking about? He asked, stroking her back. She lifted her head. About everything that has happened. Is it really over? Am I out of danger, or will there be others? It's over, Jade. You're safe now. Kenny is locked away for life. Mike and Mrs. Curtis will be behind bars for a very long time. He knew there would always be crazy people out there, but since she was giving up modeling and moving so far away, she would be free of danger. Now that it's over, I guess you can get back to living your life, the one you had before I took over so much of your time, she said, laying her head back down on his chest. My life will never be the same, not after getting to know you. He wanted to tell her he was in love with her, but he wasn't sure if she felt the same way. He didn't believe so, as she had bought the shop from her aunt. It was her dream, and he wouldn't stand in the way of her happiness, even if it meant his. Hopping out of bed, she put his shirt on. I'm starving. Let's order some Italian food, open up a bottle of wine, and celebrate. For the next 3 weeks, there was an unspoken bond between them, one where he stayed with her. When not at work, he and she spent all their time together. Nights were filled with wild, hot sex. He ignored the boxes that were filled with her personal stuff, ready to be shipped to Kansas. Neither one spoke of the day that was getting closer to her leaving. They had both agreed that when the day came when she was to leave, he would stay away, neither one wanting to say goodbye. So on the night before he packed his bags, kissed her goodbye and walked out. That night he spent in a bar getting wasted. Zane was a mess. His heart was broken, so he called Joe, who came and made sure he got home safe. Joe had never seen his partner like this in all the years he had known him. The man was obviously in a great deal of pain. After getting him settled into bed, turned out the lights and went and laid on the sofa. He called his wife to tell her what was happening, and it was she that suggested he stay with Zane, mostly to make sure he didn't try going to Jay's place. It would not end well if he did that in his condition. Zane woke with a throbbing headache. Staggering into the kitchen, he found Joe sitting at the table. A pot of coffee was brewing. "Do you feel as bad as you look?" he asked, pouring them both a cup. He flopped down into a chair, rubbing his temple. "Just shoot me, put me out of my misery." He looked at Joe. "She's leaving today. Aren't you going to go over there and say goodbye in person?" He shook his head. "We agreed it would be better this way." "Look, you love that girl. Go tell her." "What good would that do?" "For starters, if she loves you too, she just might change her mind about leaving. From what I see, she is crazy about you. Joel, she's bought the shop and it's her dream to move back to her hometown. I can't ask her to give that up. Even if I did and she stayed, she might someday resent me for it. You heard the old saying, if you love someone, set them free, and if they come back, you know they belong to you. So you're hoping she'll come back to you." Zane got up and looked out the window. "She hates it here. She'll never come back." Grabbing some aspirins from the bottle, swallowed them. "I have to go and see her before she leaves. I can't let her go without one last kiss." He just couldn't let her leave without seeing her one last time. After getting dressed, Joe drove him to pick up his car at the bar. Zane had one stop to make before going to her place. When he arrived at her doorstep, he put down what he had stopped to buy and knocked. Seeing her standing there, looking beautiful, but her eyes were red and swollen as if she had been crying. "Zane," she said, backing up, "I thought we agreed not to see each other." He walked in past her and waited for her to shut the door. "I know we did, but honestly, I just couldn't let you leave without seeing you." She leaned against the door, her eyes filling with tears. "I wish you hadn't come. Leaving you is hard enough, but seeing you now is harder. But since you're here, I want to tell you how much I care for you. I will never forget you or the time we spent together. It was the best time of my life, even with all the drama." He moved in close, putting the palms of his hands on the wall, on both sides of her. "I wouldn't change 1 minute that we had together for anything. I'd even take another bullet for you. She placed her fingers over his mouth to stop him from saying the words she knew he was about to say. "No, don't say it." She couldn't stop the tears from falling as the ache in her heart grew more painful, making it hard for her to breathe. The urge to kiss her was just as strong to ignore, pulling her into his arms, crushing her against his body. His mouth came down hard on hers. He kissed her with the hunger of a dying man in need of food to live. It was hard, demanding as he grabbed a fistful of her hair, pulling her closer. He felt her arms going around him. She kissed him back with such force it had him moaning into her mouth. Breaking their kiss, she kept her arms around him, resting her head on his shoulder as his hold on her tightened. "I have a gift for you," he managed to say, choking back a sob. "What?" she asked, backing up when he released her. "Wait right here," he said, and opened the door. He disappeared for a moment. Seconds later, he walked back in. In his hand was a tiny black and white kitten, and in his other hand was a carrier. "I thought you might like some company." "Oh my God, he is so cute." Sniffing, she took the kitten. No one had ever done anything this sweet for her before, and it touched her. He remembered how much she loved Muffin, and missed having the little fur ball around. "This is so sweet of you. Thank you." Zane chuckled. "I think he likes me. He never hissed at me once." Seeing the way her eyes sparkled, and the smile on her face was worth the trouble he went through to get it for her. He had to call and wake up the owner of the pet store, which was the man's day off, standing outside the store for over an hour waiting for him to show up, and he had to pay 3 times the price. But it was worth it. A man appeared at the door. "Miss Edwards, your car is here to take you to the airport." "I'll be right down," she said, glancing at Zane. "Okay, miss. Shall I take your bags down?" "Yes, thank you." She put the kitten in the carrier. She looked over at Zane, who had gone over to the window and was looking out. "I have to go now. She fought to hold back the fresh tears that were threatening to flow. He turned his head in her direction. He didn't dare go over to her, for if he did he would hold her tight and wouldn't let her leave, so he kept his distance from her. His eyes were filled with pain when he stared into her eyes. Hers too held sorrow. "You take care of yourself. You too, Zane." As she turned to leave, glad that he didn't move any closer to her, she stopped when he spoke. "If you ever need me for anything, all you have to do is call," he said, his voice hitching in his throat. "I will," she answered and walked out, leaving Zane standing there, his hands in his pocket. He stared at the door as it closed behind her. He hadn't realized that he was crying till he tasted the salty tears on his lip. Wiping his eyes, he turned to look out the window. She was really gone, and she took a piece of him with her. His heart. Jade Saturday in the back of the car, her furry friend on her lap. She had fallen in love with Zane but never told him, and she knew he was about to tell her he loved her. But it would never have worked between them. Her life was back in Kansas, and he belonged here. He had told her how he couldn't wait to be made detective, and how he loved sunny California. For her to stay would eventually tear them apart, and she couldn't ask him to give up his dream and go with her. He would later resent her. No, it was better to part on good terms. She wiped her tears away and wondered if she would ever be able to get over the only man she had ever loved. She doubted it. Chapter 29. 6 weeks later, Jade had taken over the sandwich shop from her aunt, who agreed to stay on, working 2 days a week. Her aunt was thrilled when Jade asked if she would. It would keep her in touch with the friends and customers who visited the shop. The 2 women who also worked for her aunt Jade kept them on. One, an older woman, Brenda, and the other was a young woman named Carrie, who was around her own age. Jade was in the back taking a short break when her aunt walked in, sitting down next to her. "Dear, you're doing a great job running this shop. The customers love you." "Thanks, Aunt Eve. I do love being here and owning my own shop." "Then why do you always look so sad and lost?" "I'm guessing it has something to do with that young man back in California." Jade got up and going over to the sink placed the empty mug inside. When she had come back, she moved in with her aunt until she found a place of her own. Right from the beginning, her aunt knew something was wrong, so she told her about Zane. "Getting over him is harder than I thought it would be," she said, turning to face the older woman. "I never told him I loved him." Eve went over and gave Jade a warm, motherly hug. There, she said, patting her back. "It's never too late to tell him." "It's too late, Auntie. He's probably moved on by now." Placing her hands on Jade's shoulders, looked her in the eye. "Think about it. You won't know until you call him. And if yes, then you must move on too. I hear the new sheriff that's coming is single." "Oh, you are always trying to set me up, and I'm just not ready yet." "Jade," Brenda said as she poked her head in the door, "Evan's here to see you." She rolled her eyes. Evan has been asking her out ever since she came back to town, and she keeps turning him down. That man just can't take no for an answer. "Why don't you go out to lunch with him? Just once. You never know. You might just have some fun," Eve said, giving her a shove toward the door. Zane. Weeks earlier back in California, Zane and Joe were having lunch at the local diner. He never noticed how the waitress was flirting with him. He paid her no mind. The only woman that filled his thoughts was Jade. He wondered how she was doing and if she was happy. "Congratulations on making detective." "Thanks, Joe," he answered dryly. "For a man who's been wanting this for as long as I've known him, you sure don't seem very happy. You haven't noticed how that pretty little waitress has been hitting on you. You're not the same man you were a couple of months ago." "I've changed. I thought this was what I wanted, but now I know it's not. There's something else I want more." "Let me guess. It's Jade you want. Why you didn't tell her you loved her's the enemy. If she's what is going to make you happy, then go after her before you lose her to someone else." Zane looked at Joe. Lines creased his forehead. "Go after her. Just pack everything in and go to Kansas. I just got my promotion, and what would I do there? How would I support us?" Joe reached into his pocket and, taking out a piece of paper, handed it to him. "Call this man. It will solve all your problems. Trust me." Smiling, he leaned back, picked up his sandwich, started eating. "Eat up, hell, and you're paying." 1 month later, Zane was packed and ready to leave this life behind. He had called the number Joe had given him and accepting the job as sheriff. He was ready to surprise Jade and ask her to marry him. Ahead of time, he made arrangements to rent the small house the previous sheriff was living in, and he also had him keeping his identity a secret. He loved her and knew she felt the same way about him, and if she turned him down, He would make it his life mission to change her mind. Heaven help any man who tried to get in his way. Dressed in his new uniform, he jumped into his police cruiser and headed into the small town where Jade had her shop. He kept chewing on his bottom lip. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He was nervous and excited to see her. It had been almost 3 months, and he couldn't wait to have her in his arms. Being a detective may have once been his dream, but now his dream was to be married to Jade, have children and grow old together. He just knew he was going to love living here. Parking the car, he stepped into the quaint little shop. His eyes scanned the small area, but he didn't see her anywhere. A cute little woman, who he learned was named Carrie, walked over to him. "Hi, you must be the new sheriff." He took a quick glance at her and looked around. The back door opened and he saw an older woman walk in. His heart was in his throat when he saw it wasn't Jade. "I'm looking for Miss Edwards." The older woman went up to him when she heard him asking about her niece. "I'm Eve, Jade's aunt. May I ask why you are looking for her?" He removed his hat as a gesture of respect. "Yes, madam. I'm Zane Warner and I'm in love with your niece. I need to see her. It's very important." "So you're him," she said, crossing her arms. "If you love her, why the hell didn't you tell her before she left California?" "You're right. I should have. But I'm here now. Please, where is she?" "Well, you're too late. She's gone." He felt the room spinning. His throat dropped into his stomach. Gone? Gone where? Eve couldn't bear to see the poor guy suffering. It was clear that he was deeply in love with Jade. It showed on his face. "If you must know, she went to California to see you." "She's there, and I'm here." He sat her down, running his hand through his hair. Eve was done toying with him. "If you get up off your bum, you might still be able to catch her before she gets to the airport." His eyes lit up, and he picked the older woman up off her feet and swung her around. Thank you," he shouted. Putting her down, he rushed out and jumped in his car and turned the siren on and stepped on the gas. "She's driving a green Chevy," Eve shouted before he got into the vehicle. He was starting to lose hope of catching her when he spotted the green Chevy ahead. Turning back on the siren and the lights, he stepped on it till he reached her and she pulled over. Getting out of his vehicle, he pulled his hat down, trying to cover most of his face, and walked up to her car and tapped his fingers on the driver's window. He was not sure yet what he was going to say. Looking in her rearview mirror, she saw the cop car behind her, lights flashing, and she cursed as she pulled over to the side of the road. There was no reason for him to pull her over. She wasn't speeding nor went through any stop signs. When he tapped on her window, she rolled it down. She couldn't see his face. "I wasn't speeding, officers, so why did you pull me over?" "Step out of the vehicle, miss," he said, disguising his voice. Grabbing her purse, she rooted through it as she got out. Not bothering to look at him, she looked for her license and insurance. "You must be the new sheriff. Well, let me tell you, you are off to a bad start. Why was I stopped?" "You're under arrest." "For what?" She snapped and looked at him. She was rendered speechless, her body frowncy as she stared into his beautiful eyes. "You're under arrest for stealing my heart," he said, taking off his hat, pulled her into his arms. He didn't give her a chance to speak when his mouth came down hard on hers. His kiss hot. His arms tightened around her as she leaned up against the car. Only when he needed to breathe did he end the kiss, cupping her face in his hands. "I love you, Jade. I should have told you before you left. I was on my way to see you, to tell you that I'm in love with you too." Her eyes teared up. "But what are you doing here? What about your job? You worked so hard to become a detective." "It's what I thought I wanted, but this is what I want. To be here with you." Joe heard through a friend that the town was looking for a new sheriff, and his friend pulled some strings, and here I am. "Won't you be bored here? There's not much crime around these parts." "I can never be bored with you in my life." Letting her go, he backed up, reached into his pocket and took out a small box and got down on one knee. Jade's hand covered her mouth and she gasped. "Zane, what are you doing?" Opening the box, he looked up at her. "Loving you is like breathing. I can't stop. I want to take my last breath kissing you. Jade Edwards, will you marry me?" Yes, I'll marry you." Standing up, he placed the diamond on her finger, picked her up off her feet, and kissed her. Just then dispatch called. He was needed at a domestic dispute in town. "I have to go. I'm staying at the old sheriff's place, so go there and wait for me." She nodded as he got back to his car. Zane stopped to look at her. His heart was racing. "Promise me you'll be there." "I promise." She watched as he drove off. Her eyes went to the ring he put on her finger and she smiled. She had a stop to make before going to his place. She had to tell her aunt, and since she was going to be away anyway, she would now spend that time with Zane. Here. He took care of the fight between husband and wife and rushed home to Jade. He had been away from her for so long, and he couldn't wait to get back and get her into bed. Walking in, he called out, "Jade, I'm home, where are you?" His mouth fell open when he saw her. She was wearing his sunglasses, a cop uniform with the top unbuttoned, no pants, just a pair of very short leather shorts. "Hot damn," he moaned. Jade held in her hand a pair of handcuffs. "Mr. Warner, put your hands behind your back. I need to give you a full body search." "Me first," he said as he got to her into long strides. Pulling her up against him, he leaned down, his mouth going to hers as he picked her up and carried her to the bedroom and threw her down onto the bed. 2 hours later, she was nestled in his arms. They had made up for lost time, and then some. "Move in here with me now. I don't want to spend another night without you," he said as he touched her chin, lifting her head up so that he could look into her eyes. "I already have," she said, giggling. "While you were away, I went to my aunt's place and packed my bags. All I have to get is mittens." "Mittens?" he asked, lifting his eyebrow. "Yes, my cat, the one you gave me. Surely you don't expect me to leave him behind. I know you're not fond of cats, but I love the little guy." He let out a sigh. He had forgotten all about the cat. "Well, I guess I could get used to him." He kissed her, loving the feel of her lips on his. "Jade, I want to get married right away." "How about this weekend?" she asked, tracing her fingers along his chest and moving down. "Perfect," he answered, letting out a groan when she grabbed his snake that was hard and ready for another round. Chapter 30, Epilogue. "You're getting married this Saturday. Isn't that a little fast?" "I mean, he's only been here and back with you for 3 days, Eve said skeptically. "I know it may seem that way to you and Eve, but we love each other. It's as though fate had brought us together. And we don't see any reason to wait. I was hoping you would be happy for me. I really want you there." "Oh, honey, of course, I'm happy for you and I will be there, but it doesn't give us much time to plan a wedding. We're just getting married at the church, just us. We don't want a big wedding or any of the traditional stuff." "What about a honeymoon?" Eve asked, feeling more than a little shocked. "We can't afford one right now, so we decided to wait and go on one later. I bought a little white dress to wear, nothing fancy. And Eve, all my dreams are coming true. I have a business that I can call my own. I have the man of my dreams. I have never been this happy in my whole life. I can see that, dear, and after you get married, you both must come back to my place for lunch and a drink. Will you at least give your old auntie that much, since you're depriving me of a big wedding to arrange?" "Yes," Jade answered, giving her a hug. "Saturday. Jade, can you come here please?" Zane called out. He stood with his arms crossed looking down at his white shirt that lay on the bed. This was his wedding day and his brand new shirt was ruined. Just stepping out of the shower, she wrapped a towel around her and went into the bedroom when she heard him calling. "What's wrong?" she asked him. "Will you just look at that?" He pointed to the bed. Jade burst out laughing. There, curled up into a ball inside his shirt, was Mittens. Asleep, she had scratched it, leaving holes, and it had black fur all over it. "He's just showing you how much he likes you by using your shirt as a bed." "Oh, you think it's funny, do you?" he asked, pulling her into his arms. Seeing her in only a towel woke the hunger in him. His hand going around her waist. The other one started to tug on the towel but got his hand slapped in the process. "Not now. We have to be at the church in an hour." Placing her hands on his chest gave him a light shove. "There's another shirt in the closet. I need to get finished dressing, and so do you." "Balsy," he muttered under his breath. When he saw her enter the living room 30 minutes later, his heart did a flip. She wore her hair down, just the way he liked it. She had on a short white dress with high heels, a gold chain around her neck and matching earrings. She was a vision of beauty. "You look so beautiful. I can't believe you will soon be my wife. I am the luckiest man alive." "I'm the lucky one," she replied. Eve was waiting for them at the church and the ceremony began. It was a simple one. They had their own vows they wrote. After being pronounced man and wife, he lifted her up off her feet and kissed her before setting her back down. He wanted to go right back home and tear off her dress, but they had promised to go back to her aunt's place. Little did they know what was in store for them. Walking into Eve's home, they were greeted by people who had decorated the house. There were flowers, food, champagne, and even arranged for someone to play music. Whether they wanted it or not, they were given a reception. There went Zane's plan, for getting her out of her dress and right into bed. Eve handed them both a glass of champagne. "I hope you don't mind. I just had to do something special for you both, and you being the new sheriff. This is a good opportunity to meet everybody." She took Zane over for a dance. "Jade is like a daughter to me, so don't you ever hurt her or you will have me to answer to." "Young man." "Eve, I love her and I give you my word. I'll do everything in my power to make her happy." The moment I laid eyes on her I knew she was different from the other women I knew. She was meant to be mine. He looked over at Jade, who was talking to another man. No, he wasn't jealous, but he did want her in his arms now. "Excuse me while I go and dance with my wife." Oh, how he liked the way that sounded. 10 years later, Jade felt Zane's hand sliding up her leg and under her nightgown. She felt his warm breath on the back of her neck when he kissed it. She moaned softly when his hand reached her breast and circled the nipple, making it hard. Rolling onto her back, she put her hands on his chest. "Happy anniversary, handsome," she said, her hands caressing his toned muscles. 10 years later, and his body was in even better shape than ever. "Happy anniversary, baby," he said as he pulled her nightgown off. "Now for your present." His mouth claimed her as he moved his hand down her body. He would never get tired of touching her. He felt the dampness pooling between her legs when he started stroking her pussy cat, pushing a finger in. She was wet and his for the taking. She arched her hips, moving to the beat of his strokes. Leaving her mouth, he moved his lips down her neck, finding that special spot that had her coming when he sucked. It wasn't long before she let out a muffled scream and came all over his hand. "Oh God, Zane," she said as she let loose. Her fingers tangled in his hair. He had a way of making her come just by his kiss and the mere stroke of his fingers. Satisfied when he heard her cry out in ecstasy, he climbed on top of her. His snake entered her slowly, teasing her. She wrapped her legs around his waist and her fingers dug into his flesh. He looked down at her lips that were wet from her running her tongue along them. Her body glistened with sweat, and her beautiful breasts were heaving rapidly up and down. 10 years and gravity hadn't touched them, or any other part of her. Her breasts were still round and firm, and her ass, the part he liked the best, was just as firm today as it was years ago. With every thrust he made, he moved faster, harder and deeper. He loved being deep inside her. Her warmth wrapped around his snake. For them, the SX got better with every passing year. More passionate, more intimate. Letting out a satisfied grunt, he rolled over onto his side, pulling her close and wrapped his arm around her. "I love you, Jade." "I love you too," she said, reaching up, stroked his chin. "Don't you have to be at work soon?" "No, I told my deputy I was taking the day off, so I'm all yours." He looked down at the woman in his arms. His heart was so full of love for her. He never regretted 1 minute of moving here to be with her. He loved being the sheriff, loved the town and the people who lived there. At times his job was boring, but for the most part, he was kept busy. The town wasn't without its crime. There had been some tense situations, but with his training, he dealt with it. Jade also kept him on his toes. They had their fights but always made up. She still ran her shop and helped him to keep the passion and romance alive in their marriage. "I think we should get up and start breakfast," Jade said, sitting up. She pulled the sheet up over her breasts. "I wish we could spend the whole day in bed," he answered back. "We both know that's not going to happen." She laughed. Just then the door burst open and 2 little 6-year-olds came running over and jumped on the bed. "Mommy, Daddy," they both shouted. Jade looked at Zane and smiled. "The twins are up." "Jenny, Joey, what have I told you about coming into Mommy and Daddy's bedroom?" he asked as he tickled each one of them. No way could he be mad at his 2 little miracles. He and Jade wanted kids right away, but after a couple of years they gave up, and they were told she might not be able to conceive. But then they were blessed with twins. Their lives were now complete. "Sorry, Daddy, but we made you and Mommy a picture for your anniversary," Joey said as his sister held it up for them to see. He took the picture and looked at it. A wide smile appeared on his face. "I love it. It's perfect. Thank you both," he said, handing Jade the picture. It was 2 stick figures. One had blonde hair, one dark, and they were kissing. "Okay, you two, go get dressed and we'll go make Mommy breakfast." Jenny jumped up and down. "Can we make chocolate chip pancakes?" Jade laughed. "My favorite," she said, winking at Zane. Once the kids left, he got out of bed and pulled on his pants, grateful the twins hadn't walked in 10 minutes earlier. Leaning over, kissed her. "I love you so much." Smiling, she kissed him back. "I'll be down shortly." She sat her day up, covering herself with the sheet, saying, "I fell in love with you right from the beginning. I love you now and I'll love you more tomorrow." He pulled her into his arms. "Same here, sweetheart. Don't be too long. I have a surprise for you." Kissing her again, went downstairs with the twins. After a quick shower, she went down and stopped in the doorway and listened to her family talking as they made a mess making the pancakes. "Jenny, Joey, let's go over the rules one more time. Before entering Mommy and Daddy's room, what do? We knock and wait for you to tell us to come in." Both twins said at the same time. Pouring herself a cup of coffee, she sat her down as they served up the meal. "So what is this big surprise you have for me?" she asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, got up and going into his coat pocket took out an envelope and giving her a kiss handed it to her. "This was long overdue. Happy anniversary, honey." Reading the papers, her eyes went wide. Her jaw dropped open and tears sprang to her eyes. "My God, Zane, Jamaica." Going over, he kneeled before her and wiped her tears away. "We never got to go on a honeymoon, though every day with you seemed like one. I secretly put money away in an account over the years to save for this. 2 weeks, just you and me." She threw her arms around him. She wondered how she could love him any more than she already did. "I love it, but what about the twins? I took care of everything. Your aunt is going to watch them, and the women who work where you are going to take care of the shop. And my deputy is covering for me. All you have to do is pack. We leave tomorrow morning." Standing up, he pulled her into his arms. His mouth came down on hers. The sound of the twins giggling could be heard as they kissed. If you enjoyed the story, please consider leaving a review to help others find the book. Drop a comment below and let us know your thoughts. Your input helps us improve. The end.